Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Gao Wu. I incarnate as Yama in the Underworld to judge life and death. Chapter 1. The sun was blazing. Nanjong City, inside the martial arts training hall of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. A handsome young man in black clothes closed his eyes tightly. Opposite him, there was a red boxing strength testing machine. The young man in black opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his pupils. The entire back is slightly arched. Drink. Bang 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 bang. The fists almost turned into phantoms at this moment, hitting the soft pad of the boxing strength testing machine like a violent storm. There was a muffled sound. On the electronic screen above the test machine, a string of numbers floated by. 889 kilogram. 856 kilogram. 912 kilogram. 910 kilogram. ... After a while, Qinyi stopped his fierce attack, panting heavily, and a drop of sweat on his forehead slipped from the root of his hair. A line of text appeared on the boxing strength testing machine. Final punching strength assessment, 901 kilograms. Beside Qinyi, a thin boy with white glasses took notes with a pen and paper. Then he pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose with his fingertips and said excitedly, "Qinyi, your strength has improved by almost 30 kilograms compared to last time. It seems that our latest training plan is very effective. If you continue at this pace, you are very likely to break through a ton of punching power before the martial arts college entrance examination. The physical fitness can also officially reach the level of a warrior. Martial arts university is basically a sure thing." Qinyi also let out a long breath. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Have you finally seen the dawn of being able to enter a martial arts university? Traveling to this parallel world for so long, Qinyi also already understood the difference between this place and his previous life. Many space cracks appeared in this world more than 800 years ago. A lot of heaven and earth energy escaped from the cracks. This energy directly changed the laws of physics and made many modern weapons and sophisticated instruments ineffective. Moreover, the demonic energy contained in it caused many animals to mutate and evolve, becoming monsters with incredible power. Plus the monsters coming out of the cracks. Suddenly, human civilization suffered a great impact. Many countries were even destroyed as a result. After going through 10 years known as the darkest years, human beings have gradually figured out a way to use the energy of heaven and earth to practice. Since space cracks can appear anywhere, humans have established survival-based cities one after another. Contracted the strength. In this case, this is ensured in the event of a crisis. The top human beings can quickly provide support and clear out the monsters that come out of the cracks. But even the survival base is countless times safer than the wilderness area where monsters are everywhere. But there will still be surprises. Qinyi's parents in this world died in a space crack turmoil 7 years ago. Ming, have you made any progress in your health recently? Suddenly, Qinyi thought of something. He turned around and asked the boy with glasses with concern. Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's still the same. I also tested my punching power before you came. It's just over 200 kilograms. I can't help it. My physical condition has been so poor since I was a child. Even my eyesight is rarely a problem. Alas, martial arts is completely out of my league. Forget it, I'm not very interested in fighting and killing anyway. My current goal is to get admitted to a first-class research university." "Is that so?" Qinyi nodded slightly. "The punching power of more than 200 kilograms is indeed too weak. You must know that with the emergence of the mysterious world energy, people's average physical fitness is also improving rapidly. With a little exercise, a normal adult man's boxing strength can reach the level of the boxing champion in his previous life. The admission threshold for martial arts universities is even scarier. Basically, only those who have reached the first-level physical fitness of a martial artist can definitely enter a martial arts university. Qinyi's current physical fitness means that if he directly participates, it can only be said that he has a chance. This is still the most ordinary martial arts university. Even if they are first-level warriors, most of them can exert a ton of punching power without mastering superb force-generating techniques. With Qinyi's physical fitness, he can still give it a try." Ming was completely hopeless. "I trust you. With your enthusiasm for research, it will definitely not be a problem to get admitted to a first-class research university. Qin Yi didn't offer much advice, although it is said that martial arts is the most respected in this world. But the status of many senior researchers is no longer low. Zhou Ming nodded firmly. Qin Yi, we all need to move towards our goals. Okay, I'm going back to do the exercises. Don't work too hard. The practice effect of combining work and rest will be better. Okay, I get it. Subsequently, Zhou Ming quickly left the training hall. He wants to participate in internal recruitment for scientific research, but time is actually very valuable. However, as Qin Yi's best friend, he still found time to help record data for analysis, and finally helped Qin Yi formulate a reasonable training plan. It can be said that this helped Qin Yi a lot. You know, because his parents died in the rift turmoil. Qin Yi basically lived on the 3,000 monthly pension subsidy from Daxia and a small inheritance. Before the martial arts college entrance examination, it is time to sprint. At this time, some wealthy families purchased spiritual meat containing the energy of heaven and earth, precious elixirs for nourishment, and hired specialized martial arts instructors to formulate training plans. But Qin Yi could only break one portion of the money into two and use it. Try to keep your nutrition as balanced as possible. Even training can only come to the school's open training hall. Naturally, it is impossible to have any spare money to find a martial arts coach. Call. Qin Yi Zhao let out a long breath. Keep practicing. The martial arts college entrance examination is around the corner, so no time can be wasted. Suddenly, Kong Ming's voice sounded in Qin Yi's mind. The Underworld system is awakening. Awakening successful, bound to host Qin Yi. Ah, Qin Yi was stunned. This is Goldfinger. After coming to this world for so long, Qin Yi has completely given up on the idea that he is the son of destiny. I just want to survive in this weird world with my own efforts. Unexpectedly, it was just before the martial arts college entrance examination. Suddenly the golden finger awakened. But what does this underworld system mean? Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. A virtual panel then appeared in front of you. Name, Qin Yi. Position, internship, 0.001. Current number of demons suppressed, 0.005. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained at each hour 0 points. Number of ghost points, 0. Acquisition method, Ranganyu Fist. Evaluation. The new member of Onishi who has just joined the job is still very unfamiliar with the road of suppressing darkness. Ah, this. Are you an intern? However, this panel looks a bit too rough. Everything is 0. The Manganyu boxing method he learned is still an unpopular boxing method taught by Nanjong No. 5 middle school and used to strengthen the body. Unlock achievements, newcomers in the underworld. Reward 200 ghost points. When 200 ghost points are met, it can be converted into 2 white-level underworld long-term lottery tickets which can be used to open the underworld roulette. Whether to convert. Fortunately, is there a newbie subsidy? Qin Yi hasn't figured out the use of this system yet. Now there is a so-called long-term lottery that can open the underworld carousel. Naturally, there is no need to hesitate to switch to use directly. The moment Qin Yi chose to use it, in his mind, an ancient turntable with countless roaring patterns of the White Walkers engraved on it appeared. In the middle of the turntable, a long white stick with a triangular arrow attached to it. Kakaka. The turntable then rotated rapidly, turned into a shadow, and then stopped quickly. The triangular arrow finally pointed to a small fan-shaped area. Congratulations to the host for the critical hit reward and obtaining the white level method, 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. Boom. Immediately, a group of memories poured into Qin Yi's mind like an enlightenment. All the details of the Dharma are clearly visible. I see. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. This method is really exquisite. But, if you want to get started, you need to practice with medicinal baths. I can only wait until I go to the market to buy it. There is also a long stick, let's use it too. Kakaka. The underworld wheel spins again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of pure life force. Boom. The moment the prompt sounds, a colorful brilliance was born from the void and blended into Qin Yi's limbs and bones. The warm heat flowed through the flesh and blood tissue, making Qin Yi so comfortable that he almost hummed. After about a few breaths of time, Qin Yi stretched out his fist and clenched it, intuitively feeling that his strength was much greater than before. Could it be that? Qin Yi quickly came to the boxing strength testing machine again. After holding your breath and concentrating, the fists turned into phantoms again and hit the soft pad of the test machine. Bang 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 bang. A series of numbers also floated across the electronic screen of the test machine. 1225 kilogram, 1256 kilogram, 1199 kilogram, 1203 kilogram, ... After a while, Qin Yi stopped. A line of text also appeared on the electronic screen. Final punching strength assessment, 1215 kilograms. Oh my god. Qin Yi was completely shocked. With the gift of this wave of pure life force, the average punching power directly increased by 300 kilograms. You must know that Zhou Ming's entire punching power is within this range. Judging from Qin Yi's previous improvement speed. Under normal circumstances, even when it comes to the martial arts college entrance examination, it is impossible to improve to this level of strength. Now, it was done within a few breaths of time. Too exaggerated. Even with Qin Yi's usual indifferent nature, he could not hide his excitement. After a while, he gradually calmed down and began to think. It seems that this pure life force is pure and incomparable energy, which can be directly integrated into flesh and blood to improve physical fitness. 2. For other warriors, improving their physical fitness in this way is simply a fantasy. Even if you take an astonishing grade of elixir, it will take some time to digest and integrate the medicinal power. But the underworld is originally a place that governs life and death and explores reincarnation. It's no surprise to have a bug bounty of this magnitude. Then, so to speak, my current physical fitness should have reached the level of a first-level warrior. Qin Yi murmured to himself, still a little dazed now. Generally speaking, a person with a fist power of 1 ton is almost as strong as a warrior in terms of qi and blood strength. What's more, Qin Yi has exceeded it a lot now. A few minutes ago, he was still working hard to be admitted to a martial arts university, but in the blink of an eye, it was already a certainty to be admitted to an ordinary martial arts academy. It would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. But, now that we have this underworld system, we should change our goals. There are still 100 days until the college entrance examination. I may not be able to try to sprint to the key martial arts schools, or even, the 7 supreme martial arts schools. How to obtain ghost points is the key. As long as 100 ghost points are accumulated, it can be converted into a white-level long-term lottery, thereby drawing amazing rewards. Qin Yi tried to click on the word ghost on the virtual panel. Sure enough, a comment appeared the next second. When the host suppresses creatures with evil spirits, it will gain ghost points. When these creatures are judged and enter the 18 levels of hell, they will continue to gain ghost points. Creatures with evil spirits. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. According to human research, the reason why the monsters that exist in the wilderness area have mutated into what they are now is precisely because of the influence of the demonic energy in the world. There are also monsters that appear in the cracks in space. The demonic energy on his body became even stronger. These are likely to be the targets of suppression and judgment needed to increase ghost points. As a ghost missionary from the underworld, what I want to do is to clean up the evil creatures in this world. But, Qin Yi had a bitter smile on his face. With his current strength, if he rushes to the wilderness area rashly, isn't that just looking for death? There is no need to think about space cracks. The danger is greater than in wilderness areas. Even if it's to improve your strength, you can't go looking for death like a stupid young man. Forget it, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. With the underworld system here, it is only a matter of time before you rise. There's no need to rush things. Let's try to practice the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra that we just extracted, step by step. This thing should assist the medicinal bath recipe recorded above to practice. In this case, let's buy the required medicinal materials first. Having made up his mind, Qin Yi immediately left the training hall, went outside the school and got on a suspended bus. Kakaka. The suspended bus stops at a platform. The car door slowly opened. Qin Yi jumped down. A huge, bright silver, octagonal building stood in front of it. And directly above the building, a graphite plaque is hanging, with 8 gilded characters written on it, Qingyuan Materials Sales Center. Arrive. If you want to get started with the 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, extracted from the Underworld carousel, you must take a specific medicinal bath. How to buy all the required medicinal materials at once. Then of course we have to go to the largest material sales center in Nanjing City. Qingyuan Group's medicinal materials are guaranteed both in terms of price and quality. Qin Yi took a deep breath. I felt a little excited. After all, this is Qin Yi's first time in this kind of place. Medicinal baths are nothing new to martial arts practitioners. But this does not include Qin Yi, who lives on pensions. Go straight into the sales center lobby. The flawless white jade floor tiles and the alloy walls that can withstand the impact of level 5 monsters all reveal the wealth of the Qingyuan Group. The more than 20 processing counters are basically busy. Qin Yi chose a counter with a smaller queue, and it was his turn soon. After sitting down on the sofa chair, the sweet voice of the receptionist sounded. Hello, sir. What business do you need to handle? Do you have a membership card? Qin Yi responded calmly. Buy medicinal materials. First time here. Okay, sir. Please give me your ID card first, and I will help you enter the information. The receptionist was still enthusiastic. Qin Yi didn't feel the slightest bit impatient because it was his first time here. This is normal. For a giant like Qingyuan Group, the code of conduct regulations for employees are very strict. One complaint can cause unimaginable trouble. You may even lose your job directly. You must know that it is not easy for an ordinary person who has not reached the realm of warrior chi and blood to enter such a large group with generous benefits. Naturally, I work hard. Qin Yi took out his ID card from his arms, put it on the countertop and pushed it over. After the receptionist took it, he picked up the ID card and flicked it on the card slot on the side. Sizzling. A small sound was made. A black membership card was quickly spit out from the machine. Sir, please get your membership card. Your trading box number this time is C163. I hope Nanjing Qingyuan Material Sales Center can meet your trading needs. Qin Yi nodded and took the membership card. In the current Blue Star, although the appearance of space cracks and the arrival of heaven and earth energy have caused drastic changes in many physical laws, those thermal weapons are basically unusable. But because of these mysterious energies, many new magical substances and scientific research technologies have also been born. For example, the power source of the suspended bus Qin Yi was riding on was a mineral called floating stone. What other high-strength alloys and machines are used now? It can be said that compared to Qin Yi's previous life, Blue Star's technology is now more convenient, but the focus of technology is different. That is to say, the development direction of the technology tree is different. Qin Yi followed the directions on the membership card. Riding the suspended elevator, we soon arrived at the C163 box. Swipe the membership card on the induction slot. Boom. The door then opened. The entire box is decorated in light blue, and there are many exquisite wood carvings. Not much space, but the design is very careful. Of course, this is also because Qin Yi's membership level is not high enough. If you spend a lot in Qingyuan Group, you will naturally be assigned to more luxurious trading boxes and even some discounts. Qin Yi clicked on the transaction button on the desktop. Sizzling. A blue electronic light curtain formed in front of him in an instant. There is a list of medicinal materials for sale and their corresponding prices. Blue heart grass 1 plant 3500 Daxia coins. Green Joe vine about 5 cm in length 4620 Daxia coins. Left bank flower 1850 Daxia coins. ... So expensive. Qin Yi looked at the price and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. But before coming here, Qin Yi had some mental preparations, so he wasn't too surprised. These are basically medicinal materials for warriors. They contain more or less the energy of heaven and earth. If you want to obtain them, you must go to the wilderness area where monsters are rampant. Of course the price won't be cheap. Well, you don't have to look to see if these are available. Just search for what you need. Qin Yi searched directly in the search box based on the ingredients of the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra in his mind. Ghost face flower, poisonous leaf, black death soil. After searching and searching, Qin Yi's face turned dark. What the hell, can the medicated bath made with these ingredients really be used for people to take a bath? When each item is added to the shopping cart, a conspicuous red letter will appear on the screen, indicating that it is highly toxic, so please purchase with caution. The most outrageous thing is the black dead soil used as an introduction to medicine. This thing must have a large number of living beings die, and the death energy and escaped energy sink into the soil before it can be transformed into black dead soil. The price is also extremely expensive. 1 gram costs 1,200 Daxia coins. Fortunately, in the medicated bath in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, the Black Death soil is only used as a medicinal ingredient, and the dosage is very small, not even 1 gram at a time. But even so, after all required materials have been added. Looking at the price, Qinyi's eyelids twitched twice. Even if you only buy a week's worth of medicinal bath, it will still cost 70,000 Daxia coins. The property left by his parents was not much. Over the years, Qinyi had to practice martial arts and keep up with his nutrition. Therefore, the pension provided by the Great Shah Kingdom basically cannot make ends meet. Now I only have 90,000 Daxia coins left in my account. Medicinal bath this week. Basically, Qinyi is going to be hollowed out. If you give up, you will gain. Buy it. Without much hesitation, Qinyi clicked to buy directly. Without the underworld system, with his own talent, he could become an ordinary warrior and live an ordinary life. Maybe one day you will be disemboweled by sharp claws in the wilderness area, or killed by an invading monster. In this world, without strength, destiny will never be in your own hands. Therefore, if you have the opportunity to rise, you must seize it. Moreover, although powerful warriors spend money as fast as water, the speed at which they make money is also very fast. Nothing to get hung up on. DDDD. Submit with purchase. A line of text was displayed on the electronic screen. Dear Mr. Qinyi, the medicinal materials you purchased are being distributed and sorted, please wait a moment. Waited quietly for about 20 minutes. Boom. The door was pushed open. A fat man with oily hair and a kind smile walked in carrying a leather box. Place the box on the table and open it. The fat man spoke. Hello, Mr. Qinyi. Here are all the materials you purchased, please check them. Qinyi took a quick glance and found that the amount was right, so he took out his bank card to pay without saying anything. Night. In the west of Nanjing City, there is an old building complex, room 302 of Mingyu Community. Snapped. Press the switch at the door. The dark living room was instantly lit up. There was nothing in the living room, only some cheap cabinets and chairs, and a TV that hadn't been turned on for a long time. But it was placed in an orderly manner. It was also tidied up. Qinyi walked in carrying a leather box brought from Qingyuan Material Sales Center. He skillfully took off his coat and hung it aside. He was used to this feeling of loneliness. As the most valuable legacy left by his parents, Qinyi has always lived here. Hiss. Open the zipper of the leather suitcase. Inside, various flowers and herbs are arranged in different grids. In the upper right corner are gel white gloves sent by Qingyuan Group. After all, the medicinal materials Qinyi purchased were more or less toxic or corrosive. Qingyuan Group's services are quite thoughtful. This is one of the reasons why people can become big. Put your gloves on. Later, Qinyi moved the wooden bucket for bathing in the bathroom. According to the process of making a medicinal bath from memory, you should first crush a ghost face flower and sprinkle it into it. Then add water, and quickly add 1 kilogram of poisonous leaves. Medicinal bathing is still very particular. It doesn't mean that you buy the corresponding materials and put them in all at once and that's it. If each process flow and quantity were different, the final medicated bath might have completely different effects. A medicinal bath formula that has a good effect on strengthening the body of warriors will definitely not be low in value. Swish, swish, swish. Pour a bag of poisonous leaves into the water flow that has been darkened by the influence of the grimace flower. In an instant, the entire water flow began to boil. Then there was a gurgling sound, and small bubbles were born and burst quickly. The corner of Qinyi's mouth twitched. Good guy. Am I developing some dark magic? You won't blow up the house directly later, right? But these things cost a lot of money to buy, and it was impossible to stop halfway. Qinyi continued to add ingredients to the medicinal soup. After one operation, the entire medicinal soup has turned into a strange dark green color, and small whirlpools have formed. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or what. Looking at these small whirlpools, it seems that there are really ghostly faces floating in and out of them. There is no way, these are all money, even if it means mountains of swords and seas of fire, I have to give it a try. Qin took off his clothes, revealing his strong body. Then he took a deep breath and stepped directly into the medicinal soup. Hiss, just entered. A burning sensation came from the skin. The severe pain caused Qin, who was sitting cross-legged with only one head exposed, to break out in cold sweat on his forehead. However, the practice of 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra does not just involve enduring such pain. Qin endured the pain and whispered in a trembling voice, Qian, Kun, Jen, Li, ghosts from the 5 directions are coming. The words fell. The whole barrel of soup boiled even more intensely. Under the water flow, the dark ghost heads, which were only 20 or 30 centimeters in size, began to condense, and within a moment, 5 ghost heads were completely formed. Qin was stunned. So the 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra really has 5 little ghosts to help you practice. He is really a child without any deception. This appearance still looks a little scary. While Qin was still thinking about what these brats would do next. Ouch! Kaka. These brats opened their huge mouths and bit down on Qin body. Ah, it hurts. But, strangely, no blood flowed out from the place bitten by the imp. Instead, it was covered with a faint black film. The medicinal soup in the barrel seemed to be drawn by a black hole, rushing towards Qin wound crazily. At first, Qin also felt burning pain. But after more than 10 seconds, I only felt warm air waves sweeping through my limbs. It's actually a little comfortable. It soaked like this for about an hour. The originally dark green medicinal soup has become extremely clear again, and it looks like normal water no matter how you look at it. This also means that all the nutritional energy inside has been absorbed by the body. The 5 ghost heads disappeared without knowing when. Qin stood up. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Stretch out your right fist and squeeze it tightly. Said in surprise. Power has become stronger. Normally, the practice of a warrior is to allow the consumption of flesh and blood to reach a certain load limit during daily exercise, thereby absorbing the mysterious energy in the world to strengthen oneself. This is a slow process. It is impossible to say that after exercising for several hours today, my strength will be obviously increased. But Qin really felt this way after taking this medicinal bath. There is only one explanation for this, and that is that the effect of this medicinal bath is really amazing. Really, the rewards that can be drawn from the Underworld carousel are nothing short of great. Not to mention the pure vitality, the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, that can be used for practice is even more effective. I just don't know how strong my blood strength is now. According to the current classification on Blue Star, Tenchi in blood is considered to be the level of a first-grade warrior. This kind of physical fitness is more than enough to work as a security guard in some companies, and there is no need to worry about finding a job. And if it is placed on students who have not yet taken the martial arts college entrance examination, they have huge potential and the future is promising. Qin perception of his body is relatively clear. The energy and blood level of a first-grade warrior has definitely been reached. As for how much it exceeds, a professional qi and blood test is required. Never mind that. Keep practicing. Even if I don't unlock other rewards, just relying on the 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, I can complete a leap in strength before the martial arts college entrance examination. Now Qin seems to have opened the door to a new world. Well, let's practice the 5 Ghost Fist part of this method next. In the martial arts college entrance examination, in addition to vitality and blood, actual combat ability is also very important. Since my goal is no longer just an ordinary martial arts university, my training plan must also be changed. Qin thought for a moment. Then he started to stand up and prepare to practice the 5 Ghost Fist. This is not at the same level as the Manganese boxing taught in Nanjing No. 5 Middle School. Even the introductory boxing techniques in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra are definitely considered advanced among the martial arts techniques that a first-level warrior can master. In fact, This slightly advanced method is much more tiring to practice than ordinary anaerobic or aerobic exercise. The effect of exercise is even more amazing. The reason why no one from ordinary families practices any martial arts is because if there is no one to guide them in these martial arts, it is easy to injure themselves. At that time, the gains outweigh the losses. But Qin Yi is different. After drawing the 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, along with some of the essentials and precautions of the method, it was poured into his mind like an enlightenment. What Qin Yi wants to do. It just allows the muscles of the body to become more proficient and further absorb the energy accumulated in the medicinal bath just now. Drink. The sound of fists breaking through the air soon sounded in the living room. The weekend passes quickly. Nanjong No. 5 Middle School, inside the martial arts hall. Today is a martial arts practice class, and it is also a monthly qi and blood test. To know, the instruments used for gas and blood tests are very precise. Being able to analyze the energy contained in blood in a very short period of time is extremely valuable. If it is outside the campus, ordinary students can only go to places like private martial arts gyms for testing. The one-time fee is at least 5,000 Daxia coins. Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. Therefore, most people are still looking forward to how much their qi and blood values can increase after a month of hard work. At this moment, nearly 100 students from Class 12 are already in place, waiting for the test to begin. Among them was Qin Yi. Qin Yi, here. Zhou Ming yawned and handed over a small dark gray notebook. Here are some new training plans I have summarized based on your recent exercise data. You can try them out. After Qin Yi took it, he smiled helplessly. Ming, haven't you been doing scientific research and experiments recently? You still have time to tinker with this for me. Thank you, but I seem to have experienced some changes in my body recently. Maybe some of your plans are no longer applicable. This weekend, Qin Yi basically immersed himself in the practice of 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. Physical fitness has improved rapidly, and with the assistance of the various methods and medicinal baths recorded above, Qin Yi's practice is equivalent to being trained by a top famous teacher. This is the treatment for newcomers in the underworld. Therefore, there is no need to carry out the usual training methods of Yeluzi before. It's just that the medicinal bath is a bit expensive. How to make money has become Qin Yi's biggest headache at the moment. Ah, Zhou Ming was stunned. Are there any changes in your body? Then, his eyes brightened. Could it be that you are about to awaken your superpower? Ha 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 ha, if that's the case, wouldn't it be easy for you to go to the Key Martial Arts University? Don't forget me then. Under the influence of the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, some humans will awaken to supernatural powers, and these powers are all kinds of strange. The weak use is almost zero, it can only make hair grow, save the hairline and so on. The strong ones are awesome. Some people with ice powers can freeze thousands of miles with their hands, causing snow to fall on the sky and the earth in June. The flames released by some fire superpowers are like the legendary Samadhi True Fire, which is almost inextinguishable. But basically, as long as you awaken the superpower, your martial arts talent will be improved to a certain extent. The reason is simple. The supernatural factors present in your body are essentially a type of energy from heaven and earth. In this way, when practicing, it will be easier to resonate and allow the energy of heaven and earth to enter the body and temper itself. Well, maybe. Qin Yi did not deny it. The abilities brought by the Underworld system are indeed somewhat mysterious. The practice method developed by the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra alone may be beyond the subtleties of all existing methods. No one else can copy it. It can barely be regarded as Qin Yi's unique ability. Moreover, Qin Yi's current job is just an internship. As it develops later, the rewards in the prize pool will definitely increase. At that time, it is not impossible to judge life and death and control the 6 paths of reincarnation. So, does this count as awakening the supernatural power of the ghost realm? After hearing this, Zhou Ming pushed up his glasses and was about to continue talking excitedly. Da da da. Heavy footsteps came. A middle-aged man with a strong physique and a Chinese character face walked towards the class square. This is Sha Rong, the head teacher of Qin Yi's class. A deep voice sounded. Ahem, fellow students. Long wait. I just helped the old lady lift the steel plate that was pressing on her on the road, which delayed her for a while. So that's it. The classmates showed understanding expressions. A steel plate that can prevent an old lady from getting up on her own must be pretty heavy. If it's serious, you might need to bandage the wound or something. Okay, let's officially start class. Sharong changed the subject. I guess you have been looking forward to today's chi and blood test for a long time. In the past month, I believe most people have put in sweat and hard work. After all, the martial arts college entrance examination is extremely competitive. If you want to be admitted to a martial arts university, even the most ordinary schools require the physical fitness of a first-class warrior to be able to win. Even if there is no hope of entering the martial arts university, improving one's physical fitness will be beneficial in this world without any harm. Do you know what the minimum health requirements are for hiring laborers on construction sites? 7.8. If you don't work hard, even if you move bricks, no one will want you. Although Sharong has already said many words of encouragement. But these students in front of them are still young at heart after all, and have not truly experienced the cruelty of this world. Therefore, it is still important to continue to instill the idea that you must fight hard. Then, let's start the chi and blood test. Cao Shichong, you give me a head first. After a simple lecture, Sharong started the chi and blood test directly. A tall man walked out of the crowd, his face full of arrogance. As the monitor of Class 12, his chi and blood strength has always been the highest. Even if you look at the entire Nanjong number 5 middle school, it is still among the best. Getting admitted to an ordinary martial arts university is a sure thing. Cao Shichong's goal is a key martial arts university. I saw him walking very skillfully in front of the chi and blood tester that was like a huge earthenware jar. The students murmured for a while when they saw this. The squad leader passed the chi and blood test 3 months ago. In the test results last month, it reached a terrifying 13 points of chi and blood, far exceeding the threshold of 10 points of chi and blood for a first-grade warrior. This is all old Wongli information. It is said that squad leader Cao's father, in order for him to prepare for the martial arts college entrance examination, specially invited senior instructors from Muchuan Martial Arts School to guide the training. And I also bought a dose of spiritual pattern potion type 2 for him. Hiss, spirit pattern potion type 2. Isn't this a potion newly developed by the Qingyuan group that is most suitable for low-level warriors to absorb? It can be considered a top-notch product even among bronze-grade potions. Who wants me to have a father who is a powerful warrior? Oh, I can't be envious. Actually, in Class 12, there are several people who are as talented as Cao Shichong. This includes Qin Yi, but there is no way, no one has better family conditions. In martial arts training, unless your talent is truly astonishing, it will be difficult to catch up with the material gap. Let's just talk about diet briefly. Like Qin Yi, he usually goes to the farmer's market to buy some vegetables and meat. But Cao Shichong has a dedicated nutritionist in his family, and he regularly cooks some monster meat containing the energy of heaven and earth. Same training. Their bodies absorb much more energy and nutrients than yours, so how can they compare? Cao Shichong listened to the envy and praise of the students around him. I really enjoy it from the bottom of my heart. Hum, who told you that your background is worse than mine and your talents are worse than mine? The world is not inherently equal. This chi and blood test will surprise you. Cao Shichong reached out and took out a blood-drawing needle placed in the slot aside, skillfully aimed the needle at his index finger and pricked it in. A drop of blood rolled out from the fingertips. Immediately afterwards, Cao Shichong dropped the drop of blood onto the funnel of the chi and blood tester. The blood beads penetrated quickly. Buzz buzz. The tester made a small noise. After about 3 or 4 breaths, the chi and blood test results appeared on the electronic screen. Blood value, 14.5. What? A health value of 14.5. Oh my god, my blood value has increased by 1.5 in just 1 month. That's too exaggerated. Is this the effect of Spirit Mark Potion Type 2? If this momentum continues, there is hope for squad leader Cao to get into a key martial arts university. Our Nanjong number 5 middle school didn't have a few key martial arts universities last time, right? As soon as this number comes out, the students present were immediately amazed. Even Zhou Ming pushed up his glasses in surprise. His habit of calculating numbers resurfaced. He has improved so much in 1 month, and there are still nearly 100 days left before the martial arts college entrance examination. A conservative estimate is that it is possible to increase the health value by another 4 or 5 points. Doesn't that mean that Cao Shichong can reach nearly 20 points of qi and blood before the martial arts college entrance examination? You must know that combat power is not a simple comparison of numbers. You are a warrior with a health value of 20 and have the same fighting skills, psychological quality, etc. It would be difficult to compete with 2 warriors with a health threshold of 10 if they came together. This principle is like a child with 100 kilograms of strength and an adult with 200 kilograms of strength. Not an enemy at all. Because the improvement of qi and blood is all round. This also includes improvements in speed and responsiveness. Not to mention that in today's Blue Star, the stronger your flesh and blood is, the more you can learn and adapt to more sophisticated martial arts techniques. Moreover, the improvement curve of qi and blood will only get faster and faster for these young people who are still developing. Very nice. Before the martial arts college entrance examination, work harder and sprint. Sha Rong nodded with satisfaction. As a class instructor, the better the student's martial arts college entrance examination score, the richer the performance rewards he can receive. There are not many young people like Cao Shichong in Nanjing No. 5 middle school who are qualified to enter key martial arts universities. Don't worry, Teacher Sha, I will definitely not slack off. After Cao Shichong put the blood needle into the cleaning pool, he pretended to be indifferent and handed it over, but the upward curve of the corner of his mouth still betrayed the ecstasy in his heart. Everyone has their own reasons for practicing martial arts. Like Qin Yi, he just wants to control his own destiny. Cao Shichong just enjoys the feeling of being sought after by everyone and being superior. Is 14.5 HP worth it? Qin Yi looked at Cao Shichong, who was walking back to the square formation, thoughtfully. After these 2 days of practice, I have definitely reached the qi and blood standards of a first-grade warrior. But whether it can surpass this 14.5, Qin Yi is really not sure because he has not tested it. Next, Li Shan. One by one, students walked to the qi and blood tester in an orderly manner to take the test. The gap between each person's vitality and blood value is also very obvious. Li San, health value, 9.1. Zhang Duohai, health value, 7.7. Zhou Ming, qi and blood value, 3.2. Next, Qin Yi. Is it finally my turn? Qin Yi strode to the qi and blood tester, picked up the blood needle, and inserted it into his fingertip. A drop of blood rolled onto the funnel. Buzz buzz. Soon, a line of numbers was displayed on the electronic screen of the tester. Qi and blood value, 17.6. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What's the situation? Shock and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. The shock brought by this number is too exaggerated. There was even a brief moment of silence. Then, all of them burst out. 17.6. It's more than 3 points higher than squad leader Cao. I remember Qin Yi's qi and blood test results last month. It seemed to be around 9 o'clock. How much improvement in 1 month? Is this a monster, or is there something wrong with the blood tester? It's impossible. If there was an error in the instrument, then why did everyone else's results just now be similar to my own? Ahem. Does it mean that Qin Yi just happened to be here? Cao Shichong even shook his head and said in disbelief, it's broken, it's definitely broken. 17.6, do you think it's possible? His self-esteem simply couldn't accept that there was someone in this class who could have a higher health value than him. To know before today, he has already set his sights on the entire Nanjing No. 5 middle school and even the top students in Nanjing City as his competitors. As for these classmates, he is just a tool man who can only marvel and praise him from the sidelines. Now a classmate suddenly appears with a much higher health value than him. There is no other explanation except that the instrument is broken. Among the crowd, only Zhou Ming's eyes flashed. He remembered what Qin Yi said about the changes in his body just now. Combined with the current test results, this guy couldn't have really awakened his superpower, right? Qin Yi, should you test again? Even Sha Rong spoke tremblingly after calming down. Even though he understood that the probability of error with such a precise instrument was too low, it was 17.6. This value is still a bit incredible. Qin Yi was helpless. Perhaps only the person present knows that this value is not wrong. If possible, Qin Yi would like to keep a low profile. But there was no way, his strength didn't allow it. Even if he waved his hand and said forget it, there was something wrong with the instrument, and Sharong probably wouldn't let him go. So Qin Yi had no choice but to pick up the blood needle again and drip blood drops. The test results came out soon. Qi and blood value, 17.6. Still no change. No, let the next person go up and test it. Only then can we see whether the instrument is broken. Cao Shichong said quickly. Maybe if another person comes up, the test result may be that the blood value reaches 20, but that's not necessarily the case. What he said is not unreasonable. So, Sharong quickly asked the next student to come up. As a result, the blood value tested was only 8.3. This time, only then did everyone believe that Qin Yi's health value had really reached a terrifying 17.6. Oh my god, when did such a big guy appear in our class? It's a little too outrageous. Comparing people to each other is really annoying. Others can increase their qi and blood points by more than 8 points in a month, which is higher than my total qi and blood points. It's so scary. Cao Shichong even murmured on the spot in a daze. It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense. However, no one asked how Qin Yi could improve so quickly within a month. Because since the energy of heaven and earth comes, all kinds of opportunities in this world may happen. For example, suddenly a space crack appears. If you walk in and take a look, there may be a fruit inside that can strengthen your body very quickly after you eat it. Or maybe you picked some natural treasure in the wild. Or maybe he suddenly awakened his talents or something. These are possible. Therefore, an unwritten rule has also been formed in Blue Star martial arts. That is, you cannot ask about the martial arts opportunities you have obtained when others have not taken the initiative to talk about it. This is an extremely disrespectful behavior. Ha. Okay, I didn't expect that such a martial arts wizard would appear in the class one taught. Sharong clapped his hands and laughed. Then, Sharong suddenly thought of something. By the way, Qin Yi, since you have this strength, you can try to compete for a spot in the Spark training camp. We have a total of 3 places in the 5th middle school. The trial will be held the day after tomorrow. I will send you the specific time and location later. Spark training camp. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. He has also heard about this training camp. To put it simply, it is a camp organized by Nanjing City for the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination to focus on training for potential candidates in Nanjing. In it, as long as you have outstanding talent, you can get a lot of resources. For high school students like them, being able to enter is definitely a huge opportunity. After all, in today's Blue Star, martial arts experts are the foundation of humanity. If we want to have a steady stream of new martial arts stars emerge, the issue of training and education cannot be left behind. Therefore, each survival base has certain mission indicators. The more geniuses can appear, the big figures in the survival base will also receive awards and generous gifts from the Great Sha Kingdom. So in fact, except for the Spark training camp in Nanjing City, basically other survival bases also have similar training plans. But, the day after tomorrow is the trial. This is not the news. Also, before today, Qin Yi's strength in the eyes of everyone was just that of a student who worked hard to be admitted to an ordinary martial arts school. Even in the class there are several people who are stronger than him. Naturally, there is no need to notify him to participate in the selection competition, because he will definitely be rejected. That's different now. A blood value of 17.6. Looking at the entire Nanjing number 5 middle school, there are only a few people who can surpass it and are qualified to compete for places. Cao Shichong looked ugly on the side. With his energy level, he would definitely participate in this trial. Originally, there were only 3 places in the entire 5th middle school, so it was already difficult to get into it. Now there's another contender. This made him feel a little irritated. He immediately said in a cold voice, the selection competition is not just a comparison of energy and blood. It just depends on who is taller. That requires actual combat. To increase so much energy and blood in such a short period of time, some shady means must have been used. The foundation must be unstable. In my opinion, it's useless even if you go to participate. It's just to embarrass myself. As soon as these words were said, Zhou Ming immediately became excited. Cao Shichong, shut your stinky mouth. I think you are jealous that Qin Yi's blood level is so much higher than yours. As for actual combat ability, don't worry. I don't know if I can win one of the 3 places. It's more than enough to defeat you. You. Cao Shichong suddenly became angry. Saw this scene. Other students also started whispering. Although Zhou Ming's qi and blood levels are not high, it is said that he has been working as an assistant in a well-known laboratory in Nanjing for a long time in his spare time. It is not easy for high school students to do this. So whether it is Cao Shichong, who has a father who is a powerful warrior and has a bright future in martial arts, or Zhou Ming, who is likely to make achievements in scientific research, they are all untouchable. There is no need to blindly take sides and cause trouble for yourself. You must know that this world is very realistic. If you can't get into the martial arts university, basically these people have to go to work, and everyone has to think about their future life. Okay, Zhou Ming, there is no need to argue over such a trivial matter. As long as you see the true chapter under your hands. Qin Yi was not angry and said calmly. If it is nakedly targeted, naturally, one must spare no effort to attack one's enemies and never be merciful. But Cao Shichong's behavior cannot be said to be too malicious. In fact, it is just the young man's self-esteem that is at work. Based on Qin Yi's 2 lifetime experiences, he would not care too much about a guy with a child's temperament. Besides, with the Underworld system, I have already surpassed Cao Shichong at the beginning of my practice. It is bound to get further and further apart in the future. There is no intersection anymore. After saying these words, the difference in structure between the 2 became obvious. A female student with twin ponytails even had her eyes sparkling. Qin Yi is so majestic and handsome. Why didn't I pay much attention to him before? Indeed, I used to think that Captain Cao was tall, mighty and very masculine. Now it seems that classmate Qin Yi is the Prince Charming in my heart. Oh, can you please stop being a nymphomaniac? Those eyes are almost glowing green, I'm scared just looking at them. In this world, handsome people cannot be eaten as food, but it's different if they are strong and handsome. The words of everyone made Cao Shichong's face turn red. At this moment, he felt like a clown who jumped out to be humiliated. Alright, continue with the qi and blood test. Next, Zhang Qingpeng, Sharong, who was watching the show, also spoke up at the right time, interrupting the situation that seemed to be getting worse. In fact, there are some minor conflicts regarding the competition among these students. As long as it's not too outrageous. He is a somewhat encouraging mentor. Young people, this is how they can be energetic and inspire the fighting spirit in their hearts. What are these petty fights now compared to facing those monsters and fighting between life and death? These little contradictions. It is a big deal for the students at the moment, but they will understand it when they see their comrades lying in a pool of blood and wailing, and when they see the flames of war swaying in the sky and the broken walls everywhere. What is happening now are just good memories. Under Sharong's organization, Class 12's qi and blood tests began to proceed in an orderly manner again. About 20 minutes passed. Finally, all the students' qi and blood tests were completed. Sharong nodded with satisfaction. Compared to a month ago, the improvement of everyone's energy and blood is still very obvious. This time, 2 more people have officially broken through the 10 health value mark and entered the ranks of warriors. I'm really happy for you. There are nearly 100 people in Class 12. Including Qin Yi, there are a total of 8 people who have exceeded 10 qi and blood. This result is considered above average among the 5th middle schools. Then, let's start the simulated battle between outstanding students. Qin Yi, you and Cao Shichong come up first to check it out. Upon hearing this, Cao Shichong immediately became excited. What followed was unconcealable excitement. The opportunity to avenge the shame came so quickly. Teacher Sha is really on the right track. Qin Yi's expression didn't change at all. He pressed his wrist and walked slowly to the open space in front of him. Excellent students battle. It has always been a fixed procedure after the gas and blood test. It's just that this time, Qinyi changed from a spectator to a combatant. If you are just a student who will be able to hit around 10 points of health value before the martial arts college entrance examination, then you don't have to pay attention to actual combat ability. Because the most common or bottom martial arts school, you can enter as long as you reach this health value. But if you want to go further and get into a better or even a key martial arts academy, then practical combat ability is necessary. After all, it comes down to it. In the end, martial arts still has to go to actual combat. Your physical qualities are all gorgeous, but what's the use if your hands tremble in fear when you see those monsters and monsters? When Cao Shichong saw Qinyi's appearance, he also walked to the open space with a sneer on his face. I made up my mind. We need to make the guy in front of us understand that there is a relationship between blood value and actual combat ability, but they cannot be equated. He was guided by the senior instructor of Muchuan martial arts school invited by his father. Usually focus on practical ability. In his impression, Qinyi's family seemed to be nothing outstanding. There must be no one to teach privately. Therefore, even if his health value lags behind, Cao Shichong is still confident that he can win this battle. Tell me, Qinyi or squad leader Cao, who will win? Classmate Qinyi, his energy and blood are more than 3 points higher. This gap is not small. It's hard to say. I think although Qinyi's health value is relatively high, squad leader Cao may have a greater chance of winning. How do I say this? If you think about the previous actual battles, squad leader Cao's opponent's HP was a little lower, but in battle it was a completely one-sided situation. That's it, it's obvious that there is still some room left. His crisp moves are obviously from professional training. I guess even a student with the same level of energy would be hard-pressed to withstand 10 moves. 2. Zhou Ming looked a little nervous when he heard these discussions. The retaliation just now was purely because Qinyi was his good friend. But from a realistic perspective, Cao Shichong is not just a pot of pills. Still capable of actual combat. Must win, Zhou Ming shouted in his heart. Sha Rong on the side was also looking forward to the upcoming showdown between the two. To be honest, Qinyi's sudden burst of energy and blood surprised him. But Sha Rong also has a big question mark in his mind regarding his actual combat ability. What Cao Shichong said just now is actually correct. You gain tremendous strength in a short period of time, and sometimes it is difficult to adapt to it. You may even pick up a cup and crush it uncontrollably. Therefore, in his heart, Sha Rong still preferred Cao Shichong to win this duel. Forget it, we'll find out later. Shaked his head. Sha Rong threw these complicated thoughts behind and said in a deep voice, the battle begins. Boom. The moment Sha Rong finished speaking, Cao Shichong exerted force with his right foot and sprinted towards Qinyi. The body was slightly arched. The fist peak is pressed down, and the elbow is in an angle. It's like a violent snake. Sha Rong's expression changed. With his knowledge, he can naturally see that this method of exerting force is extraordinary. This is Venom Punch. On the blue star, according to the power-generating technique of the method or the degree of stimulating the power of heaven and earth, it is divided into bronze, silver, gold, and other grades. Bronze-level martial arts is generally suitable for first and second-level martial artists to practice. Venomous Snake Punch is a technique that can be considered as low-grade bronze. Don't look at it as just low-grade bronze. But for these students, being able to master it is still an exaggeration. After all, in bronze martial arts, one must at least reach the physical fitness of a formal warrior before he can start practicing. Forced practice. It is very possible that the muscle tissue will be torn apart accidentally. Not only does it not improve chi and blood training, but it also has to be healed before the martial arts college entrance examination, which is a waste of precious time. So these students, being able to polish and understand the body's energy and blood is already very impressive right now, but there is no time to practice this method, or even practice it enough to fight. Basically, they use a relatively mild martial art such as Mang Niu Fist. That is to say, only those like Cao Shichong who have one-on-one guidance from a dedicated person dare to polish Venomous Snake Punch. Sha Rong rubbed his chin. This Venomous Snake Punch posture has reached Xiao Cheng's proficiency. It must have been practiced for a long time. It seems that this kid didn't feel any pressure in previous simulated battles. Never used it. While thinking, Sharong's muscles tightened and he took a step forward. Be prepared to intervene in this battle at any time. Although the other students present did not have Sharong's judgment, they did not know what kind of martial arts method this was. But it can also be seen. Cao Shichong's whole aura was different. Oh my god, you're so fast. Why does squad leader Cao seem to have turned into a venomous snake that swooped towards me? It's over. Qin Yi was stunned on the spot and didn't move at all. Looks like he was scared out of his wits. Sure enough, a real battle is not purely based on energy and blood. Otherwise, we can just compare the two numbers. Why fight? Zhou Ming even shouted nervously, Qin Yi, please move. That's right, Qin Yi is standing there without any reaction. But it's not because of fear. On the contrary, he was still a little excited. What even Qin Yi himself didn't know was that practicing the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra and enduring the bites of 5 terrifying imps in a medicinal bath had a subtle impact on his character. Those who practice the Dharma from the underworld will naturally find it easier to maintain absolute calm in battle. Don't think this thing sounds fake. But it is crucial in real battles. Some people will be completely panicked in a fierce battle. The methods they usually use to perfect their skills are full of loopholes when used, and they cannot use half of their strength. And some people are born for big scenes, able to remain absolutely calm in the desperate situation of life and death and find that fleeting glimmer of hope. Loopholes are all loopholes. In Qin Yi's eyes, Cao Shichong, who was flying towards him, looked fierce, but his whole body was full of flaws. Qin Yi. When the two were about to intersect, Cao Shichong let out a low roar. He had already expected that under this blow, the guy in front of him would be defeated instantly. However, at the critical moment, Qin Yi moved. Without any extra movement, at the perfect moment, his right leg was whipped fiercely. A harsh sound broke through the air. Before Cao Shichong could react, he hit him hard on the neck. Boom! A muffled sound was made. In an instant, Cao Shichong flew backwards quickly like a sandbag. Then it fell to the ground and rolled around for more than 10 times before stopping. The entire martial arts hall fell into deathly silence. After a few breaths of time, only then did everyone recover from the shock. Oh my god, just one move. Did you defeat the menacing squad leader Cao just now? Incredible. If you don't move, then the battle will end with the force of thunder. It's too scary. It turns out that classmate Qin Yi is not scared out of his wits, but purely confident. I can only say that the move is too pleasing to the eye. ... And Sharong, who was ready to take action at any time to stop the fight, his pupils were trembling slightly at this moment. This Qin Yi was too crisp and clear in his moves. There is no sloppiness at all. Hit Cao Shichong's vital points directly. Although Cao Shichong's attack just now had many loopholes in the eyes of a second-grade warrior like him. But know that when you're really in the middle of a fight. But there is little time to judge where there are flaws and how to deal with them. Many times, I just rely on instinct to fight. Let alone an opponent whose vitality and blood values are not much different. Being able to take action at the last moment and hit the vital point not only shows that he has remained calm, but also reflects his absolute confidence. Qin Yi doesn't look like a student with no combat experience at all. Instead, he looked like a bloody warrior who had gone through countless life and death battles in the wilderness. This person's future is limitless. It hurts, it hurts. While everyone was immersed in the sharpness of Qin Yi's kick, they were in awe. Cao Shichong rubbed his neck and stood up slowly. Only then did someone remember that they hadn't even checked on squad leader Cao's injury. Squad leader Cao, are you okay? Should I take you to the medical department? Do you feel any other discomfort? Cao Shichong stood up with difficulty and waved his hands slightly. It's okay, it's nothing serious. Subsequently, with a hint of unwillingness, he raised his hand and thanked Qin Yi. Thank you for keeping your hand. At that moment, Qin Yi did not hit his vitals, but slightly exerted force downwards. Even at the end, he could clearly feel that Qin Yi had withdrawn his strength. Although I hate to admit it, but there is indeed an insurmountable gap in strength between the two. Yes, now the chance of going to the Starfire training camp has become even slimmer. Among the three places, in Cao Shichong's eyes, one has already been reserved by Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded. This guy, besides being a bit competitive, is also a bit self-aware. The battle just now was indeed without any suspense for Qin Yi. After being polished by the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, his power-generating skills were much better than Cao Shichong's. Even, there is no need to use some of the martial arts methods in the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. Although when I first extracted the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, the system indicated that it was only a white-level magical power. But Qin Yi intuitively felt that some of the techniques included in it, such as the Five Ghost Fist, were much better than the moves Cao Shichong used just now. Maybe, the level of supernatural powers in the underworld is not of the same level as on Blue Star. Okay, classmate Qin Yi showed us what it means to stay calm during battle. Of course, I also want to thank classmate Cao Shichong for his wonderful confrontation. Then, let's move on to the next simulated battle. Xiaorong glanced at Qin Yi approvingly and continued to organize the duel. Soon, two more students whose vitality levels exceeded the 10-point mark came on stage. But with Qin Yi's pearls in front, the next few battles seemed a bit boring, making people lose interest. After the duel, everyone also conducted some basic training and teaching. Wait until get out of class is over. It was already evening. Campus entrance. Zhou Ming looked at Qin Yi as if he had seen a ghost. You guy, it was obvious that your physical fitness was not that of a formal warrior 2 days ago. What have you done to make such rapid progress? To be honest, I'm a little bit doubtful now whether you were taken away by some monster. Others didn't know clearly and thought that Qin Yi's energy and blood had made such a leap within a month. Zhou Ming remembers it. When he was at the martial arts hall the previous weekend, Qin Yi's boxing power was not yet within the scope of a formal first-class martial artist. In just 2 days, this improvement is a bit scary to say the least. Qin Yi scratched his head. Didn't I say something happened to my body? Furthermore, just because the transformation will be so amazing at the beginning, the speed should slow down a bit later on. On this point, I didn't lie. The reason why the vitality and blood values soared was mainly because the underworld carousel extracted the life force, and when soaking in the dark green medicinal bath, it had a miraculous effect for the first time. After that, it will be slower. Of course, that is also relatively speaking. The practice method relying on the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra is still much faster than the conventional method of polishing qi and blood. Really? Zhou Ming nodded. It seems that my half-baked data analyst will probably be of little use. It just so happens that the laboratory I'm helping in has a scientific research project recently. I don't think I have much time to start it. Hehe, this project is not a small project. After it is completed, I guess I will get extra points when I go to those scientific research universities. Oh, then I can congratulate you in advance. Qin Yi was also sincerely happy for Zhou Ming. Although it is said that the status of martial arts experts is unquestionable on the current Blue Star. But excellent scientific researchers are also very respected and enjoy extremely high treatment. Moreover, compared to martial arts academies, the number of scientific research universities is even rarer, and those who can enter one will definitely have good future development. HMPH, maybe you will have to use the weapons I developed and built in the future to kill those monsters. Zhou Ming grinned. Then, I will be waiting for the weapons you develop. When the time comes, don't let me fight empty-handed. Qin Yi responded teasingly. Necessary. We all have a bright future. Zhou Ming put on a serious expression. Yes, and in that future, there will definitely be no such disgusting monsters. Night, Yuming Community, Room 302. Qin Yi prepared another bucket of dark green, tumbling soup. After taking a deep breath, stepped right in. The familiar burning and stinging sensation came, but Qin Yi didn't even frown. He was used to this feeling. Even during this process, there is still time to think. I have to find a way to get some money to buy medicinal materials. Just when Qin Yi was running the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra to polish his body. On the bank of a broad river called Nanyan River in Nanjing City. A group of people wearing uniforms similar to flying fish, with the mythical beast Pixiu and several auspicious clouds tattooed on their chests, are stopping here. It is different from the silver and white clothes on others. The clothes worn by the middle-aged bearded man at the head were entirely pale gold, and he was obviously of a higher level. The bearded man took out a square token from his arms. The hazy spiritual energy surged in his hand. Then pour it into it. Not much time for news. The token emits a dazzling red light. Everyone's expressions change. That monster is indeed hiding in this river. Army, let's get ready to take action. HMPH, this beast is really brave. ... Liu Kang also looked cold. It is indeed hidden here. In recent days, people have disappeared in Nanjing City one after another, and the number of victims has reached dozens. Monsters are cunning. There is no pattern to where the action takes place. The intelligence of their demon suppression division is also very limited. However, the air in the place where the crime was committed will be humid compared to other places. Therefore, Liu Kang made a judgment. This monster should be hiding in a certain river. Unexpectedly, the first place to explore was near the Nanyan River, and the surging demonic energy was discovered. Everyone spread out, follow my instructions, and sprinkle the exorcism powder at the same time. We must ensure that this beast can't stand it at the first time and leaves the water. Liu Kang said in a deep voice. Yes, Army, everyone agreed immediately. Afterwards, they all jumped down from the embankment. Stepping on the water, as if walking on flat ground, he quickly ran in different directions. After 1 minute, all personnel are in place. They all held a small transparent bag containing white powder in their hands. Seeing this, Liu Kang stretched out his left hand and pointed to the sky. Put, swish swish swish. With an order, all members of the Demon Suppression Guard poured the white powder in their hands into the river. The moment these powders come into contact with running water, makes a sizzling sound. This exorcism powder is a product developed by the Third Research Institute of Daxia Kingdom. Non-toxic, odorless and pollution-free. But for creatures with demonic energy in their bodies, it is an aura that makes them extremely disgusted. Grr. Soon, Nan Yunhei reacted. The originally calm river water made a low surging sound. Coming. At a certain moment, Liu Kang's eyes narrowed. Pulling out the long sword on his back, the red sword body glowed dimly under the moonlit night. Aha! A dark monster that looked similar to a lamprey, but had short forelegs and a body length of nearly 2 meters rushed out of the water. His mouth opened wide. In its mouthparts, there are thousands of them densely arranged and neatly arranged. The tips are slightly curved, and the teeth that seem to emit a metallic luster will definitely make a timid person tremble. However, Liu Kang was not panicked at all. Holding the hilt of the long sword tightly with both hands, he stepped forward quickly. Seize the opportunity and slash with your sword. The monster's body split into two in an instant, and blue blood spurted out. It splashed on Liu Kang's clothes and slid down. Handsome, Captain Liu. HMPH, that's natural. Our army is a 5th-level warrior who can already control the energy of the world. We can't even deal with this monster easily. 2. ... A smile appeared on Liu Kang's lips. However, his face immediately darkened and he shouted, "Be careful." Swish 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 swish. In an instant, hundreds of bulges of water suddenly appeared. Dark monsters soared into the sky from the bottom of the water. There was even a dark monster that opened its mouth and bit the soul of a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Fortunately, the young man reacted quickly enough. He held the mouth opener with both feet and stabbed it in with the long knife in his hand. Ooh! The dark monster suddenly let out a baby-like whimper. Kill all these monsters. While Liu Kang shouted, he also slashed towards other dark monsters at high speed. Suddenly, all the members of the Demon Suppression Division took action to fight these monsters. However, there were too many of these monsters, and some of them saw that the situation was not good and quickly ran towards the embankment, disappeared into the grass, and disappeared. Wait until this team has killed all the dark monsters on the river. Liu Kang's face was gloomy, his miscalculation. Chasing me, don't let me go. These monsters are not too powerful for them, but if they were to face the ordinary people of Nanjing City, they would definitely be a one-sided massacre. Boo-hoo-hoo. Immediately afterwards, Liu Kang and others followed the direction in which the monster had just disappeared. In Yuming community. In the wooden barrel where Qinyi was, the color of the medicinal soup became extremely clear again. Obviously, The nutritional essence inside has been absorbed by Qinyi. Aha! Qinyi stood up, wiped his body briefly, and put on a short-sleeved shirt. Well, the feeling of energy and blood has improved a lot. The effect of this medicinal bath is simply not very good. After all, it is a hot spring from hell. Qinyi joked to himself. Monster detected in nearby range. The sudden prompt startled Qinyi. Monster. He was in the survival base, how could monsters appear? Could it be that? Is there a space rift born nearby? Qinyi became nervous instantly. Although if the underworld system suppresses monsters, you can get the ghost point rewards you dream of, as well as continuous ghost point income. However, the strength of monsters born from space cracks is completely unpredictable. There was even a situation where monsters emerged from the space cracks and nearly destroyed a survival base. More than 1 million casualties. Therefore, without knowing the level of strength of this monster, whether he can handle it or not, Qinyi will not attack rashly. After all, with the underworld system, as long as I am more stable, I am destined to stand at the top of the world. No need to be reckless. Taking out his mobile phone, Qinyi dialed the emergency number of Junmo Division. As an organization in the Great Sha Kingdom that specializes in dealing with the chaotic monsters in the survival base, they have considerable power distributed in each survival base. Drop. Hello, how can I help you? The call was answered instantly. The main calls to the Demon Suppression Department are mostly major matters related to monsters causing trouble, so the hotline will be contacted 24 hours a day and there will be dedicated personnel to deal with minor matters. As for whether someone out of boredom would call this number to harass me, you can try, but Great Sha's punishment for such unwarranted use of emergency resources is extremely harsh. No one wants to bear this price just for fun. There are traces of monsters here. The location is in Yuming community in the south of the city. Yes, I hope you can. Beep. The phone hangs up. Qinyi put the phone in his pocket. Next, all you have to do is wait quietly for the arrival of the Demon Suppression Department personnel. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 11. The Gate of Yuming Community. The monster that looked like a seven-thinking eel turned into a phantom and broke in. The path traveled along the way. There were lots of blue blood stains dripping from them. Without hesitation, it rushed directly into the nearest building. And Qinyi is in this building. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. Qinyi, who was in the room, had already put on alloy boxing gloves, and the barbs on them were emitting bursts of cold light. After hearing this prompt tone, he also frowned. Are you getting closer to yourself? In other words, the noise heard in the corridor just now must have been caused by the monster. Check. Monster. Vampire eel, seriously injured. Demon level. 1 star. Evaluation. A monster that relies on sucking human blood to strengthen itself. Once bitten by its mouthparts, its sharp teeth will generate strong sucking power and can quickly suck up the blood. The blood-sucking monster is seriously injured. Has this guy already fought against someone? However, I don't know what the concept of 1 star at this level is. While Qinyi was still thinking, boom, there was a huge noise downstairs. Then there was a frightened cry. Ah! Qinyi gritted his teeth. It seems that this monster has already started to take action. The probability of finding yourself later is not low. Now he is still seriously injured. If he wants to fight, it is a good time. It would be even worse if he drank blood and regained some status later. Thinking of this, Qinyi no longer hesitated. He opened the door with one quick step and rushed downstairs. What came into view was the image of the iron door of room 202 being violently broken open and the metal being bent and twisted. And in the living room, the huge mouthparts of the vampire eel are wrapping the upper body of the old man who lives here. The body squirmed as the blood was swallowed. Call out. Qinyi's right leg suddenly exerted force and rushed straight towards the vampire eel. I don't know if this vampire eel was too seriously injured and swallowed too selflessly, so I didn't react immediately. But facing this devouring monster, Qinyi would not negotiate a fair duel with it. He raised his right fist and hit it hard. At this time, a jet black energy surged in Qinyi's body. It is the underworld energy in the body that is born from practicing the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. This energy is like a supernatural power. When Qinyi takes action, it can help him exert strength far beyond his physical level. When facing Cao Shichong, it was a crushing situation, so this netherworld power was not used. And now in the life and death battle with this monster vampire eel, no matter whether the opponent is injured or not, he must go all out from the beginning. Boom! The fist with great power hit the vampire eel's body hard. The area where it was hit by the impact was directly dented. Blue blood with a little bit of red blood splashed onto Qin Yi's face. This bright red color is probably the result of the vampire eel sucking the old man's blood left in his body. Boom 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 boom. Qin Yi didn't stop and punched hard with both fists. The blood-sucking eel was beaten until its flesh and blood flew everywhere. It takes less than a minute. Then it ended its life, causing this monster to completely lose its life. Of course, the reason that made Qin Yi stop was the sound in his mind, otherwise it was just to be on the safe side. I don't mind adding a few more punches. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster vampire eel and gaining 80 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster vampire eel and gaining 32 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress vampire eels. Of course it was suppressed. With a thought. In Qin Yi's eyes, a spiritual body floated above the corpse of the vampire eel that only he could see. Please choose to judge the monsters and enter the 18 levels of hell. The current monster can choose tongue-pulling hell or scissors hell. And this operation, if you can choose between these two hells, there probably won't be any difference. So Qin Yi chose one at random and murmured, I will judge the vampire eel and enter the scissor hell. Sizzling. As the words of judgment fall, the surrounding void shook. A dark green door with the roars of all ghosts and simple gray Sanskrit characters engraved on it appeared. Two little guys holding steel forks walked out and bowed to Qin Yi. I've seen Mr. Ghost. Then he grabbed the vampire eel's spirit body and walked towards the inside of the door. Qin Yi looked inside the gate. I found that there was a vast desolate land inside, and some little ghosts were working hard, carrying something. According to rumors, in the scissors hell, victims will have their organs cut off and tortured to death. Then he would reshape his body and repeat the torture. I don't know if this is how the hell that the vampire eel entered works. Hoo-hoo. After the two little ghosts walked in, the dark green door slowly disappeared into the void and disappeared. Because it was only the spirit body of the vampire eel that was taken away by the underworld, the vampire eel and the old man who fell in a pool of blood remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. Qin Yi estimated that if he did not choose to suppress it, this spirit body should dissipate between heaven and earth on its own after a while and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unlocking achievements, suppressing monsters for the first time. Reward 150 ghost points. Unlocked another achievement. Qin Yi's face showed joy. In this way, he should have 230 ghost points on his body, which is enough to open the underworld carousel twice. Qin Yi quickly checked his panel. Name, Qin Yi. Position, internship 32 1/1000. Current number of demons suppressed, 1/5. The ghost points that can be obtained at each hour currently 1 point. Number of ghost points, 230. Acquisition methods, 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, Ranganyu Fist. Evaluation. The new member of Onishi who has just joined the job is still very unfamiliar with the road of suppressing darkness. After this battle, I gained a lot. Not only did he suppress the first evil spirit, he also gained a large number of ghost points. And there is also a suppressor that can continuously bring ghost points. Although it is only 12 ghost points in one day, it is still a large number when accumulated over time. Good. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, a man will not be rich without windfall, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. I was taking a medicinal bath at home when suddenly a monster came to my door. It was seriously injured. It was busy sucking blood to repair itself and had no energy to resist while eating. Don't be so lucky. I just pity this old man. Qin Yi glanced at the old man whose body was still half in the blood-sucking eel. Let out a sigh. This is the world. Even after the arrival of the mysterious power, the average physical fitness of human beings has greatly increased. But ordinary people still don't have much power to resist when faced with those monsters and monsters. That's why martial arts experts have such a respected status. Wealth, beauty, and power are all there. Not many people have any opinions. Because everyone understands that without the protection of martial arts experts, humans will have no place on Blue Star. At the same time, this is also one of the important reasons why Chinyi practices martial arts so much. No strength. If you want to survive, it's not up to you. Da da da. Outside, there was the sound of galloping footsteps. It was Lu Kang who got the news from the command center. He frowned. No, it smells like blood. Then he quickly ran towards the building where Chinyi was. 202 Indoor. Lu Kang looked at the corpse of the vampire eel that had been smashed beyond recognition. And the handsome young man standing aside calmly. Somewhat dazed. Did you kill this? Although there should be no suspense, Lu Kang couldn't help but ask. Chinyi nodded. I killed him. Speaking of luck. This monster has been seriously injured and has no resistance, so it can be killed by me. Only then did Lu Kang react. I see. Have you been seriously injured by your teammates? But, even so, without a certain degree of martial arts strength, it is impossible to kill this monster. This can be seen from the fact that the monster still has some energy left and can run all the way to this community and devour a resident. And, the skin of this monster is extremely hard even for ordinary people. If you want to smash it like this, the force required will definitely not be light. That's the truth. Chinyi's first punch had already stunned the eating vampire eel, so he didn't fight back. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Kang, and I am a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Young man, you did a great job. Killed this monster and avoided greater casualties. Well, ordinary people will be rewarded for helping deal with demons causing trouble. Is it convenient for you to leave your identity information and contact information? After our Demon Suppression Division determines the size of your contribution, we will contact you and give you a reward. Lu Kang said bluntly. Daxia has always had this policy. If there is no reward, then who of the capable people will risk their lives? It is better to do less than to do more. This neighborhood looks very rundown. There shouldn't be many people with martial arts abilities living here. This can be seen from the fact that all residences' doors and windows are still closed until now. Ordinary people who are weak can only stay at home quietly when encountering such a situation, waiting for rescue or the claws of the demon. The young man in front of me has strength. And he had the courage to take action and prevent more people from being killed, so he must be rewarded. On some level, this also helps them complete the work of the Demon Suppression Division. Reward. Chinyi's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a cash reward? You know, I am just worried about not having the funds to buy the materials for the next medicinal bath. If you can get a cash reward by killing this monster, that can really be regarded as timely rain. Of course, Lu Kang replied in the affirmative. Of course, if you. Before he finished speaking, Lu Kang looked at the ID card and the small piece of paper with contact information handed to him. Stunned. This guy. I thought he was the kind of young man who was full of passion and regarded money as dirt. I didn't expect to get so excited when it comes to money, even though I'm a little money crazy. Take the ID card. Lu Kang glanced at it, and then said in surprise, oh. At your age, you shouldn't have taken the martial arts college entrance examination, right? Yes, but it's coming soon. I will take part in this year's martial arts college entrance examination. Sure enough, a hero comes from a boy. Lu Kang nodded approvingly. Then, someone will contact you later. There will also be a dedicated person coming to collect and study the body of this monster. I have left before the incident on my side has been dealt with. After handing back his ID card, Lu Kang quickly left Yuming community. Chinyi looked at the middle-aged man's leaving figure and rubbed his chin. I wonder how much reward I will get for killing the monster this time. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it, you'll know when the time comes. Now, it's better to go back to the house and convert the ghost points you just obtained into long lots, and then draw them. ... Go back inside. Chinyi couldn't wait to convert the 200 ghost points into a long-term underworld sign. Then it was used. Kakaka. Soon, the ancient turntable in my mind started spinning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 points of pure life force. Warm energy poured into Chinyi's body from the top of his head. It soon integrated into the limbs and bones of the body. Has the chi and blood increased again? No matter what, extracting pure life power is equivalent to an improvement in hard power, and there is no loss at all. The second underworld long draw is drawn. Congratulations to the host for getting Little Ghost I1. Swish, swish, swish. Colorful rays of light flowed and condensed in front of Qin Yi. Finally, an eyeball with a scarlet diamond-shaped pupil and a dark background was shaped and stayed in the air. Qin Yi reached out and took it off. The pupil of this eyeball also contracted. What is this stuff? The introduction says that it is the pupil of an imp, a material used to make certain special weapons. But where can I find someone to make the weapons of the underworld now? Moreover, it is obvious that this is not the main material. If left alone, it will only gather dust for a long time. Never mind, I'll look for it tomorrow and see if there's anywhere to collect it. Qin Yi made a decision quickly. 10 birds in the forest are worth less than one in the hand. This thing will not be used for the time being. If it can be sold for a good price, it is better to sell it. Anyway, the current level of the underworld carousel is not particularly high since I am just an intern. What can be extracted in the future will only get better and better. Nothing to keep. As for whether he can get out, Qin Yi is not very worried. Since the arrival of Blue Star's mysterious energy, the frequency of space cracks has also been quite high. There are evil demons who come out of it and cause chaos in the world. There is also a secret realm that leads to a place full of spiritual fruits. It can be said, there are all kinds of strange natural and earthly treasures, and as time goes by, there will only be more and more in the illustrated book. Therefore, many large groups collect items that have not yet been developed for use. Take it to study or something. This little ghost pupil comes from the underworld anyway, so it should be quite rare. In exchange for some Daxia coins, we can solve the urgent need to purchase medicinal bath materials. After making up his mind, Qin Yi found a box and put Xiao Gatong in it. Afterwards, he continued to train in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra in the living room. Martial arts is all about perseverance. Even if Qin Yi has help from the underworld system, he can't slack off. Qingyuan Materials Sales Center. In a small box. Qin Yizheng closed his eyes and concentrated, waiting quietly. I went to the school to fill in my personal information for the selection competition, and then took a long vacation. The main thing is that with Qin Yi's current energy and blood, plus the assistance of the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, he can't learn anything in school. So I decided to see if I could find a place to remove the little ghost pupils from my hands. At this moment, the Qingyuan group should be conducting a series of appraisals such as material analysis and energy fluctuation detection on Little Ghost Tong. It's good to judge whether there is any value to be charged. Boom. The box door was pushed open, and a man with a middle-parted head walked in with a smile. Place the opened box in your hand on the table. Lying on the black gauze inside was none other than Xiao Gatong. Hello Mr. Qin. This object has been appraised by our group and can be collected. The final recycling price was 213,000 Daxia coins. 213,000. Qin Yi nodded. Before coming here, I had been to several places. The prices given are all lower than 213,000. Qingyuan Group is truly a powerful enterprise in the entire Gaoyang province. The action is grand. Okay, I agree to this recycling price. After Qin Yi pondered for a moment, he spoke directly. Maybe if you spend more time and find some black markets or private transactions, you can sell it at a higher price. But there is no guarantee in that case. Secondly, it will delay your martial arts practice, which is putting the cart before the horse. Qin Yi needs money because practicing medicinal bathing is too expensive. He is not a money-obsessed young man as Lu Kong thought. Okay sir, please sign the formalities here. The man with the middle-parted head said immediately. 3 minutes passed. The formalities are signed. Didi. The Qingyuan group also worked very efficiently, and 213,000 Daxia coins were directly transferred to Qin Yi's card. A prompt was uploaded on the mobile phone. But when Qin Yi opened it to confirm. But I found that there were actually 2 arrival messages. The other one is the reward given by the Nanjong Town Magic Division branch. 100,000 Daxia coins have arrived in the account. So fast. Qin Yi had a surprised look on his face. Last night, Lu Kong said that he would not reward himself until they made an internal judgment on the contribution value. I originally thought it would take at least a few days to go through the process. I didn't expect to act so quickly. Also, as an organization that maintains law and order in the survival base, the budget given by Daxia has always been sufficient. To put it simply, it is not short of money. Naturally, I won't engage in procrastination or ink blotting. Mr. Qin Yi, do you need anything else? After the man with the middle-parted hair put away the box, he continued to ask politely. Certainly, I still need to buy some materials. When Qin Yi came out of the sales center again. I already have a month's worth of medicated baths nearby. A total of these cost Qin Yi about 300,000 Daxia coins. The newly rich pockets were quickly deflated again. There are only tens of thousands of Daxia coins left. The speed at which warriors spend money is really like running water. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. This huge sum of money for me was spent immediately before I could hold it in my hands. Of course, Qin Yi will not regret it either. After all, money should be spent wisely. Put the medicinal materials back first. Then I went to a martial arts school to practice the Demon Slayer Three Swordsman in the Body Refining Sutra. Qin Yi thought about today's plan. To be honest, practicing the poses in the living room every day is too difficult to perform. Qin Yi got angry several times and smashed the furniture. There is no way, the conditions are too bad. For example, Cao Shichong's home has a special practice room where he can perform to his heart's content at any time. Qin Yi can only go to the school's martial arts hall to practice on weekends. And the blessing of the pure life force drawn through the underworld wheel last night. Qi and blood have made another huge improvement. The muscle tissue is almost able to withstand the Demon Slayer Three-Sword martial arts in the Body Refining Sutra. This is the convenience of the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra for polishing one's own flesh and blood. There are many basic martial arts methods in the underworld, step by step. Each move can increase the resonance with the power of heaven and earth and increase the strength of qi and blood in the process of practice. Very mysterious. Muchuan Martial Arts School. A famous chain martial arts gym in Nanjing. Qin Yi strode in. Come to the front desk. Hello, classmate, what do you need? The receptionist asked with a smile. Qin Yi was stunned at first. Then he reacted. Because I went to school in the morning to fill out the information form for the selection competition, I was wearing the uniform of Nanjing No. 5 middle school and didn't bother to change it later, so I was recognized as a high school student at a glance. I want to go to the martial arts gym to practice. Okay. The receptionist picked up his finger and put it in front of the electronic screen in preparation for registration. The fee for the martial arts center is 600 Daxia coins per hour. If you are a member, you can get a 20% discount. Are you a member? Is it 600 Daxia coins per hour? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. It's really expensive. Even if you are a member, it costs 480 Dasha coins per hour. What's more, all martial arts schools basically require a certain amount of consumption to be upgraded to a membership. Qin Yi used to be very careful about his diet, so it was naturally impossible for him to be a member of Muchuan Martial Arts School. I'm not a member. Let's open it for 4 hours first. Qin Yi shook his head and said. The receptionist still kept smiling and said while entering information. Okay, the total fee for 4 hours is 2,400 Daxia coins. Do you need to choose a mentor? We have 3 senior instructors sitting in the hall today. The list is next to it. You can take a look. No need. Qin Yi decisively refused, but I know that venue fees are not actually the main profit-making item for the Budokan. Those are the mentorship sessions. The prices are also very expensive. However, for Qin Yi, from the moment he obtained the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, the essence and subtleties of the methods in it had been stuffed into his mind like an enlightenment. No one is needed to guide you. Practice the above methods. It's just to polish one's own flesh and blood tissue, increase qi and blood, and at the same time adapt oneself to these martial arts. Okay, here's your pass, please take it. The reception staff didn't offer much advice. I handed over the pass directly. There was an electronic count on it, and the time was 4 hours. When Qin Yi waited, he swiped his card to enter the martial arts gym. This number will then start to beat less. Nanjing Muchuan Martial Arts Hall, inside the martial arts venue. There are a few people here and there who are training in martial arts. The walls here are all made of memory alloy made of silver-grade material. As long as the power of the blow does not reach the threshold of a 5th-grade warrior. Even if they are dented, these memory alloys will slowly recover. In addition, there are all kinds of martial arts equipment and facilities around. The cost is high. Therefore, the venue fee of 600 per hour is actually not expensive. Now, in the center of the field, an innocent girl with long black hair and fair skin was holding a lancet and attacking a bald man holding a wooden knife. Swish, 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 swish. The lancet's offensive is fierce. The sword's light flashed coldly. However, the bald man dealt with it with ease. The wooden sword in his hand can always be hit on the back of the sword, neutralizing the attack. Snapped. Finally, the bald man's eyes narrowed. He directly knocked the innocent girl's lancet to the ground. Yes, your round leaf knife skills have almost reached a certain level of success. When attacking, we always pay attention to being both offensive and defensive. But that's also your biggest problem. The way of the sword blindly pursues safety, but it lacks the ability to make the final decision when the opponent reveals a flaw. Actually, having both offense and defense is a better word. It's a bad word, but your sword skills make me cower and make me feel no fighting spirit at all. Faced with harsh comments from the bald man, Su Wanning was not annoyed. After picking up the lancet on the ground, she respectfully held her hands in her hands and thanked him. Thank you, Master Wu, for your guidance. Sun Shan, the white-haired old man who was watching the battle, smiled bitterly. Old Wu, you are a little too harsh. Wanning uses a medium-grade bronze sword technique. It is already very good to have such a level. Wu Menghai rolled his eyes. Didn't I praise you too? Besides, you came to me just to solve the problems in their sword skills. If you just say nice things, you can go to the street and find a knife seller. He will definitely praise you for how good you were and that you were born to use a knife. Yes, that's my problem. Sun Shan thought about it, and it made the same sense. However, as the instructor of Nanjong No. 1 Middle School, today he specially invited his good friend Wu Menghai, the deputy director of Muchuan Martial Arts School who is excellent in swordsmanship, to give guidance to his 3 sword-wielding candidates who are about to take the martial arts college entrance examination. Of course, there is also the meaning of showing off. After all, the swordsmanship of these 3 people was absolutely good among the previous students in No. 1 Middle School. As a result, the first 2 people came on stage, but they were still severely demoted. They really lost face. Shuzi, go ahead and show Master Wu your problem. Helpless, Sun Shan had no choice but to turn his head and look at the young man in white. This was his last trump card. Yes, teacher, Shuzi, who was standing aside, agreed, and then walked up to Wu Menghai with a long knife. Master Wu, please give me some advice. Boom. The next second, Shuzi's momentum suddenly exploded. The whole person pounced on it like a tiger, holding the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, and chopped with all his strength from top to bottom. Oh, interesting. It's rare to have such ferocious energy at such a young age. Wu Menghai showed an interesting smile. Then he stretched out his wooden knife. Resisted. However, no matter how violent Shuzi's attack was, Wu Menghai was still able to accurately hit the point on the back of his sword where the force was released. The most important thing is, from beginning to end, the strength Wu Menghai used was within the threshold of a first-grade warrior, which was an explosive power of about 10 qi in blood. Compared with the physical fitness of these 3 outstanding Nanjong College entrance examination students, they are much weaker. No way. After all, Wu Menghai's level of swordsmanship is not comparable to that of the 3, and although his strength is not much use, the level of martial arts is here after all, and his insight and reflexes are still there. Bang 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 bang. Shuzi's blows were heavier than the last, but he still couldn't break through Wu Menghai's watertight defense, and the veins on his forehead knotted together anxiously. In his heart, he was actually extremely arrogant. Even if the opponent is a 5th-grade warrior who has already controlled a trace of the power of heaven and earth, he is still dissatisfied by being able to resolve the attack so easily. Especially in front of Wanning. At least, he must be forced to use power beyond the threshold of a first-grade warrior. Boom. The next second, Shuzi kicked his legs violently, jumped up, and slashed down with all his strength with the long knife in his hand. The tiger comes down the mountain. Wu Menghai frowned and his expression became slightly serious. The wooden sword in his hand moved forward a little at a certain moment. Boom! Shu Zi's knife immediately came out of his hand. After spinning continuously in the air, it hit the ground and shook for a few times before stopping. Shu Zi also lost his hands and squatted on the ground. A crisp sound came out. Click! Above the wooden knife Wu Menghai held, a small crack that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye appeared. Oh my, why is this young man so cruel? It's just a discussion. You've just passed the easy break. If you go forward so bravely and leave no way for yourself to fall back, sometimes you will suffer a loss. Wu Menghai smiled and shook his head. However, he immediately changed the subject. But, your sword skills are pretty good and domineering enough. Among all the college entrance examination students in Nanjong City, your swordsmanship should represent the top level. Wu Menghai, who was originally unable to force him, burst out with more force, and Shu Zi was still a little frustrated. After hearing these words, his expression immediately cheered up. Thank you very much, Master Wu, for the compliment. Ha 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 ha, Lao Wu, what do you think? Shu Zi is a good young man, right? Sun Shan said with a big smile. At that moment, Wu Menghai was obviously a little more serious. You know, it is not an exaggeration to describe the gap between him and Shu Zi as a huge chasm. It can make such strong men be a little more serious. Even if you hold back and hit hard, it's still amazing. This scene, it even attracted the attention of most of the people training around the martial arts field. Hiss, this boy is still a student who has not taken the martial arts college entrance examination. The force just now made me feel like one of those warriors who had been fighting and training in the wilderness area for a period of time. It's really a bit awesome. Compared to that, I was so good in high school. Oh, don't even look at her. She is definitely a good candidate for our Nanjong City College entrance examination. Lao Zhang, please don't mess with her. You. The discussions among the people around him made Shu Zi even more excited. Shu Zi, are you okay? Su Wanning saw Shu Zi's face turned a little pale and asked with concern. No. It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. You'll be able to recover in a while. Shu Zi gasped and stood up slowly. Value, so worth it. This knife really shows off its style. Maybe Wan Ning has already fallen in love with me at this moment. Swish swish swish. Just when everyone stopped training, the martial arts field fell into a brief silence. A sharp sound broke through the air. Everyone turned to look. I found a handsome young man holding the standard long knife provided by the venue, and he was cutting forward one after another. After trying a few knives, Qin Yi nodded. The long knives equipped in this martial arts hall are made of very good quality. Fortunately, the martial arts school has preparations here. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if you come to practice knife skills without even bringing a knife. People from Number 5 Middle School. Kong Ji, another of the 3 knife-wielding students, noticed the school uniform on Qin Yi at a glance. He showed a surprised look. Shu Zi said with unabashed disdain, so he's from Number 5 Middle School. He actually spent money to go to a martial arts studio to practice swordsmanship. Haha, I'm still using the weapons provided by the martial arts school. What a waste of money. Mainly when Qin Yi shines. It was really unpleasant to suddenly attract everyone's attention. And, Shu Zi is right. If you were a real knife user, you would bring your usual weapon, right? Even if they are all practicing swordsmanship, each person's method of practice and the style they focus on are different. For example, Su Wanning uses the lancet. And he used a heavy knife. Of course, after all, they are students from Number 5 Middle School, so it is normal that they are not as professional as them. In this world, many people's martial arts talents are already determined as soon as they are born. If both parents are strong in martial arts, the probability of giving birth to a child with talent and excellence will of course be much higher. Compared with Nanjong Number 5 Middle School, I don't know how much better the quality of the original students is. In addition, family conditions and teacher training are also very different, and the gap will only widen under normal circumstances. Very simple example. This time, Sun Shan brought 3 potential swordsmanship students from Number 1 Middle School to Muchuan Martial Arts School for sparring guidance from the deputy gym master who was proficient in swordsmanship. How could those teachers in number 5 middle school have the connections to know such people? For the 5th middle school, those who can reach the chi and blood threshold of a first-grade warrior and have the opportunity to be admitted to the lowest martial arts university are the best among the students. Only the top ones can hope to compete in key martial arts universities. But for Nanjong, no. 1 middle school, all of their better students are very sure to be admitted to key martial arts universities. Therefore, when Shuzi saw the school uniform Qinyi was wearing, he naturally took it lightly. Indeed, the way of the sword is not that simple. Wu Menghai on the side also said. However, maybe you are just starting out and have not yet found a path that truly suits you. This guy's attitude. Suddenly, Wu Menghai's eyes froze. Qinyi, who was present, was now a little familiar with the long knife in his hand. So, let's get started. In an instant, Qinyi's whole aura was different. Others only felt that the young man seemed to have suddenly become more angry. But in the eyes of Sun Shan and Wu Menghai, 2 martial arts masters who had come into contact with the secrets of the energy movement of heaven and earth, there was a feeling that they had suddenly transformed from a boy in the sunshine to a Shira who came out of hell. That's right. You know, in this world, many people have their own aura. If you have been in control of a huge group for a long time, you will have the final say in many decisions. Standing there, he naturally gives off the aura of an irresistible superior. It would be even more terrifying if you were a powerful warrior who had been fighting in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood for a long time. A look in your eyes would be enough to make a mentally weak person collapse. Some people can even produce evil spirits that are almost condensed into substance. And Qinyi, at this moment, Ruoyorao has an aura emanating from his body. It gives people a sense of decay that fills the surroundings with deathly silence. Is it an illusion? Aha! The next second, Qinyi held a long knife in his hand and began to swing it. One move at a time. Sonorous and powerful, each action looks simple, but is extremely effective. The most important thing is that at the beginning, Qinyi was still a little unfamiliar. But as time goes by, he is becoming more and more proficient in the use of Demon Slayer 3 swordsman. This kid, although his sword skills are weird, upon closer inspection, he is very particular. Wu Menghai slowly exhaled and gave a pertinent evaluation. Of course, for him, maybe the mystery of Demon Slayer 3 swords is not as good as his level of swordsmanship. But you have to know. The handsome young man in front of him is just a high school student. Chi and blood strength and physical fitness must be limited. Even if you try to forcefully perform many mysterious moves, your body may be overloaded and directly injured. To be able to do this is already amazing. Sun Shan was also surprised. It's unbelievable, there is such a good seedling in number 5 middle school. Sun Shan is not a swordsman, and the moves of the Demon Slayer 3 swordsmen are very strange, so it is hard to tell whether Qinyi's sword skills are stronger or weaker than those of his 3 students. But since Wu Menghai commented like this, there must be 2 brushes. It seems that even in some middle schools with weak teaching staff, there can still be talented students who grow up in adversity. Before the martial arts college entrance examination, you have to work up your spirits. Su Wanning murmured with her red lips slightly open. Hateful. Shuzi listened to Su Wanning's words and saw that the limelight that originally belonged to him was taken away by a kid from the 5th middle school. My heart was suddenly filled with anger. He couldn't help but sarcastically said, "It's just a flower stand." In actual combat, he can't break through Director Wu's defense at all. Shuzi's words have a certain meaning. After all, for him, being able to cause even a hint of damage to the opponent's weapon during a sparring match with Wu Menghai was definitely an impressive achievement. When Wu Menghai heard this, his thoughts moved. To be honest, Qinyi's sword skills indeed look very unique. He also wanted to know what effect this sword technique would have in actual combat. Maybe it's really just a matter of showing off one's fists and embroidering one's legs. It's a very simple truth. When you are playing knife on your own, you can follow the most perfect route in your mind for every move and style. But in actual combat, will the opponent use personal weapons? What will happen? These are all unknowns. After being disrupted, it is important whether you can change your moves consistently to deal with this. If it can't be done, then this set of sword skills is no different from those specially used for performances. Just looking at this weird sword angle, Wu Menghai really couldn't imagine how to change his moves. Then, adhering to the obsession and enthusiasm for the way of the knife, he immediately walked forward quickly and smiled. Little brother, I think your sword skills are very interesting. I wonder if we can discuss it. If possible, I'll cover your venue fees. Maybe I can even guide you. Of course, I only use about 10 health points to fight. Saw this scene. The people around couldn't help but start discussing. Wu Guan mainly mentors this young man. You know, his tuition fee is quite high. This young man has made a lot of money. Oh, that's wrong. I happen to be a swordsman, and this boy's moves are weird and unpredictable. In a fight, it might make Hall Master Wu draw some parallels. Hiss, what you said is a bit outrageous, making Wu Guanju understand the analogy. You might as well say that the library owner is passionate about talent. ... Qin Yi raised his head. He looked at Wu Menghai. When he came in with a long knife just now, Wu Menghai's guidance to the three of them had actually ended. Then when I was practicing swordsmanship, there was a burst of inexplicable comments from people around me. Qin Yi basically didn't take it to heart. Because the venue fee here is expensive. I am not here to receive praise or to win praises. In the limited time, polishing myself is the right way. Unexpectedly, this guy actually came up to discuss with me. Do you use a combat power of about 10 health points? It's a bit contemptuous. But, to be able to be called a gym leader, this guy should be really strong. Excluding the crushing duel against Cao Shichong, I haven't had a serious fight with anyone yet. Look at your current strength. It's not impossible no matter what the situation is. Moreover, in a fierce battle, because the cells are excited and mobilized, it is easier to break through one's own limits. This is also common sense. And it can also reimburse expenses, so why not? Okay, then let's discuss it. After Qin Yi thought for a moment, he agreed. The two men immediately walked to the middle, holding weapons and looking at each other. Kong Ji looked a little nervous. What do you guys think of this guy's actual combat ability? Will it force Hall Master Wu to use more than 10 points of qi and blood? The main thing is that what the three of them have not been able to do is achieved by a student from number 5 middle school. It wasn't just them who lost it, but it is the name of Nanjong number 1 middle school. What are you thinking about? Shu Zi sneered. It's just a flower stand. When will the battle end? It just depends on when Master Wu will end this boring farce. Sun Shan glanced at Shu Zi. This kid is good at everything, but he has a strong determination to win. But, maybe for warriors, this is not a shortcoming. Today's human beings can stand on Blue Star. It relies on tough competition. Compete with monsters for living space, and compete with other creatures for the secret realm of cracks. If you don't have desires or desires for everything, it will only make you more troublesome. Little brother, you take action first. Wu Menghai held a wooden knife in his hand and spoke with a smile. A wooden knife. Qin Yi took a deep breath and said nothing more. Move the alloy steel knife in your hand horizontally. Then, please give me some advice. Boom. The next moment, Qin Yi's body suddenly rose. Step forward quickly. Tease. The steel knife slashed towards Wu Menghai's face from the lower left at a strange angle. Boom. However, it was pushed away with a wave of the wooden knife in his hand. It's so strong. This guy's energy and blood are not weak. In just this moment of confrontation, Wu Menghai made a judgment. He fought against these students, although it was said that he relied on his strong insight to attack the weak points in the sword techniques. It's a bit like lifting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. But the stronger the opponent's explosive power, the harder it is for him to resist. It's very simple. A huge vehicle is impacting. You are holding a wooden chopstick and trying to block it with skill. Impossible. When the difference in strength reaches a certain limit, it will be too difficult to overcome strength with softness. Qin Yi was not hit by Wu Menghai's move. Before taking action, he already knew that the person in front of him was probably at a very high level of martial arts. It's not surprising to have such a hand. However, it is much more interesting to have such a partner than to compete alone. Then see if you can stay this relaxed forever. Qin Yi's eyes also lit up with fighting spirit. Stab, collapse, chop, wipe. The alloy steel knife in his hand continued to attack fiercely. Qin Yi, who was already familiar with the essence of the 3 ghost-killing swords included in the body-refining sutra, became more and more accustomed to the feeling of using a sword in such a battle. The intuitive feeling this gave Wu Menghai was that the boy in front of him was making rapid progress. His pupils trembled slightly. Incredible, incredible. Every move seemed to deepen his understanding of the way of the sword. This man is a swordsman wizard. It's incredible. This kid's sword skills are gradually becoming a little bit natural. Sun Shan looked at the 2 people on the battlefield and said in amazement. Regardless of any martial arts method, currently, there are 5 rough divisions on Blue Star to evaluate the progress of mastery. They are beginner, Xiaocheng, Dacheng, comprehensive and natural. And Qinyi gives people a natural feeling of using this sword technique without leakage. Even Xu Zi, who had always looked down on Qinyi, was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He had to admit, this guy's sword skills are indeed exquisite. Su Waning's beautiful eyes moved slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. The first sword to kill a ghost, destroy the ghost. Aha! At this moment, Qinyi raised his long knife and slashed towards Wu Menghai in an arc. Not good. Wu Menghai came to his senses instantly. He focused his attention on the sword, which was able to block Qinyi's offensive. Remove the power of the long knife upwards. The second sword to kill the ghost, split the ghost. Aha! Qinyi's attack did not freeze, but he slashed the sword from top to bottom. A sharp sound broke through the air, directly pointed at Wu Menghai Tianling. What a coherent connection. In a hurry, Wu Menghai instinctively raised the tip of the wooden knife in his hand to resist. However, in a head-on confrontation, how can a wooden knife compete with an alloy steel knife? Click click click. Nothing unexpected. Starting from the tip of the knife, the wooden knife was shattered and shattered, with sawdust flying everywhere. Kang. Crucial moment. Wu Menghai's index finger and middle finger exuded a faint aura and clamped the long knife. Then he said with a wry smile, "Little brother, I'm convinced. Among the Nanjing College entrance examination candidates, there are swordsman wizards like you. It's really incredible." The whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, what's going on? Master Wu is forced to use power beyond Tenchi and blood. It's not nonsense. The knife is placed on the forehead. Do you want to watch it being struck? This boy is too exaggerated. Even the top 3 students from number 1 middle school just now didn't make it this far. In terms of sword skills alone, he is already too far ahead. ... Master Wu, please don't forget the venue fee you just mentioned. Qinyi said directly, his expression still relatively calm. After all, the opponent has been using only 10 health points, so he is very reserved, and he has nothing to be happy about. Of course, if Qinyi uses the power of the netherworld in his body, Wu Menghai will definitely be beaten faster and use his true strength. It's just not necessary. Ha 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 ha. Naturally, I will definitely not default on the debt. Not only that, from now on, all the venue fees for my little brother's visits to Muchuan Martial Arts Hall will be charged to me. It is also a good thing to be able to contribute to the rise of a sword genius. Wu Menghai was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Then thank you, Master Wu." Qinyi cupped his hands and thanked him. The boss is so generous. The venue fees are all covered, so you won't have to worry about having no place to practice. Immediately, Wu Menghai thought of something. By the way, I still don't know what my little brother's name is. Where did he learn from him? To be able to master such exquisite sword skills at such a young age must be under the guidance of an expert. My name is Qinyi, and I am still a student of Nanjing No. 5 Middle School. As for swordsmanship, no one teaches me, I just practice it casually. Qinyi also gave a simple answer. The main reason is that no one really teaches me. I would like to say that the sword skills come from the underworld. Do you believe it? Qinyi, are you treating people like monkeys? Practice casually. It's so obvious that I won't bring you a cup. When Shuzi heard this, he immediately became furious. All the limelight was stolen. He was already very unhappy in his heart. This person actually said that swordsmanship is just a matter of casual practice. Isn't this humiliating him? It's better for others to practice casually. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Qinyi said calmly. The young man has a strong sense of belonging, and there is no need to give him a good look. Shuzi was angry. Shuzi, don't be rude. Let's go, there is a training camp at school in the afternoon. Sun Shan shouted in a deep voice. This child has seen too little of the world. From Sun Shan's point of view, Qinyi obviously didn't want to reveal the name of the person behind the scenes, so he prevaricated. Not intentionally showing off. Yes, teacher Sun. Shuzi lowered his head and responded. Then he looked at Qinyi. I was too impulsive just now. With Qin's strength, I think he will definitely participate in the Spark training camp. When the time comes, we will have a good fight. Snapped. Sun Shan patted Shuzi's forehead. Still saying harsh words. Where did you learn this? Old Wu, I'll take my leave now. Well, walk slowly. Afterwards, a group of 4 people walked out of the martial arts field. Qinyi didn't pay much attention to Shuzi's words. As far as the current combat power is concerned, this guy is no match for him. Not to mention the future. There is no 30 years to Hedong and 30 years to Hexi. Own the underworld system. It is destined to make the gap between the 2 people wider and wider. Director Wu. Then I'll focus on practicing my sword first. Wu Menghai nodded. Little friend Qin, mind yourself. I'm ashamed to say that, as far as your sword skills are concerned, I have nothing to teach you. According to his judgment, the level of swordsmanship Qinyi used just now should be regarded as peak bronze level. This is something that many second-grade warriors find difficult to understand. The most terrifying thing is that Qinyi's proficiency in using this sword technique has almost reached the level of nature. There is absolutely no place to correct me. This is my contact information. If you have any trouble in the future, you can contact me. Said. Wu Menghai handed over a business card. After Qinyi took it, he also left the martial arts field. Nanjong Muchuan Martial Arts School, Deputy Director Wu Menghai. Qinyi put the business card into his pocket. He picked up the alloy steel knife in his hand and started practicing again. The next morning, Nanjong No. 5 Middle School Martial Arts Hall is crowded with people. The eyes of many students were full of expectations. Did you read the list announced last night? My God, everyone there is a famous figure in our 5th middle school. Xiao Zuian or Shen Yu, which one is not the best among us in number? 5 middle school. Today's trial is really interesting. Speaking of that list, why have I never heard of someone named Qinyi on it? At this time, a blue-haired boy in the crowd said doubtfully. Logically speaking, those are the people with the highest qi and blood among our 5 schools. There shouldn't be any dark horses. Hey, don't you understand? There is a shady story. A man with triangular eyes shook his head. What, there's a shady story? I just said that this kind of default list is prone to problems. If Qinyi can do it, so can I. The triangular-eyed man chuckled twice. What are you in a hurry for? Then Qinyi is just a clown. Even if you make it to the selection list, so what? If you want to get a spot in the Spark training camp, you have to have a public duel in the gym. If you don't have the strength, you can only get beaten up and embarrassed in public. After hearing this, the student's originally angry mood gradually calmed down. 2. Even if you can get on the list. But in public, you can't do anything fake. When the time comes, being beaten violently will be nothing if not humiliating oneself. Shut up, you know nothing. Sudden, a loud shout rang out. Everyone turned to look. A young man wearing glasses looked at them with a red face and thick dark circles under his eyes. His expression was extremely angry. The person who came was none other than Zhou Ming. I did an all-night experiment last night, but knowing that there was a trial for the Spark training camp today and Qinyi would participate, I still hurried here. After all, for the 5th middle school, there are only 2 or 3 training camp spots every year. Basically, those who can get good results in the martial arts college entrance examination are the young ones who have entered the training camp. This is very important to Qinyi. Zhou Ming naturally didn't want to miss it. Unexpectedly, when I first arrived, I heard so many people slandering the fairness of the selection list. Qinyi's strength makes it more reasonable to be included in the list. You must have heard of Cao Shichong, who is also on the list, right? He can't survive a single move from Qinyi. Cao Shichong, who happened to be walking to the venue from the side, heard the roaring words, and his cheeks instantly turned red. The walking speed immediately doubled. If you support Qin Yi, support him. Can you please stop beating me to death? Killed instantly with one move. This is so shameless. How can I, Cao Shichong, survive in number 5 middle school? But there is nothing we can do. Qin Yi's current public record is that he defeated Cao Shichong cleanly. What, really or not, I know that Cao Shichong's blood value has already exceeded the 10-point threshold. Speaking of which, Qin Yi really has this strength. You can't lie to us. No, I know this person. He is from class 12. He also published an article in Nanjing Scientific Research magazine. Is this so? In today's Blue Star, the average physical fitness of people has been greatly improved. Vision problems are basically gone. Therefore, Zhou Ming, who wears glasses, is still somewhat recognizable in number 5 middle school. After such a small episode, many people have some expectations for Qin Yi. Perhaps killing Cao Shichong instantly with one move seemed to them like Zhou Ming was bragging a bit, but the fact that he defeated Cao Shichong should be true. Soon, the crowd has gradually poured into the martial arts hall. The venue at the moment. The stages were set up last night. The students quickly walked to the area they were more interested in. Just when the trials were about to begin, Qin Yi quickly ran to the door of the martial arts hall. Fortunately, I caught up. When I woke up in the morning, I did some morning exercise, but I was so involved that I almost missed the time. Qin Yi went straight to the ring numbered A6. At a glance, he saw Zhou Ming, who felt like he was about to die suddenly in the next second. Ah Ming, are you sure you don't want to take a rest? Qin Yi's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but speak. What if I died because I came to watch my own game? That would be a bit embarrassing. Perhaps he can only resurrect him until he is truly in charge of the underworld and can control the 6 paths of reincarnation. Don't worry, it's okay. Zhou Ming patted his chest. It's normal for us scientific researchers to stay up all night. I'm used to it. Besides, Zhou. Midway through his words, Zhou Ming's eyes darkened and his body swayed. Just when he was about to fall, he stood firm again. This shocked Qin Yi. Hey, where did I just say? What the hell? Go back and rest quickly. Qin Yi couldn't help but curse. Don't worry about me. Either you deal with them quickly and get the quota, then I will go back and rest. Zhou Ming drank some water and calmed down before speaking out. At this moment, Sha Rong, the tutor of class 12, came over. He said earnestly to Qin Yi. Qin Yi, perform well today. The Spark training camp is an extremely rare opportunity. If you can enter it, you will make a leap no matter what. With your strength, you still have a good chance. To be honest, in Sha Rong's view, as long as Qin Yi doesn't waste time and doesn't underestimate the enemy, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is sure of winning the spot. Well, don't worry, Teacher Sha. I will definitely enter the Spark training camp. Qin Yi responded with a smile. Although he was a bit crazy, the students from Nanjing number 5 middle school were no longer worthy of being his opponents. Perhaps, the Spark training camp, which gathers all the geniuses of this generation in Nanjing City, is a little bit interesting. In order to prevent Zhou Ming from dying suddenly, let's fight as quickly as possible. Soon, the referee of the A6 arena walked up. Qin Yi from class 12 versus Zhu Chengfang from class 3, contestants please take their seats. The words fell. The two jumped up. Zhu Chengfang was seen holding a special long stick distributed by the school and looking at Qin Yi in a prepared manner. Although he had never heard of Qin Yi before. But, he will definitely not be a weakling. The reason why this list is finalized by the school is to prevent the seeded players from meeting together in advance. Zhu Chengfang's strength is at the bottom among the contestants. That being the case, Qin Yi, who is playing against him, is definitely the seed player who is very likely to win the spot. The battle begins. With the referee's order, Qin Yi moved. The terrifying explosive power was clearly revealed at this moment. A blood value of 17.6. Perhaps among the students of number 5 middle school, this is a good number. But for Qin Yi, that was already the old imperial calendar. After these days of hard work, my energy and blood have already reached a new level. It's just that I haven't been tested yet. So fast. Zhu Chengfang was shocked. He hurriedly grasped the long stick, trying to resist this fierce attack. Boom! The next second, a violent force struck. Zhu Chengfeng was thrown away completely, rolled down to the bottom of the ring. This scene happened so suddenly that even the referee did not expect it. After being stunned for a moment, he said, "Qin Yisheng." Such a strong explosive power. Xiaorong's eyes flashed with light. Qin Yi's strength has definitely improved horribly. What kind of medicine did this guy take to be so strong? Zhou Ming also waved his fist excitedly. Okay. Since there were many separate arenas, each battle ended quickly, and it soon entered the second round. Qin Yi, who won in a short time, was directly qualified to defend the ring. Aha! A second girl with a whip jumped onto the ring. Qin Yi from Class 12 versus Yang Na from Class 6. The battle begins. Boom! The words fell. Qin Yi suddenly burst into flames again, rushed over, and punched Yang Na directly to the vital point, knocking Yang Na off the ring. Another instant kill. 2 fights that ended so easily in a row. In addition, after 2 rounds of elimination, there are far fewer students left. Therefore, Qin Yi gradually attracted more and more people's attention. Why is this person named Qin Yi so fierce? When did such a person appear in our number 5 middle school? Why do I feel like he is scarier than Xiao Zuyan and Shen Yu? Yes, I have the same feeling. Judging from his speed and explosive power, he is definitely one of a kind. This at least shows that his energy and blood are very strong. It's so scary. ... As soon as the master takes action, he will know whether it is there or not. Under such a crushing duel, the 2 eliminated people were still not seriously injured, which shows that Qin Yi still has a lot of energy left. The situation was completely under his control. And on the main podium, the principal and director of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School also noticed Qin Yi's skills. They also showed shocked expressions. This Qin Yi has such strong physical fitness. Does he really only have 17.6 health points? It's a bit exaggerated. Xiao Zuyan's qi and blood test a few days ago was 26.3. He didn't feel as explosive as Qin Yi. Indeed, the reason why he was placed among the seeded players is entirely because Xiaorong said that this kid has a strong fighting spirit. He subdued the kid named Cao Shichong with 1 move. Unexpectedly, before we saw his keen sense of fighting opportunities, the first thing that shocked us was this terrifying explosive power. It's really awesome. With their eyesight, naturally, it can be judged that Qin Yi is already the only one among the contestants. Soon, the third round of fighting begins. Logically speaking, as the battle progresses, the opponents you encounter will become stronger and stronger, and the battle will become more and more intense. But here comes Qin Yi. Not so. Instant kill, still instant kill. The opponents in the third round were no different from the previous 2. They were all knocked off the ring with 1 move. At this point, Qin Yi has become the center of attention due to his terrifying fighting power. Instant kill. No one can withstand a single move from Mr. Qin Yi. This is the emperor of the 5th middle school going to change hands. That man is about to replace Xiao Zuyan and take control of the 5th middle school. Can you please speak properly? Every time I hear your second-rate words, I'm so embarrassed. Ahem, brother, that's what makes commentary interesting. Okay, I have no objection, but can you stay away from me for a little bit? In the expectation of everyone, the 4th round of the showdown also began soon. The young man who took the stage this time had a vitality value of 18 in the past few days, even exceeding Qin Yiming's test data on his face. But, at this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. Are they all instant kills with 1 move? Who cannot be afraid of this strength? At the same time, the young man also vaguely understood that he might not be Qin Yi's opponent. Only, you have to survive at least 1 move. The battle begins. The referee's voice fell. The young man immediately stood up, stabilized his lower body, and then held his hands to his chest. The students watching below were in an uproar. What's going on? Are you preparing to defend with all your strength? In this case, you can only be beaten passively. Hey, can't you see it? Big brother Qin Yi's strength has reached a whole new level. It's good to be able to withstand 1 move. I see, even the purpose of the battle has changed. The sense of oppression is too much. Can it be blocked? Everyone closed their eyes and concentrated. Boom, another plain punch. The boy's feet made a harsh friction sound with the ground, and his whole body still flew backwards. Fell off the stage. I. The boy couldn't believe it. This force was enough to push him off the stage. But he understands. It's not like he was just a little short of being able to withstand this punch. But Qin accurately controlled this strength limit. Just like that, round after round. Until the only contestants left were Qin and Xiao Zuian. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a spot in the Spark training camp. In 3 days, a special car will contact you to take you to the training camp. The principal of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School, Han Tianai, walked to the middle of the field with a smile on his face. It's normal for him to be so happy. Even Xiao Zuian, looking at the past 10 years, can be regarded as the best among the college entrance examination students in the 5th middle school. Not to mention the emergence of the great god Qin Yi. His bonus is linked to students' college entrance examination scores. How can I be in a bad mood? As for the remaining 3rd spot, it will be produced in the loser bracket playoffs, but it has nothing to do with the two of them. Principal, I want to have a try with Qin Yi. Xiao Zuian was not very happy. He asked with his hands raised. For him, entering Nanjong No. 5 middle school was an accident. Getting a spot in the Sparks training camp is a sure thing. To put it bluntly, he doesn't like the people in the 5th middle school at all. But Qin Yi's performance just now, even as arrogant as he is, he has to admit that he should not be Qin Yi's opponent. But, at least give it a try. Han Tianai looked at Qin Yi with a troubled expression. The fight for spots is over. If you want to fight, you have to ask for the consent of both parties. No need, I'm going back to rest. Qin Yi on the side said calmly. Sure enough, he refused. Until just now, he had not shown many trump cards, including the power of the netherworld and various martial arts techniques. This Xiao Zuian is among the best among the students of No. 5 middle school. But it's not enough to see in front of me. Of course there is no need to waste time. Finished. Qin Yi walked towards Zhou Ming. Patted him on the shoulder. Ming, go back and take a rest first. When you wake up, I'll treat you to a big meal. Over the past few days, Qin Yi's strength has continued to leap forward, which is indeed worthy of celebration. Plus, I would also like to thank Zhou Ming for his previous help. Okay, I'm really going to faint. Zhou Ming said weakly. Far away. When Xiao Zuian saw Qin Yi turn around and leave, the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't you look down on yourself at all. Throughout his high school career, Xiao Zuian had never experienced this feeling. But there is no way. Fighting is something you and I want to do. It is impossible for him to force others to accept it. In this case, let's go to the Spark training camp to compete again. A temporary lead does not mean forever. Xiao Zuian clenched his fists. The fighting spirit in my heart is fierce. The next 3 days, Qin Yi basically spent all his time at Muchuan Martial Arts School, immersed in practice. After all, the venue fees have been reimbursed. Of course. For Wu Menghai, this little money is nothing at all. This is equivalent to an investment for him. Form a good relationship with a martial arts master who is very likely to rise. If Qin Yi develops in the future, what difficulties will Wu Menghai encounter? Considering the friendship at this time, Qin Yi wouldn't mind helping him if he could help with a little effort. During this time, although Qin Yi did not accumulate 100 ghost points, he exchanged it for a long-term underworld sign. But, because the medicinal bath is still being soaked every day, plus the physical body is polished when using martial arts techniques, Qin Yi's energy and blood are still improving steadily. Finally, on the eve of the start of Spark training camp, it was already evening. Muchuan Martial Arts School is about to close. Qin Yi walked to the room where the qi and blood tester was placed. Pick up the blood needle. Plunge into your fingertips. A drop of blood slipped. Buzz buzz. Soon, the machine made a slight noise. A line of text was displayed on the electronic screen. Qi and blood value, 35.2. 35.2. Compared with a few days ago, Qin Yi's energy and blood levels have almost doubled. If Sha Rong saw this value, his eyes would almost fall out of fear. This speed of improvement, pure cheating, some of the pure life force bonus was a great help. Of course, medicinal baths and spiritual practice are also of great use. However, facing such an improvement, Qinyi just nodded indifferently. He murmured softly, "It's okay, barely acceptable." Before becoming a 5th-level warrior who controls the power of heaven and earth, the threshold gap between each level of warrior's qi and blood value is 5 times. That is to say, 10 to 50 qi and blood value is the first level. 50 to 250 qi and blood value, second grade. 250-1250 qi and blood value, which is the third level. Once you become a second-level martial artist before the martial arts college entrance examination. No matter how well you practice martial arts or how experienced you are in actual combat, relying solely on your basic physical fitness, it is a sure thing that you will be admitted to a key martial arts university. You can also hit the famous universities among the key points. Certainly, if you include the power of the netherworld and the methods included in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. Qinyi's combat power can definitely compete with ordinary second-grade warriors. That being the case, there is still some time before the martial arts college entrance examination. It's better to be bolder and directly attack the 7 highest martial arts schools in Daxia Kingdom. The so-called Supreme Institution of Learning. That is the cradle of the most powerful people in the Great Xia Kingdom. I don't know how many moves made the world change, and the unworldly existence that shook the mountains and rivers was cultivated from the Supreme Academy. These strong men waved their hands and the earth cracked and the space shattered. Kill the monsters and those monsters so that they don't dare to invade the survival base easily. Buying a lot of time for human growth. It can be said. There is no student who does not yearn for the Supreme Martial Arts Academy. The difference is, it's just the qualification you didn't think about. And now Qinyi already have the qualification to attack the highest martial arts academy. I heard that in the Spark training camp, as long as your talent is strong enough. Will it be possible to obtain unimaginable resource tilt? Qinyi touched the long knife on his waist. This is a low-grade bronze weapon that cost almost all the remaining money on this training camp trip. A smile appeared at the corner of Qinyi's mouth. In this case, let me use this training camp as my first springboard to go to the Supreme Martial Arts Academy. Nanjong City, Yu Mansion in the villa area. In the practice room of one of the villas. Swish 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 swish. A young man with a resolute face was holding a long knife in his hand, slashing at the metal dummy in front of him. Sparks flew. However, the metal was dented by the impact. It bounced back quickly. Recover as before. Obviously, the entire metal dummy is made of memory alloy. Not enough, not enough. Shuzi roared angrily while continuing to slash. Sweat dripped slowly from the roots of her hair and stained her eyes, unwilling to stop. About 10 minutes later, Shuzi finally stopped. Panting heavily, he collapsed on the ground. The figure of Qinyi in Muchuan martial arts school appeared in his mind again. That fierce and ghostly sword technique. It's not on the same level as myself at all. Even from the perspective of that time, my blood and explosive power might be higher. But if we really fight, even if Shuzi is very conceited, he understands that he will never last a minute. How could someone with such a physical condition be able to perform such mysterious sword skills? Reluctant roars sounded in the practice room. Logically speaking, the higher the grade and the more mysterious the technique, the greater the load on the body when performed. Unless you have a really deep understanding of this method, and every move is natural, you can do it without hurting the body. The sword skills displayed by Qinyi. It is estimated that they are all at peak bronze level. But many second-grade warriors may not be able to understand the basics. Call. There was silence for a long time. Shuzi suddenly stood up and murmured. No, I can't admit defeat. No matter how strong Qinyi is, he is still a human being and has a limit. Starfire training camp is an opportunity for transformation. I'm there, and there's a possibility of surpassing him. Qinyi, wait. At this moment, in Shuzi's mind, Qinyi and the most difficult characters in number 1 middle school were already on the same level. Qingfeng Community. In a small suite. 598, 599, 600, 601. Xiao Zuian was doing push-ups with one hand with his upper body naked. On his back, there are 2 weighing weights made of alloy, which looks quite heavy. The ground was all wet with sweat. Xiao Zuian had no intention of stopping at all. In fact, the veins on his forehead had completely popped out. Can't hold it any longer. Xiao Zuian, do you only have this kind of strength? Is this your limit? If this is the case, how can we avenge our mother? Then I am just a waste who cannot be invincible even in Nanjong number 5 middle school. His heart was roaring. The body seemed to have the strength to support itself again. Just wait, Qinyi and the other geniuses of Nanjong City. In Spark Training Camp, I will step on all of you. This is just the beginning. The eve of the Spark Training Camp. The geniuses of Nanjong City are already gearing up. Get ready to show off your skills. The dazzling sunlight shines on the streets of Nanjong City. Today is the opening day of Spark Training Camp. Qinyi glanced at the information on his phone. Exit the city at number 53. The meeting point should be here. Qinyi looked around. In the open space downstairs of Tongti Liangyancheng, a group of students wearing different school uniforms were already talking to each other. Qinyi walked over. The students just glanced at it. Then they continued talking to themselves. Even the contempt on some people's faces is not too obvious. Do you look down on people from number 5 middle school? Also, judging from the previous years, Nanjong number 5 middle school's combat strength is indeed not up to par. Soon, 2 familiar faces also came here. It was Xiao Zuian and Shen Yu who looked very capable with short hair. It seemed that the final winner of yesterday's loser group was Shen Yu. Qinyi, are you already here? Classmate Qinyi, you came so quickly. The two said hello. Among the people present, although the 3 of them had no friendship, at least they were from middle school. The number of people is small. Naturally, we need to be more familiar with each other. Well, I arrived a little early. Qinyi also responded with a smile. What? The number of places in one middle school and one school is almost the same as the rest of our schools combined. It's too disrespectful. So, we should join forces. Among the top 50 in this Spark Training Camp, at least 30 people must be on the list. Yes, let these number 1 middle school students who always have their eyes on the top know how powerful they are. ... While waiting, the discussion on the side became louder and louder. Qinyi had a thought in his mind. Speaking of which, it seems that there are no students from number 1 middle school among these people, so they are divided into 2 gathering points. Xiao Zuian even directly asked the people on the side. Brother, how many places are there for no 1 middle school this time? There were almost 100 people present. His goal this time is to achieve at least a top 50 ranking in the Spark Training Camp. If you follow what these people say, there are more than 200 people in total, and the first 50 shouldn't be too difficult. Unexpectedly, the plain-headed boy who was being spoken to looked at Xiao Zuian with disdain. You're from the 5th middle school, so there's nothing you need to know. It's the bottom of the pile anyway. What did you say? Xiao Zuian was choked like this, and his anger surged. But soon, his expression returned to calm. Never mind. Anyway, when you are stepped on by me in the training camp, you will know what it feels like. Boy, you are looking for death. The boy with the airplane head was also furious. It is easy to be impulsive at this age. What's more, he couldn't accept it at all, being ridiculed by the rubbish from number 5 middle school in front of so many people. Boom, the boy with the plane head directly punched him. Xiao Zuian dodged sideways. Then a palm shot out, hitting the boy with the plane head in the chest. He took a few steps back. Qinyi raised his eyebrows. Are you taking action now? To be young is to be full of vitality. The boy with the flying head suffered a loss, and his face was even more shameless. He stepped forward again. He waved his fist, but Xiao Zuian easily dodged it. Now, everyone present also understood. This student from number 5 middle school is a level higher than the young boy from number 2 middle school in terms of blood strength and actual combat experience. I didn't expect that Nanjong number 5 middle school would produce such a genius this year. He does have a hand. I seem to have remembered that a friend of mine from the Muchuan martial arts school said that there was a student from number 5 middle school who was called a swordsman genius by the deputy gym leader. I still didn't believe it. Now it seems that it must be this person. Hiss, can you be called a swordsman genius by the deputy master of Mikwon Martial Arts School? Is it that exaggerated? Qin Yi rolled his eyes when he heard the discussion. This is not talking about me. It seems that Wu Menghai's reputation is not small, and his praise quickly spread to the ears of these high school students. When the friend of the boy with the flying head saw this situation, he immediately prepared to step forward to help. What are you going to do? Shen Yu exclaimed. Are you going to bully the minority? I think the students in number 2 middle school are only capable of this. Qin Yi took a step forward and stopped in the middle, and said with a sneer. Although I am not very familiar with Xiao Zuian, but as a popular figure in the 5th middle school, I had heard of this guy before. He is a low-key and very hard-working young man. I often see him at the Budokan on weekends. To be honest, Xiao Zuian and Qin Yi are somewhat similar in terms of practicing hard. I also have a good impression of him. In addition, since these people have such strong egos and look down on 3 of them, Qin Yi is more or less unhappy. Come out and help me now. I feel a little more at ease. At worst, we'll have it together. With the power of the netherworld and the help of the martial arts methods in the body refining sutra, I am really not afraid anymore if it is not just a few second-grade warriors who come together. Boy, what are you crazy about? That's fine. If you clean up one of them, you'll clean them up. If you clean up both of them, we'll teach them a lesson together. Brothers, come on. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. The body muscles tightened slightly. Always ready to take action. Among the crowd, a silver-haired student who had closed his eyes to rest his mind suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yi. I was slightly shocked. This guy has an aura about him that scares me. At this critical moment, a lazy voice came. Yeah, young people nowadays have really hot tempers. Before entering the training camp, you can't wait to compete. It's not loud, but to every student, it sounded like a whisper in the ear. Such precise use of sound waves. He is a warrior who controls the power of heaven and earth. All the students looked up. 2 people wearing the costumes of the demon suppressor came slowly. It's him. Qin Yi's expression moved slightly. The other person among these 2 people was Lu Kong, who had been to Yuming community a few days ago. Little brother Qin, we meet again. It just so happens that I am on a mission this time to escort you to the training camp. By the way, the reward for helping suppress the monsters last time should be given to you, right? Lu Kong looked at Qin Yi and took the initiative to speak. For this handsome young man who is decisive, Lu Kong still has a good impression. After all, the group of blood-sucking monsters were encircled and suppressed under his command, and a few of them escaped. If any casualties were caused, then the land and air forces would also be to blame. Qin Yi's attack that day could be regarded as wiping his butt. The Spark training camp was about to start, and he thought that since the young man named Qin Yi was a fresh candidate this year, he should also participate, and now it seems that is indeed the case. Thanks to Sir Lu for your trouble, I have already received the reward money. Qin Yi cupped his hands and thanked him. Others looked shocked when they saw that the master of the Demon Suppression Division actually knew this student from the 5th middle school. What's the situation? Help suppress the monsters. Is it so outrageous? Especially the few students who had planned to fight Qin Yi just now began to feel grateful that the arrival of Lu and Kong successfully prevented the conflict. The sleepy man beside Lu Kong also glanced at Qin Yi with interest. Then he scanned the scene. I advise you not to be too energetic. When you enter the training camp, there will be many opportunities to show your talents. Now, just save us the trouble. Wait with peace of mind for the arrival of the escort chariot, do you understand? If anyone else is dissatisfied, you can fight with me first. As soon as this statement came out, the scene was extremely silent. What a joke. Fight against a warrior who already controls the power of heaven and earth. Wouldn't that be courting death? Then, this conflict was calmed down in this way. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 21. In the process of waiting, a tall man patted the silver-haired boy on the shoulder. He whispered, "Ow hi, those 2 people from number 5 middle school are quite capable. How about it? Do you see anything with your eyes of water?" As an awakener of the Eye of Water Waves ability, Ao Hai's eyes can see the flow of blood in the body. This water attribute ability can not only roughly judge the strength of the body's qi and blood, In battle, you can also detect the attack route in advance based on the strength of different parts of the muscles. The guy who made the move in the beginning was just average. His health value wouldn't exceed 30. But, the one named Chin is not simple. There seems to be a kind of dark energy surging in his body. He should also be a superpower. Ao Hai looked at Qin Yi solemnly. Oh, Gao Zhen rubbed his chin. Also a superpower, still a dark attribute, and the most important thing is that this guy actually interacts with the powerful people from the Demon Suppression Division. I didn't expect that this class of number 5 middle school would have such a talented person. Not simple. I waited for about 10 minutes. Hoo. From the far side of the street, a floating chariot with a bright silver body and a diameter of about 20 meters came quickly. Zilla. The suspended chariot slowly opened its door. Okay, let's go up. This is the special car that will take you to the training camp. Finished. Lu and Kong first stepped onto the chariot. Qin Yi took a look at the chariot. On the outer shell, there were bright spikes that shone coldly in the scorching sun. Looks like an extraordinary fighter. But this is normal. I have long heard that the Spark training camp is established in the wilderness area. There are countless monsters along the way. If it were an ordinary hover car, it would probably be destroyed in a few times, and it would be impossible to drive in the wilderness area. Embark on the chariot. The interior decoration is completely different from the ferocious appearance outside. Warm brown color tone and soft leather seats. As soon as Qin Yi sat down, his whole body fell into it and was wrapped up. Extremely comfortable. Brother Qin, this is your first time riding this kind of chariot. How does it feel? Lu Kong, who was sitting in front of Qin Yi, said with a smile. It feels very high-end. It should be expensive, right? Qin Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. Lu Kong's mouth twitched. Sure enough, this guy is a money addict. Of course, this chariot named Falling Star has reached the gold level. Even if it is a fierce attack from a 5th level monster, it can withstand for a while. I estimate the cost as tens of millions of Daxia coins. So smart. Qin Yi was surprised. The monster beast has entered the 5th level, which means that it can also control a trace of the power of heaven and earth. It will take a while for such a monster to attack a tank. No wonder the accessories here are so high-end. I'm afraid compared to the alloy materials outside, the money for these accessories is only a small amount. Have you considered joining our Demon Suppression Division in the future? Lu Kong suddenly said something. Lao Lu, I haven't even taken the martial arts college entrance examination yet, so you're going to recruit people in advance. Are you a little too impatient? The lazy man on the side joked. Qin Yi also showed a helpless expression and was about to answer. Hoo. The falling star started up, made a slight buzzing sound, and drove towards the wilderness area. Passing through the gate tower, we didn't drive very far. Through the protective window, Qin Yi saw some red monkeys with long horns on their heads. Hiss, look, it's the one-horned red monkey. Really, the adult male monkeys of this group can generally reach the realm of second-grade monsters, and the Monkey King among them has the combat power of a second-grade peak monster. Oh my god, so fierce. Don't you know, you don't memorize all the monster illustrations in the martial arts popularization classes. Isn't the one-horned red monkey a very common monster? Well, don't expose me. These knowledge points will give me a headache. Then the battle will be over. Understanding the habits and weaknesses of some monsters plays a vital role, so don't take it seriously. When all the students saw the monster, they were excited and started discussing it. Most of the people here. It was also my first time to come to the wilderness area. After all, this is the current era. Outside the survival base, most areas are occupied by countless monsters. For warriors who have not yet grown up, stepping into it rashly will definitely lead to death. So, for so many monsters, the students have only learned about it in martial arts knowledge classes. After all, before the age of 18, the body is still developing, and excessive exercise is not advisable. It is just used to review these knowledge points. Among them, Qin Yi is naturally included. Hey. When these one-horned red monkeys saw the bright silver floating chariot, their eyes widened in anger, and they bared their teeth and made warning sounds from a distance. These monsters don't attack. Qin Yi was a little surprised. It's written in the textbook. Most monsters have violent temperaments. Basically, they will take the initiative to attack when they see humans. Liu Kang smiled. Although the monster has a violent temperament, it doesn't have much demonic energy in its body, and it still has its sanity. The hover tank looks extremely difficult to mess with. It's normal not to rush forward rashly when you're not sure. Immediately afterwards, Liu and Kong change the subject. But monsters are different. Those beasts are weird and bloodthirsty. Compared with them, the monsters are much cuter. Monster, cute. Look at these grinning one-horned red monkeys. It is difficult for Qinyi to connect these two words together. But Qinyi thought of vampire eels. That one-star monster really looked much scarier than these one-horned red monkeys. At least in comparison, the one-horned red monkey looks a bit like a normal creature. From this perspective, Liu Kang is right. Half monster detected in nearby range. Half monster detected in nearby range. Sudden, a prompt sounded in Qinyi's mind. Qinyi raised his eyebrows. Since these monsters also have demonic energy in their bodies, they are also judged to be monsters. In other words, you can also gain ghost points by killing and suppressing these monsters. This was quite a surprise. The traces of monsters are not easy to trace. But monsters are everywhere in the wilderness area. As long as you have the strength, won't the ghost point come with a bang? Half monster is approaching, information can be viewed. Check, half monster. One-horned red monkey. Demon level. Not starred. Evaluation. Species that are slightly eroded by demonic energy have very sharp horns on their foreheads. Their agile body skills combined with their horns are their most threatening means of attack. Half demon, not yet a star. Is it so weak, or? Qinyi suddenly discovered that there was an expanded comment behind the demon level on the virtual panel in his mind. Demon level. Determined based on the purity and quantity of the demonic energy in the monster. I see. Qinyi nodded. In other words, this level is not divided purely based on strength. Instead, it is judged based on the amount of demonic energy. Those monsters that emerged from the cracks in space, with demonic energy surging all over their bodies, would naturally easily obtain a higher star rating. From another perspective, if they are monsters and monsters of the same strength, if they are killed and suppressed, the rewards obtained from the monsters will be much greater. But that has to be met. Moreover, the monsters' methods are weird and unpredictable, and the risks will not be small. Qinyi weighed the pros and cons and had a deeper understanding of how to obtain ghost points. The falling star was traveling at great speed. The different types of monsters encountered along the way were an eye-opener for all the students. Sudden, rumble, rumble, directly in front of the falling star. A group of cattle with blue skin and strong bodies were running wildly. No intention of backing down. Oh my god, it's the blue bulls. These monsters can generally reach the second level when they reach adulthood, and they are extremely powerful. They don't want to just rush over, do they? That's what it seems to mean. What to do? Driver, please get out of the way. Sir Liu, take action quickly. Suddenly, there were wailing sounds in the carriage. The students were in a panic. Liu Kang was very calm. Why are you panicking? Do you think the falling star's expensive construction is just a decoration? If there is a group of second-grade monsters that require us to take action, then there is no need to launch the falling star. Hear Liu Kang say this. The students became a little quieter. But I saw the mighty blue bulls charging towards me. That kind of visual shock. It still makes these teenagers who have never experienced any life and death fights a little nervous. Kakaka. Just when the falling star was about to approach the blue storm bulls. The spikes on the outer shell of the tank slowly stretched out due to the folding alloy inside the tank, revealing its full appearance. Shockingly, there are spiked discs. Subsequently, sizzle. This disc rotates rapidly after being charged with some mysterious power. At this time, the blue storm bulls also realized something was wrong. Want to stop, but it's already too late. Hiss. The cattle collide with these high-speed spinning spiked discs. In an instant, flesh and blood flew all over the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. The falling star's speed did not even stop due to the impact, but continued to sprint forward. At the place where this suspended chariot passes, the stumps of the blue storm cattle herd are dropped. Blood soaked the soil. Although, seeing such a bloody scene, many students still felt a little uncomfortable. He sat in his seat with a pale face. Some of them were even more serious and started to retching. But this world, killing has always been the main theme. All human blood has been mobilized. Especially these geniuses in Nanjong City, young people who are determined to embark on the path of warriors, have already received a lot of education. Therefore, soon some students calmed down and discussed excitedly. Oh my god, this is too fierce. No wonder a suspended chariot that can travel in wilderness areas is extremely expensive to build. Sure enough, it's expensive for a reason. It's decided, I will definitely own such a suspended chariot sooner or later. This is a man's romance. That's right. ... Chin Yi sat in his seat, looking very calm. After practicing the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, my state of mind is already very strong. These are not enough to make waves. It's a pity that I can't choose to suppress someone who wasn't killed by myself. There are no kill rewards either. Seeing Chin Yi's calm reaction, Lu Kong on the side also secretly approved. It is indeed a good seedling. No wonder he was able to take the initiative when facing extremely vicious monsters. After such an episode, after driving for a long time, we did not encounter any monsters that took the initiative to attack again. Among them, except that the falling star looks extremely ferocious and not easy to mess with. It also has something to do with the fact that the route we took today has been cleaned up by strong humans in advance. After 2 hours, finally, in front of the falling star, an alloy base that looked as far as the eye could see, like a giant steel beast, appeared in front of everyone. Just above the alloy base, engraved with 5 gilded characters, Spark Training Camp. Are we here yet? Although I heard that the Spark Training Camp was built in a wilderness area, I didn't expect it to be so deep. Indeed, the monsters along the way made my heart leap into my throat. This alloy base looks so magnificent. The material is also full of high-end feel. Aren't you talking nonsense? Can it stand in the wilderness area without using high-end materials? 2. Kakaka. As the falling star sailed in, the gate of the alloy base also opened. Xiao Zuian couldn't hide his excitement and clenched his fists. Here it comes, Sparks Training Camp. This is a huge opportunity that you must not miss. If you want to make a breakthrough in the martial arts college entrance examination, you must work 10 times harder in the training camp than before. Ao Hai and Gao Zhen also took a deep breath when they saw the Luo Xing slowly sailing in. It can be said that most of the geniuses in Nanjong City have gathered here. Chin Yi didn't feel much, and kept tapping his index finger on the seat, thinking about how to kill these monsters and get ghost points. I don't know if leaving the training camp is allowed. Soon, the falling star stopped in a huge square. On the lawn not far away, another suspended chariot is also extremely conspicuous. The square was crowded with people, but they all have one characteristic, that is, they are all wearing the uniforms of Nanjong No. 1 Middle School. Obviously, all the students from Nanjong No. 1 Middle School had arrived in advance in another batch of chariots. Sizzling, the car door opens. The students on the falling star walked down in an orderly manner. Chin Yi glanced at the number of people in the square. Good guy, at a glance, it's over 100. There are only so many places in a middle school. Looking at Nanjong No. 5 Middle School, there are only 3 poor ones. This kind of poor treatment is simply too outrageous. Of course, there is nothing unfair about this. The allocation of training camp places is entirely based on the martial arts college entrance examination scores of each middle school in the past. Among the crowd in the square, Su Wanning saw Chin Yi coming off the falling star at a glance. Her voice, which was originally in the middle of a conversation with her friends, suddenly stopped. The beautiful eyes moved slightly. Sure enough, he's here too. When the girl with twin tails on the side saw this scene, she followed Su Wanning's gaze curiously. Saw Chin Yi, he said jokingly, is this the swordsman genius you mentioned? He is indeed handsome. No wonder you miss Wan Ning so much. What are you talking about, Siqi? Su Wanning blushed suddenly and patted Chen Siqi's forehead with her hand. It hurts, it hurts. Chen Siqi deliberately touched her forehead and shouted. But there was doubt in her heart. It's strange. In the past, jokes about Wan Ning were mostly met with cold responses. Why are you so excited this time? Among the crowd, Shu Zi's eyes also flashed. Chin Yi, are you here? Thanks to you, under heavy pressure, I have gained a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. Maybe not as good as you, but at least the gap is narrowing. Certainly, if Shu Zi knew, Qin Yi's sword skill realm was just a lottery in the underworld carousel, and it was also a supplementary martial arts method that rewarded the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. His face would probably turn green, and it wouldn't be surprising if his Taoist heart suddenly collapsed. After all, it is possible that Qin Yi will get better sword skills next time. The way of the sword will reach a new level in no time. On top of the falling star chariot. Dee. Lu Kong's cell phone rang. After taking a look, his expression changed. Oh no, a spatial crack actually appeared in the downtown area. Driver, return. Hoo. Soon, the 2 suspended chariots took off into the air and rushed towards Nanjong City. Before leaving, Lu Kong glanced at the energetic students who were preparing to participate in the training camp. Feeling emotional, perhaps, there will also be colleagues from the demon-suppressing division born here. Qin Yi and others walked straight to the square. After everyone gathers, within a few minutes, heavy footsteps sounded in the distance. A man with a Chinese character in military uniform walked towards him. Behind him, several others followed suit. The man with a Chinese character walked up to the main podium in front of the square. He glanced around at the students below. Hello everyone. I come from the military department, and my name is Zhang Tianming. He is also the head coach of your 2-month Spark training camp. I hope you can make it out of the training camp alive. After saying the last sentence, Zhang Tianming grinned and said with a smile. But hearing these words made people feel a little chilly. Qin Yi's thoughts moved slightly. Make it out of training camp alive. What does it mean? Will there still be deaths in the Spark training camp? To be honest, before awakening the underworld system, it was impossible for Qin Yi to participate in this training camp. Plus the period after awakening. Very busy. So until now, I still don't know much about how this Spark training camp works. In my own opinion, since it is a training camp for cultivating martial arts college entrance examination seeds, it is nothing more than competition among everyone. Whoever shows stronger talent will get more resources. There shouldn't be any danger, right? It's over. I didn't expect that the chief officer of this training camp would be Zhang Tianming, who is known as the War Demon. What bad luck. It is said that he also served as the head coach of a Spark training camp 5 years ago, and the casualty rate there was the highest in the past 20 years. So scary. Hey, I thought the training camp was just for everyone to compete with each other and exchange martial arts experiences. Are you kidding me? The Spark training camp has always had a casualty indicator, but if the War Demon is a master officer, this ratio will increase a lot. Zhang Tianming's words. It also caused the students to fall into low-pitched discussions. Obviously, some students know some inside information, and even know that there is a person like Zhang Tianming. Some students, like Qin Yi, came in as soon as their eyes darkened. How? Are you afraid when you hear that there may be casualties? Zhang Tianming's face instantly became serious. His eyes glared, as if there was murderous intent in the air. This powerful aura. The entire square immediately fell into a brief silence. After a pause, Zhang Tianming continued to speak. The so-called warrior training, in my opinion, actual combat is the ultimate goal. Don't talk to me about keeping fit and preventing problems before they happen. Without the bloody battles of our ancestors, our country of Great Shah would have ceased to exist long ago. It's just that there can be many reasons for this actual combat, such as protection, belief, or even pleasure. It depends on everyone's choice. The words are rough and the reasoning is not rough. Maybe some people have different opinions on Zhang Tianming's words. But in Qin Yi's opinion, in the current era, if human beings want to stand on the blue star, they really cannot retreat in the slightest. Even with the protection of a survival base, the lives of ordinary people are still so fragile. In this world, the parents died in the space rift turmoil, the old man downstairs was sucked by the monster vampire eel and died, and the classmates who suddenly disappeared in the class from childhood to seniority. Human beings, if they want to survive, must fight. To live toward death is the only way. The fact that you are able to enter the Spark training camp shows that your martial arts talents are already among the best among your peers in Nanjong City. Therefore, Great Shah has allocated a large amount of resources to the training camp just to train you. But so many resources are tilted, which means we have to bear greater responsibilities. I don't want to be trained in the training camp, and there will be no war-fearing losers. Next, distribute the spark bracelets. As Zhang Tianming finished his last words, after waiting for a long time, a staff member dressed in black came forward and distributed a light red smart bracelet to everyone. Qin Yi took it and clasped it on his wrist. A line of text immediately appeared above. Please enter your name. Type your name into it. The personal information that had been registered in the Spark Training Camp database was immediately matched with this Spark bracelet. Points. 0. This is the text that appears in the middle. Is 0 o'clock, so shabby. Starting with 0 points, all the equipment depends on exploding. Qin Yi didn't have much reaction, mainly because he didn't know what the points were used for. If not, then there won't be. However, some students couldn't sit still. Hey, how come my points are 0 points after successful matching? Shouldn't there be guaranteed points for newcomers? Everyone is 0. That makes me relieved. Otherwise I would have thought I was being targeted. Just wait, Chief Instructor Zhang will definitely give you a reasonable explanation. ... It won't take a while. Spark bracelets have been distributed. Zhang Tianming also continued to speak. I think many students know how valuable points are in the Spark training camp. In the training camp, not only do you need to use various martial arts training equipment, including finding instructors for guidance, but you even need points to eat. It can be said that points represent martial arts resources. In the past, most of the time, newcomers would be given some guaranteed points at the beginning of the camp. Let you settle down. But this training camp, I decided to change my thinking. Go directly to a 4-hour wilderness hunt to determine your ranking. The top 10 in points ranking will get 500 points, the top 50 will get 300 points, and the rest will get 200 points. The stronger the monster you hunt, the higher the points you can get. What? Many students were confused. Just go to the wilderness area and fight right away. What a joke, they are still high school students, and few of them have ever entered the wilderness area to fight. Now not only do we have to go directly, we also have to compete. Isn't this intensity too high? I protest. Instructor Zhang, we come to the training camp to grow, not to die. Faced with those monsters in the wilderness area, isn't it extremely dangerous for us who don't have much actual combat experience? Even if you want to grow in actual combat, there must be a process. In the crowd, a young man with a mustache immediately stood up and expressed his dissatisfaction. Of course, what this young man said is also what many students want to say. Based on past experience, wilderness hunting is indeed a compulsory activity in Spark Training Camp. Otherwise, there is no need to build the base here. But basically it is after settling in the training camp for a period of time. As soon as we entered, we headed into the wilderness area, too quickly and too hastily. Oh, protest, Zhang Tianming sneered. Wu Xiaoming, since this is your first time, I don't care. From now on, the rules I have set will not be questioned. If anyone wants to protest in the future, please take the initiative to withdraw from the camp. I will never stop you. Wu Xiaoming was originally a little annoyed that he was hot-headed and took the initiative to come forward. But he was stunned when he heard Zhang Tianming's words. He wondered how the bishop knew his name even though it was his first time meeting Zhang Tianming. I heard that this war demon from the Nanjing City Military Department was a 6th grade warrior. Looking at the entire Nanjing City, he is considered a big shot. He, Wu Xiaoming, is also a potential high school student. Even if he grows up smoothly, he has only a small chance of becoming a 5th-level warrior who can control the power of heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there is a deep chasm between the two of them. Did this instructor memorize the names of all the students in advance? Or are you attracted by my sexy mustache? Wu Xiaoming guessed in his mind. Others also understood after hearing Zhang Tianming's words. Well, it seemed that it was impossible to negotiate with the bishop. As for quitting Starfire training camp, are you kidding? If you shrink from such a big opportunity, why should you practice martial arts? However, at this moment, Qin Yi was ecstatic. Instructor Zhang is really to my liking. I was still thinking about whether the training camp would allow me to leave the wilderness area so that I could suppress the monsters. Unexpectedly, he went straight to a wilderness hunt. Isn't this just a pillow for you when you feel sleepy? Comfortable. Xiao Zuian on the side noticed that Qinyi didn't seem to understand the importance of the points, so he turned around and said, Qinyi, these points are extremely important in the training camp. It's very difficult to catch up with this point gap. I'm ready to hit the top 50. But you have the strength to hit the top 10. Don't hold back. You must go all out. We were at the gate of the city tower just now. Qinyi also stood up for him. Although there was no fight in the end. But Xiao Zuian was still very grateful for this kindness. Maybe not many people in training camp think highly of 3 of their 5 players. But Xiao Zuian knew, with Qinyi's strong fighting ability in the trials, he will definitely become an unstoppable dark horse. Qinyi nodded. Thank you for reminding. I will. This conversation made several students standing next to them roll their eyes. 2 scumbags from number 5 middle school are good enough to brag about. Open your mouth and say something like I can hit the top 50, and you have a great chance of being in the top 10. Why are you treating them like decorations? Those who don't know think you follow your words. However, just in case you think I am a chief instructor who doesn't take your lives seriously. So on the first day of camp, I'd better explain it. Save you kids from any rebellious psychology. Zhang Tianming rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and then spoke. In order to train you, the wilderness area around the Spark training camp has been specially cleaned. With our base as the center and expanding outwards, the monster branches have clear levels from weak to strong. There will definitely be no monsters that far exceed the current danger level in the area. For the specific danger level, you can open the electronic map of the Spark bracelet to view it. Furthermore, those monster beasts that are extremely difficult to deal with in the same realm will not appear. This kind of environment is already the best training ground. Even if you are injured, there is a strong medical team in the base. Of course, the cost needs to be paid with points. So that's it. After hearing this, many students felt relieved. In normal wilderness areas, there will also be a risk classification. But the monsters are not game monsters that stay in place to gain experience for you. They are flesh and blood creatures that can move around. Sometimes if one is unlucky, it is not impossible to encounter a 4th level monster in a level 2 wilderness area. Available near Starfire training camp. The wilderness area that Daxia Kingdom spent a huge amount of money to clean up was different. There were no such irresistible factors. If you are self-aware of your own strength, the risk factor is still within the controllable range. And the most important thing is that Zhang Tianming also said that there are no troublesome monsters in the nearby wilderness area. Everyone is a student who has gone through 9 years of compulsory martial arts education. It's clear what this means. Among the monsters, some are particularly difficult to deal with, such as the 2nd-grade monster poisonous needle hedgehog. Although the blood strength is not high, but the stings on its body are extremely poisonous. Makes it impossible to start. The most frightening thing is that when facing a life or death crisis, these poisonous needles can all be fired out. The price you have to pay to kill this kind of monster is too high, and it won't have any effect in tempering it. So it was also cleaned up. If you are still buried in the wilderness under such circumstances, your own problems will indeed be huge. Humph, Instructor Zhang, why are you talking so much? Just start hunting and that's it. If you are timid, just quit and don't waste my time. In the crowd, a tall man with fiery red hair and nearly 2 meters tall shouted. Many people recognized the speaker. It was Zhang Yan, the top genius of Nanzhong No. 1 Middle School. He has awakened powerful fire powers and has superb marksmanship. People gave him the nickname Flame Spear Giant. That's right, we can't wait. Don't worry, Instructor Zhang, the warriors of the new era are not as fragile as you think. I will definitely have a place among the top 50. Rush. ... That's right, it was me who made the ink mark. Zhang Tianming was also a little surprised. After he realized what he was doing, his eyes narrowed. The base has prepared a backpack for you to collect monster materials. It's on the right side. Then, the first wilderness hunting operation of Starfire training camp begins now. Kakaka. The words just fell. The alloy floor directly under the main podium folded and shrank, and a huge screen rose. At the top of the screen, the number 4 o'clock, 00 is the countdown to this wilderness hunt. At the same time, the gate of the base slowly opened. Then, time began to change. 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 3 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The hunting competition has begun. In an instant, all the students quickly ran aside and picked up leather backpacks made of special materials. Then they filed out and ran quickly towards the wilderness area outside. Qin also shuttled among the crowd, and soon came to the vast wilderness. Here, the vegetation is lush and the scenery is pleasant. But there are also dangers. Wilderness area. Many students looked nervous. Being in the wilderness for the first time and fighting those monsters, some anxiety is actually a normal reaction. However, there were also students in the crowd who were not afraid at all. This includes Qin. Drop. Press the button on the spark band. A blue electronic screen was projected. Well, Qin nodded. Sure enough, just as Zhang Tianming said, just after leaving the alloy base, the location was exactly the level 1 wilderness area. But it is also a level 1 wilderness area. The degree of danger also varies. For example, monsters with 12 Qi and 32 Qi are both at the same level, but their strength is very different. There are also markings on the electronic screen. The further you go toward the outer arc of the level 1 wilderness area, the darker the color displayed, which also means that the haunted monsters are becoming more powerful. But, Qin just glanced at it. Just turn off the electronic projection. Continue to gallop towards the distance. According to the judgment standards of the Underworld system, the stronger the monsters that are suppressed, the more generous the rewards will be. And if you include the methods in the 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, and the blessing of the power of the Netherworld. Qin is currently fighting some mid-level second-grade monsters, so there is probably no problem. Naturally, there is no need to waste time in these low-level areas. Like Qin, there were also 70 or 80 figures who continued to run wildly as soon as they left the base. These people have absolute confidence in themselves and want to establish an advantage at the beginning of the camp. Qin body flew across the bushes and leaves, making a rustling sound. Half monster detected in nearby range. Half monster detected in nearby range. Soon, Kong Ming's reminder appeared in Qin mind. On the left front, Qin, who possesses the power of the Netherworld, has an extremely keen sense of these monsters that contain devilish energy. The field of vision showed that in a green grassy clearing ahead, 2 wolves with dark blue hair were looking at the humans in front of them warily. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin mouth. Finally, I can take the initiative to find these demons and kill them. Aha! Qin took out the long knife on his back. This long knife is made of bright silver and has a flowing water pattern engraved on the handle. It's called the Water River Knife. It was just before the camp started that I went to the weapons store to buy it. Almost all the remaining assets left by Qin after purchasing the medicinal bath were drained. It is also Qin first weapon to enter the level. Although it is only low-grade bronze. Ouch! The 2 wolves looked at Qin and howled in warning. They could vaguely sense that the human in front of them was not easy to mess with. So he was cautious and did not attack directly. However, Qin had no time to waste. Boom! Kick your right foot hard. His body moved forward quickly like a sharp arrow. The blade of the shui knife flashed coldly under the scorching sun. Swish! Just when the 2 wolves pounced to resist, the long knife had already grazed their necks. The 2 wolves didn't even make a grunt. Then the body and head separated in midair. It fell to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon wolf and gaining 5 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon wolf and gaining 4 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon wolf and gaining 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon wolf and gaining 2 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the wolf. ... While beheading. A prompt sounds. Qin was instantly rewarded with ghost points and professional experience points. Finally there is new income. However, this is a little too little. The 2 gray wolf monsters combined could not even gain 10 ghost points, which can be said to be quite miserable. You must know that when Qin killed the monster vampire eel, he suddenly gained 80 ghost points. There is a world of difference between the two. But after thinking about it, Qinyi felt relieved. After all, this reward is given based on the amount of demonic energy in the creature's body. Of course, the demonic energy in the monster's body cannot be compared with that of monsters. But think on the bright side. If you want to find monsters, at least go into the wilderness area and you will definitely encounter them. Compared with killing monsters to obtain ghost points, the efficiency may actually be much higher. The remaining ghost points, coupled with the one ghost point obtained every hour, were still a few short of reaching 100 to exchange for a long-term underworld sign. But now, after killing 2 wolves, it was enough. Not urgent. Now I should still be under the supervision of those instructors. If a treasure is drawn later, it will be troublesome to explain it when the brilliance manifests. Same reason. There is no need to worry about suppression now. Qinyi stretched out his right hand. Hiss. The 2 wolf spirits, which could not be observed by the naked eye, were taken back into Qinyi's palm. It is the spirit binding technique included in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. It can temporarily imprison the soul of the spirit body. Of course, if a certain time limit is exceeded, these spirits will still escape and re-enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Qinyi stepped forward, cut off the most valuable claws from the 2 wolves, and put them into his backpack. The martial arts knowledge class 1 took before included this aspect. Every qualified martial arts student should know the valuable parts of some common monsters. Alright, keep walking deeper into the wilderness. These 2 gray wolves were estimated to be in the early stage of the first level, with more than 10 points of health value. They were not difficult to kill, but the efficiency of obtaining ghost points was too low. Above the square in the alloy base. That huge screen now has many divided small pictures on it. Each small picture corresponds to a student. The function of the Spark bracelet includes image monitoring, which can accurately determine the judgment points of the monsters killed and at the same time observe the student's conditions. On the far left side of the screen, there is also a point ranking list that changes in real time. The names of a total of 232 students in this session of Spark Training Camp are all recorded on it. Now these instructors are using this monitoring method to observe the movements of these students. Sure enough, every session is always a bit impatient. A bald man standing next to Zhang Tianming saw in the picture that many students were running towards the depths just after leaving the base, shook his head and said with a smile. Old Shen, wasn't it the same when we were young? No matter how many instructions these guys give in martial arts knowledge classes, it's useless. You won't be impressed until you actually suffer the loss. Of course, there must be people with extraordinary strength among them. The monsters outside the base are too weak for them, and there is no tempering effect at all. Zhang Tianming commented. It is not difficult to tell from their words that these instructors do not appreciate the rash and rapid penetration of the wilderness area just after entering it. Mainly because it sounds like this wilderness hunt has a 4-hour time limit. The faster you kill the more powerful monsters and gain the lead, the greater your advantage will be. In fact, judging from the previous situation, this idea is dead wrong. None of the students present had experienced the baptism of blood and fire in the wilderness area. In this world, there are not so many proud people who are born to fight. It was the first time for most of the students to fight against monsters, and it was pretty good to be able to show 6 or 7 levels of strength. After all, fighting in the wilderness is different from competing in school. Those monsters will never hold back. This is a real life and death fight. Therefore, in the early stage of the battle, it is the most efficient way for you to find a monster that is much weaker than yourself to practice and gradually adapt to the rhythm of the battle. Many students were too aggressive and eager to find monsters with similar health to fight against them. As a result, they suffered serious injuries from the beginning. In the end, his grades were extremely low, and he even died. These are all lessons learned in blood. The bald man Shen Hao was stunned when he heard this, and then the memories of his youth flashed in his eyes. That's right, if you are young and not frivolous, how can you call yourself a young man? Zhang Tianming looked at some students who were speeding forward again, and said with great interest, who do you think has more potential among this batch of students? The spectators present were all instructors from the Spark Training Camp. I had seen the personal information of these students before coming here. So I still have some judgment in my mind. They all immediately spoke out. I think this is the first wilderness hunt, and this Yan has a high probability of winning the first place this time. After all, his fire-type superpowers are extremely domineering, coupled with his superb marksmanship, and the strength of his energy and blood that he has become a second-grade warrior, he has almost no shortcomings. Good boy, you answer first, right? I also think Zhang Yan should be able to get the first place in this ranking, and he has the most potential. Didn't you hear clearly? Brother Zhang is talking about a few people with potential. He is not asking you to guess who can win the first place. I think Ao Hai, who has awakened the Eye of Water Waves, and Gao Zhen have quite a lot of potential. By the way, there is another one named Li Feng in Nanzhong number 1 middle school. Although he has no awakened powers, he is talented in the way of the sword. He is a genius. I think he has the potential to compete with Zhang Yan. All the instructors, you said something to me. The discussion started before the students officially entered the battle. Who would have guessed? Zhang Tianming shook his head. What you are talking about are all top-notch personal information and resumes. A person like this has potential. What more needs to be said? I'm talking about the unexpected dark horse. Dark horse. The others were stunned. Shen Hao even said directly, Old Zhang, how can a dark horse appear so easily? Besides, we don't have much contact with these students. Besides judging based on this paper information, there is almost no other way. On the road to martial arts, on the eve of the college entrance examination, everything that should be shown should be shown. How can there be so many come from behind? When Zhang Tianming heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that this is correct. Ahem, okay, I actually heard it from a friend. 2 days ago, when he was drinking, he told me that among this year's Nanzhong City Martial Arts College entrance examination candidates, there is a student with amazing talent in swordsmanship. This is the first time he has seen him. As soon as these words came out, the curiosity of the instructors was immediately aroused. Oh, anyone who can drink with you, Brother Zhang, must not be a nobody. But this person actually used words that were amazing and brilliant. He also said that he had never seen it before. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? When you said that, I became interested instantly. Brother Zhang, stop being so pretentious, just tell me directly. Zhang Tianming became a little anxious when he saw that everyone was appeased. He also stopped covering up and spoke straightforwardly. That student's name is Qin Yi. Qin Yi. This name is so unfamiliar. Immediately, an instructor took out his mobile phone, opened the student information and started searching. Found it. Qin Yi, a student from Nanzhong number 5 middle school. The result of the last school blood test was 0.17.6. Oh my god, is this too low? That's right, with a health value of 17.6, no matter how talented you are in swordsmanship, you will still be easily ravaged by those top geniuses. Really, the blood value is equivalent to the basic foundation of a warrior. This chi and blood value is good among all the students in Nanzhong, but in the Spark training camp where the geniuses gather, it is at the bottom. Is this considered a dark horse? When this information was spoken, everyone's words were full of doubts. After all, Qin Yi's last official test record was indeed 17.6, which was too low. The records of the test at Muchuan Martial Arts School last night are not public. After all, Maiquan Martial Arts School is essentially a private enterprise. It is still necessary to keep customer information confidential. Of course, it has not been long since the last official test, so there is no reason why this data will fluctuate significantly in a short period of time. Considering the current strength of qi and blood, it is generally no problem. Zhang Tianming rubbed his chin. You are right. If you really only have 17.6 qi and blood, no matter how superb your sword skills are, it won't be of any use. But, according to my friend, although this Qin Yi's qi and blood is not the top genius in Nanzhong, it is not weak either. I estimate it should be at least around 30. It should be that something happened after the detection. For example, I ate some heavenly material or earthly treasure, or awakened some supernatural power, and then I made rapid progress. The friend he was talking about was naturally Wu Menghai, the deputy director of Muchuan Martial Arts School. Explain it this way. The other instructors started to believe it. The blood value is about 30, although it is not as good as those top geniuses in the training camp who have reached the second-level warrior's blood. It can be considered to be quite a bit higher than the average. Coupled with the rumored amazing swordsmanship, he has the potential to become a dark horse. There is no way, mainly because Qin Yi's energy and blood have soared like a rocket since he obtained the system. But after all, the time is still too short. For the time being, it was difficult to surpass the accumulated foundations of those Nanjong City's top geniuses. Of course, in terms of combat power, with the blessing of the Five Ghosts Body Refining Sutra, and the power of the Netherworld, he is still capable of fighting. In that case, I have to pay close attention to Qin Yi. Yes, let's see what level the so-called amazing swordsmanship is. Hey, look, some students have started to encounter monsters one after another. Qin Yi directly faced two wolves. This is the time to chat. The students have entered the wilderness area for almost 10 minutes. It's not surprising to start encountering monsters. In the picture, Qin Yi unsheathed his sword after seeing the wolf. A clean sword flashed, and the two wolves were wiped off their necks in an instant. The bodies were separated. The difference in strength between Kang Lang and Qin Yi is so big that it's hard to tell. Yes, it kills him instantly with one move. There is no confrontation at all. It seems that we have to go deeper to see the depth. However, Shen Hao disagreed. Don't you think that after Qin Yi saw the monster, he took action in one go? There was no hesitation or unnecessary movement. It felt like cutting a watermelon. After such a reminder, the instructors recalled it, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Qin Yi's technique is like that of a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and experienced many bloody battles. I have become somewhat indifferent to life and death, able to remain absolutely calm during battle. Even in the military department, this is somewhat rare. And among the current group of immature students, he stands out a bit. Just like in the screen on the side. Encountering a big porcupine, Zhang Yan stabbed it with a spear, and raging flames burst out, tearing the big porcupine apart and roasting it black. Even harvestable materials were somewhat damaged. It is clear, Zhang Yan was still a little nervous and couldn't control his strength. It was too heavy to attack a monster that was far below his own strength. If you continue like this, you will easily suffer from physical exhaustion. In the later stages of the hunting competition, the strength will decline. In comparison, Qin Yi is much smarter. There are no flashy moves. Just look at the vital point and the sword flashes past. The powerful force instantly killed two wolves. It can be said that the word efficiency is interpreted to the extreme. Zhang Tianming also nodded. He praised unabashedly. Qin Yi really has something. In layman's terms, this person's fighting talent is extremely high. No wonder I can master sword skills that are almost at the peak bronze level with my weak body. Everything is related. Peak bronze level. The instructors were stunned. What is this concept? First and second grade warriors generally practice bronze grade techniques. It's just normal. It is difficult for many second level warriors to get started with swordsmanship at the peak bronze level. Are you telling me that a first grade warrior has realized it? We thought that stunning talent and stunning beauty was a slightly exaggerated modification, but it turned out that it was real. It seems like I let something slip. Zhang Tianming laughed heartily. I originally wanted to leave a surprise for you. Forget it. In that case, let's make the shock more intense. The information I got here is that this kid has not only mastered the peak bronze level sword technique, but he has also achieved it to the point where it is natural. Silence. Deathly silence. As soon as these words were said, the scene completely froze. Have you mastered the swordsmanship at the peak bronze level to the point where it is natural? Are you kidding me? This can no longer be described as a swordsman genius, but a pure swordsman monster. Shen Hao swallowed. Even with his knowledge, he was also shocked. He said tremblingly, if that's the case, it doesn't matter even if the resonance talent between Qin Yi and the energy of heaven and earth is a little weaker, that is, the improvement of qi and blood is a little slower. His talent in the way of the sword alone is enough to make him one of the top talents in this batch of training camps. In fact, in this first hunting competition, he is expected to be in the top 10. You know, among the 232 students now, nearly 10 have achieved second-level warrior status. And as Nanjong City's top talent, His actual combat ability must not be too bad, and he must have some foundation in martial arts. With Qin Yi's energy level of around 30, he was able to make Shen Hao's judgment that he had a chance to directly enter the top 10. It's already amazing. Now, because one after another students began to fight with the monsters, the real-time point rankings on the far left side of the big screen also began to change. Ranking number 1. Ao Hai, Blackjack. Ranked 2nd. Li Feng 20 points. Ranked 9th. Qin Yi 16 points. Ranked 10th. Zhang Yan 15 points. Ranking 68. Xiao Zuian 10 points. However, because everyone has not yet found a suitable area for fighting and training, and the battle has just begun, so there is still a lot of luck involved in this ranking. It's very unstable and can change drastically in a few seconds. Whoever happens to encounter a stronger monster will get more points. But this also marks the hunting competition has truly begun. A dense forest in a wilderness area. The trees in this area are very huge. At least 20 meters upward. The energy of heaven and earth has descended, and there are many spiritual fruits and grasses in the wild that can be called treasures of heaven and earth, and many vegetations have also undergone strange changes. Therefore, there are more and more bizarre landforms in Blue Star. Ao Hai, a student from Nanjong No. 2 Middle School, is standing behind a big tree. Light blue ripples rippled in his eyes. The superpower, Eye of Water Waves, is activated. Boom! Suddenly, in Ao Hai's field of vision, the water flow in the trunks of these big trees and vegetation became extremely clear. However, these are not what Ao Hai wants to see. Boo hoo hoo! The picture flowed and deepened towards the front, and these obstacles gradually became transparent in Ao Hai's eyes. Found it. 500 meters to the northeast, a big horned elk was eating grass. Bright red liquid was flowing all over its body. Ao Hai walked forward slowly for a while. After reaching the attack range, boom, the whole person's figure bulged. The palm of his hand, wearing a glove made of black flexible material, tried hard to pat the big horned elk. The big horned elk was frightened and bumped its head towards Ao Hai. However, at the moment when the two are about to come into contact, the water in Ao Hai's eyes trembled. He leaned slightly to avoid the blow. The palm of his hand slid down along the edge of the bighorn and slapped heavily on the Tianling cap of this elk monster. Snapped. Impacted with huge force, the big horned elk snorted and fell to the ground. Ao Hai leaned down, tightened the black gloves, break off the frontmost part of the big horned elk's antlers and throw them into your backpack. The whole battle came down. Everything is under Ao Hai's control. In the final analysis, the insight ability of the supernatural Eye of Water is too strong. Whether it's remote reconnaissance, still during battle, it is very useful to observe the flow of blood in the enemy's body to determine the direction of attack. Subsequently, Ao Hai directly opened the real-time competition ranking on the Spark bracelet. A blue electronic screen then appeared in midair. It's okay, I still remain in first place. Seeing the points ranking, Ao Hai was quite satisfied. In the wilderness area, detection ability is still too important. As for warriors like them, before they realized the energy of heaven and earth, they basically had no fancy methods. At this time, the effect of superpowers will be even more magnified. In terms of actual combat ability, Ao Hai may not be number 1 at the moment, but the rules of the hunting competition are indeed very comfortable for him. Then, Ao Hai glanced at the people currently at the top of the points ranking list. Not surprisingly, these will be the main competitors in the Spark training camp later. Li Feng chased him very hard. Is Zhang Yan still so far behind? Also, there is really nothing to criticize about this rough guy's actual combat ability. But doing things is too frivolous. Such tyrannical energy and blood were revealed, and some timid monsters escaped after hearing the news from a long distance away. Naturally, the efficiency will not be high. Wait, Qin Yi. Ao Hai suddenly remembered the handsome young man with short hair while waiting for the bus. This guy really has something, and he even cracked the top 10. It can be considered an opponent. However, the advantage of having the Eye of Water Waves is too great. Then, let's set a goal for this competition. On the premise of keeping the top 3, let's strive for first place. Ao Hai murmured. Then, continue walking towards the depths of the wilderness area. The current danger level in the area is still too low. The points provided by killing monsters are not high either. If you want to get good results, you still need to quickly enter the deeper wilderness areas. While these top talent are flying deep in the Spark training camp, some weaker students also began to encounter monsters one after another. The airplane-headed boy who had just had a conflict with Xiao Zuian in the city tower now saw a golden cheetah in front of his eyes. Wang Xiaoming, the boy with the head of the plane, swallowed his saliva. Both hands tightly grasped the spear in his hand. The spear even trembled a little because of the nervousness. Actually, this kind of emotion is also what many students are currently facing. They are all martial arts high school students who have never experienced fighting. Fighting these bloodthirsty beasts face to face for the first time, there were too few aliens like Qinyi who could remain absolutely calm. The cheetah took 2 tentative steps forward. This made Wang Xiaoming breathe a lot heavier. Sudden. Aha! The cheetah came running quickly with a fierce look in its eyes. Not good. This sudden attack was too sudden. Wang Xiaoming was panicked. A jab from the spear. However, the cheetah simply feinted and dodged away. After all, Wang Xiaoming still has too little experience. Due to nervousness, all the strength was used in this shot, and it could not be taken back at all. Aha! The cheetah's claws flashed. He directly tore Wang Xiaoming's clothes and made 3 hideous wounds. Drenched with blood. Fortunately, the difference in qi and blood values between the two was too big, and Wang Xiaoming's flesh and blood was relatively tight, so he did not lose his combat effectiveness immediately. A sweep of the spear. After sweeping the cheetah away, he pursued with his spear and penetrated the cheetah's body directly. Kill it. After the crisis is over. Wang Xiaoming immediately crouched down. The severe pain caused cold sweat to flow from his forehead. Blood escaped from the hideous wound. Stained through clothes. So dangerous. He made too many mistakes in this battle. Not even 50% of his strength was used. Facing the monster, fear filled his heart. Otherwise, normally speaking, the qi and blood value of this cheetah monster is only about 10 points. As long as he doesn't panic. Even if you stay in place and wait for the cheetah to actually kill you before reacting, you can still do it in time. Fortunately, the difference in qi and blood between the two is quite large. Otherwise, he would be dead. Well, it hurts, it hurts. Wang Xiaoming wailed softly. Now that he has suffered such a serious injury, if he continues to fight, he may not be able to display his strength even more. But if you go back now to bandage the wound and treat the injury, that would be so embarrassing. In the first battle after coming out, he still encountered a monster that was much weaker than him, and was forced to return to the base. How could he find a crack in the ground to crawl in? Thinking of his ambition and pride that would amaze everyone on the eve of the opening of the camp. Before the hunting competition started, I boasted to my friends that I would kill all the monsters without leaving any trace behind. In the end, it was a complete joke. The emotion of shame even diluted the pain of the wound a lot. After struggling for a while, Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth. That's all, let's go back. If you are unlucky and encounter a relatively powerful monster or a group of monsters later, what will you do if your life is gone? At worst, he can wait until he is bandaged and treated, and his injuries will recover a little before he goes out to fight. After making up his mind, Wang Xiaoming no longer hesitated. After cutting off the valuable parts of the monster beast, he walked towards the alloy base. Wang Xiaoming didn't go very far, and returned to the alloy base in a few minutes. Classmate, come here for treatment. Just got back to base. A clear female voice greeted. Ah, Wang Xiaoming turned around and saw that a temporary medical tent had been set up next to the main podium. Nurses and doctors are in place. Several students have even received treatment in the tent. Ahem, at least in the current situation, he was not the only one to be seriously injured, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Wang Xiaoming quickly walked into the tent. There's a lot of bleeding. Let me help you stop the bleeding first. A nurse immediately came forward, lifted up his clothes, took a hemostatic agent and sprayed it. Sizzling. Snow-white mist clings to flesh and blood. Allow flesh and blood tissue to heal quickly. This medicinal spray is so effective. Wang Xiaoming said with emotion. Of course, this is a silver-grade pharmaceutical spray. It is definitely more than enough to treat students like you. Zhang Tianming, who was standing on the main podium, suddenly said. Silver-grade pharmaceutical spray. Several students who were being treated in the tent were a little surprised. That is normally used by 3rd and 4th grade warriors, no wonder the effect is so good. To know, the higher the intensity of qi and blood, it means that more energy of heaven and earth is integrated into the flesh and blood, and the muscles will be firmer. Treatment will naturally become more difficult. Silver-grade medicine can even have a great effect on tightening the flesh and blood of 3rd and 4th grade warriors. Therefore, it is not surprising that the healing speed is so fast when used by 1st grade warriors like them. I have long heard that the martial arts resources in the Spark training camp are extremely rich, and now I have seen it. Thank you, Instructor Zhang. With such logistical strength, who do we have to be timid? Indeed, I was too panicked when I fought just now. I could have performed better. Me too. These students marveled at the rich martial arts resources in the base. On the other hand, I felt a little ashamed. I feel that I am so useless and have let down the supply of resources. It's okay. Anyway, the medical expenses will be advanced from the points you will get later, so don't feel any psychological burden. As a result, Zhang Tianming said the next sentence lightly. This directly made several students look awkward. This. They thought they just didn't have points the first time so they could get it for free. As a result, the relationship will be deducted from the points obtained later. It's useless, I'm so useless. Points serve as hard currency that can replace many precious martial arts resources in Spark training camp. The first expenditure was actually spent on healing. Waste. From the side, Shen Hao could see the annoyance of these students. He smiled and comforted her. It's okay. I'm new to life and death combat, so it's normal to be nervous. After all, there are only a very small number of students who can stabilize their minds and show their usual strength right after the camp starts. In terms of mental state, I can still hone it in the future. On the contrary, it is the injured students who are still wandering in the wilderness area who are looking for death. The last sentence. Shen Hao's sudden change in tone startled several students. Wang Xiaoming pursed his dry lips unconsciously. Classmate, don't tense your muscles too much. I'm going to bandage you up here. The nurse warned aloud. Okay. Wang Xiaoming reacted and agreed repeatedly. Then he looked at Shen Hao. Instructor, do you think some students will die in our hunting competition? He was curious. If it is before the official start of the hunting competition. Wang Xiaoming felt in his heart that those who could come to the Spark training camp were the geniuses of Nanjing City. In addition, the wilderness area near the alloy base has been specially cleaned. Death should be very difficult to happen. But after actually experiencing the battle, Wang Xiaoming found that he was too naive. No matter how well you use your martial arts skills and moves, it's one thing, whether you can perform well when killing monsters is another. Maybe, someone will really die under the claws of the monster. Of course, Shen Hao said affirmatively. Which training camp had no casualties when the hunting competition started for the first time? This time, the intensity is even higher at the beginning of the camp, not to mention the intensity. Shen Hao's words. It shocked everyone. I have a new understanding of the cruelty of martial arts. However, most of the students who are still able to die under such conditions have serious problems with themselves. Shen Hao continued to speak. Either they were injured by monsters like you, but for the sake of face or other reasons, they did not plan to return to the base to heal their injuries first. But just hold on and continue fighting. Either he was too arrogant and quickly entered a dangerous level area that is currently unable to be dealt with. These idiots, I'm just asking for it when I say something bad. If we go to the battlefield in the future and fight against those evil spirits or some hostile forces, lack of self-awareness will not only kill yourself, but also your comrades and even other more important things. These words, Shen Hao spoke without any mercy. The people in their military department are more disciplined. I don't know how many more life and death fights I have experienced than these young students. Hazard classification. There is an alloy base behind you and strong medical logistics. What a joke. When you actually perform a mission, you may encounter an opponent that far exceeds your own strength. Even so, sometimes you have to rush forward to fight for that glimmer of life. Even for the sake of the overall situation, he sacrifices himself to delay time. Logistics force. It is common to be unable to keep up, dragging a nearly disabled body, but still have to keep fighting. No way, because there are probably innocent people and their loved ones behind them. If given the choice, who wouldn't want to heal first and then fight? After all, this hunting competition is just a competition between students. If you lose, the worst thing you can do is catch up later. But if all lives are lost, nothing is left. These words must have been said countless times by everyone's instructor in the martial arts knowledge class. It's the same as those who say that if you don't work hard to improve your vitality, you will have to go to the construction site to move bricks. But most young people don't listen carefully to these correct nonsense. Many times, only when you have truly suffered a loss can you slowly understand. I understand. Wang Xiaoming nodded vigorously. Momentary failure is not terrible. Losing rational judgment and enterprising spirit is the most fatal thing. Thank you, instructor. I will definitely work hard in the future. Being behind temporarily doesn't mean anything. Those geniuses, I will catch up and surpass them. Impassioned words resounded throughout the square. Several other students also became excited. Yes, just work hard to surpass and that's it. Who will be able to remember their embarrassment at the moment? The prince and General Shang Ning have the guts. A surge of pride rose in the chests of the young men. At this moment, Zhang Tianming glanced at them speechlessly. Say it directly. Okay, don't be impressed by yourselves. Knowing how to run back and treat first is better than those stupidest idiots. I'm not talking about you. How did you manage to be defeated like this in the face of a monster that is so much weaker than you? Even if you are nervous, it's not to this level, right? To surpass those top geniuses, just stop dreaming and just surpass yourself. Here, look at this student. He is also new to the wilderness area. When fighting, he will kill decisively and never be sloppy. How do you guys compare with others? This high damage taunt made the faces of Wang Xiaoming and others turn red. 2. A defeated dog is a defeated dog after all, and maybe better than a dead dog. Several people looked in the direction where Zhang Tianming looked last. The handsome young man in the picture just raised his sword and killed a monster with ease. Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. It's him. That's right. The example Zhang Tianming cited was Qin Yi. For this student from number 5 middle school who was under the city tower and almost had a conflict with him. Wang Xiaoming was naturally impressed. If Lu Kong hadn't arrived, he and Qin Yi might have really started to fight and a conflict broke out. Of course, Qin Yi later met the boss of Junmo Division and chatted for a while. Wang Xiaoming already knew this. Maybe this student from number 5 middle school is really not easy to mess with. But he didn't expect that Zhang Tianming, the chief officer of the Spark training camp, would also praise Qin Yi very much. At this moment, only a few students looked at the real-time points rankings on the far left side of the big screen. Oh my god, Qin Yi is currently ranked 5th. How can a person from number 5 middle school be ranked so high? Incredible. His sword skills just now were indeed too powerful. The monster didn't even react. The moment the two met, they were instantly killed. Decisive, that's the only word I can think of. The exclamations kept coming and going. That's right, Qin Yi's current point ranking has reached 5th. This is a training camp that brings together almost all the top students in Nanjing City. Among them, there are many geniuses whose vitality and blood values have exceeded 50 and have reached the level of second-grade warriors. Under such great competition, we were able to achieve such top results. Since the founding of the 5th middle school, there has never been a monster of this level, right? Wang Xiaoming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I felt a little lucky that I was under the city tower at that time, and Lu and Kong arrived in time. Otherwise, if Qin Yi really takes action, I'm afraid a few of them will be knocked to the ground in 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. ... In the wilderness area. Boom. In front of Qin Yi, a chimpanzee with a tuft of silver hair on his forehead collapsed. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon silver-haired chimpanzee and gaining 12 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon silver-haired chimpanzee and gaining 6 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing 10 monsters, getting a first glimpse of unlocking achievements, and receiving the reward, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1. Whether to choose to suppress the silver-haired chimpanzees. Boom. As achievements are unlocked, information about the Dharma of Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 flooded into Qin Yi's mind like an enlightenment. After a few breaths of time passed, Qin Yikai slowly opened his eyes. Name, Qin Yi. Position, internship, 81,000ths. Current number of demons suppressed, 1/5. The ghost points that can be obtained at each hour currently 1 point. Number of ghost points, 152. Acquisition methods, 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, Manganyu Fist, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, 0/100ths. Evaluation. The new member of Onishi who has just joined the job is still very unfamiliar with the road of suppressing darkness. Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, a method that can transcend and purify evil spirits, and can obtain merits and rewards from the purification process. The upper limit is 100 creatures with evil spirits. Unexpectedly, after killing 10 monsters in total, an achievement can be unlocked. And the Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 obtained from it can purify evil spirits and gain merit in return. What an unexpected surprise. Qin Yi is in a very good mood now. After a period of fighting just now, my professional experience has also increased a lot. Although there is still a long way to go before promotion, there is hope. The ghost points reached 152 points. But in order not to attract attention, the number of demons suppressed has not changed for the time being, and we will talk about it after we return. What exactly can you gain from this return of merit? Qin Yi was a little confused. He didn't write the introduction clearly. Forget it, never mind it, just give it a try and you'll find out. Immediately, Qin Yi began to recite in a low voice based on the key points in his mind. I heard that the Buddha was teaching the Dharma for his mother in the Triyasa heaven for a while. At that time, in the immeasurable worlds of the 10 directions, there are all the indescribable Buddhas, as well as the great Bodhisattvas and Mahasattva. As the scriptures are recited, Qin Yi's whole temperament gradually became holy. The silver-haired chimpanzee's spiritual body, which was invisible to the naked eye, also flew out of the corpse, and traces of black energy escaped from the spiritual body. This chanting lasted for about a minute. Sudden. In Qin Yi's perception, the spirit body of the silver-haired chimpanzee in front of him rose into the sky and disappeared in an instant, succeeding in super purification and gaining merit in return. A beep sounds. Subsequently, a warm current began to flow between Qin Yi's limbs and bones, quickly improving the flesh and blood tissue structure. Qin Yi took a deep breath. Qi and blood have been improved. The return of merit is just a small stream of pure life force. Qin Yi understood clearly. This is a very good reward. After all, the improvement of the power of qi and blood is the basis for improving oneself. Moreover, the upper limit of the merit of this Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 is to purify 100 evil spirits. After the purification quota of these 100 evil spirits is filled up, the increase in vitality and blood value will definitely not be less. Very good, try to surpass 100 heads directly in this hunting competition. Qin Yi made up his mind. Then we continued heading deeper into the wilderness area. Now I can be said to be very motivated. As a newcomer to the underworld, it is my first time to work for a long time, and the harvest is still very rich. Within the alloy base, watching Qin Yi stay where he was after killing the monster, Zhang Tianming frowned. What is Qin Yi doing? He just dealt with this beast, and it probably didn't take much energy. Why did you stay so long? Could it be that he was realizing the shortcomings in the battle just now? Shen Hao was also surprised. That's not right. The battle just now was purely a crushing instant kill. What is there to understand and reflect on? And this guy seems to be muttering something silently. Said. Shen Hao manually adjusted the volume of the screen representing Qin Yi's number on the console beside him. So I heard that the Buddha was teaching the Dharma for his mother in the Triyasa heaven for a while. After this voice sounded, everyone was stunned. What's the situation? Is this transcending or mourning the dead monster? The instructors, students, and training camp staff present were all a little confused. Monsters, just kill them. Is this necessary? However, this is not over yet. After a while, another monster appeared in front of Qin Yi. After beheading, Qin Yi continued to recite silently. This guy, if every demon beast dies like this, I'm afraid he won't even be able to keep the top 10. Zhang Tianming said puzzledly. Shen Hao suddenly thought of something. This guy doesn't seem to care about rankings at all. From the beginning of the hunting contest until now, I haven't seen him pull up a ranking projection. After being reminded like this, other instructors recalled it and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Isn't this young man a bit competitive? When I was his age, I had to compete for everything. And these points are equivalent to martial arts resources, which are extremely precious. Forget it if you don't have the strength, but you still have no desires and desires even though you have it. I don't understand. No one understands Qin Yi's current thoughts. The benefits and opportunities are right in front of you, why don't you fight for them? But what they didn't know was that Qin Yi had gained enough just by killing these monsters. Now that I have obtained the Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, I am even more busy improving myself. Every time a monster is killed, the blood value will increase slightly. This is an extremely fatal temptation for warriors. If it were applied to other people with an average mind, they would have jumped for joy. Therefore, it's not that Qin Yi doesn't want the points. But compared to the points, the martial arts resources that can be obtained from the Underworld system are many times more valuable. Naturally, Qin Yi wouldn't take it too seriously. Wang Xiaoming and others were also a little confused about Qin Yi's brain circuit. It's really weird. What do you think, Mr. Qin Yi? All the big guys were invited directly. I remember you said that the 3 places given to number 5 middle school were a waste. Ahem, is there any? Well, I really didn't expect that there would be such a talented person from number 5 middle school. I feel like I'm almost done with it, and I'm ready to continue training myself in the wilderness area. I am coming too. Several students looked at the screen and saw so many geniuses showing off their skills, and their blood started to boil again. He immediately planned to leave the base again and wait for an opportunity to kill some monsters. Mainly waiting for the competition to end. If the points are too low, you will lose face in front of classmates you know well. Of course, they didn't dare to rush in. They wanted to practice with some of the outermost monsters and get used to fighting. Time keeps passing. More than 2 hours have passed since the hunting competition started. In a wasteland, Zhang Yan held a thick spear in his hand and looked cautiously at the purple-horned wild wolf in front of him. Have you met this beast? It seems that we can't go any further. The purple-horned wild wolf will become a second-grade monster when it reaches adulthood. The spiral purple horn on the top of his head was born with a blood tank. And it is extremely agile. Even among second-grade monsters, they are not considered weak. Being able to encounter the purple-horned wild wolf means that Zhang Yan is now in the level 2 wilderness area, and it is not yet the outermost area. A stream of heat emanated from Zhang Yan's palm. Wow! The next second, raging flames burst out from the palm of his hand and spread to the entire spear. Seeing this scene, the purple-horned wild wolf's pupils also shrank slightly. Creatures face the flames. There will be a natural fear. However, if it retreats at this time, it also understands that the human in front of it will not let it go. Boom! Zhang Yan took action. The steps were extremely straight, and each step was carried with great force, denting the soil. Fiery gun. The flaming spear was pointed directly at the face of the purple-horned wolf. But, as an agile second-grade monster, the purple-horned wolf also reacts very quickly. Lower your head. The purple horn on the head collided with the fire gun. In an instant, there was a crisp metallic collision sound. Zhang Yan's huge strength made the purple-horned wild wolf feel dizzy for a moment. This is not over yet. Under Zhang Yan's control, the scorching flames quickly spread to the purple-horned wolf's hair along its long horns. The fire roared, burning the purple-horned wild wolf with pain. He kicked his legs and jumped to the side. Zhang Yan also had a look of surprise on his face. This beast only suffered some minor injuries after he charged up a shot. Sure enough, he has some strength. But, this can be considered as training. Zhang Yan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Alloy base. The instructors headed by Zhang Tianming were still watching the performance of each student. After all, they were in the Spark training camp, and they were originally responsible for instructing these students in martial arts. Understanding each person's characteristics early can also teach students in accordance with their aptitude to a certain extent. Zhang Yan's shooting skills are so domineering. Did you see that the purple-horned wild wolf was a little confused with that shot just now? It's really awesome. His chi and blood should be the most powerful among all students. Coupled with the spreading fire of supernatural powers, few students can compete with him in head-on confrontation. That Ao Hai is not bad either. The whole person is very stable, and his moves are flawless. With the help of the supernatural water wave eye, he can always find the flaws of the monster. Most of the time has passed. Basically, the group of students who rushed deep into the wilderness area from the beginning have already reached an area suitable for their operations. Those top geniuses even stayed in the level 2 wilderness area. Among them, the area where Zhang Yan is located has the highest risk factor. Of course, he has stopped and is not ready to move forward. It's come to this point. The points on the ranking list can almost show the starting strength of the students at the beginning of the camp. Qin Yi has fallen out of the top 10 and is ranked 12th in points. Zhang Tianming took a look at the rankings. Then he sighed. Obviously, as long as the fight continues normally, getting into the top 10 is a sure thing. I don't know what this kid is doing. Every time you kill a monster, you must stop and recite scriptures. This is just great. Not only did the points ranking fall out of the top 10, but it also continued to decline. Maybe I still don't understand the importance of points. He will regret it in 2 days. Shen Hao guessed. Then he rubbed his temples and continued. However, the talent lies here after all. If you catch up later, this point difference is acceptable. He is at the peak level of bronze and has practiced sword skills to the level of nature. Even the instructors present had to admit that this martial arts talent gave Qin Yi a lot of money. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon giant red pig and gaining 19 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon giant red pig and gaining 10 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the red giant pig. In front of Qin Yi, a red pig demon with a body length of 5 meters fell to the ground. The green grass on the ground was compacted. Due to the depth of the wilderness area, the strength of the monsters has also improved a lot, and the ghost points and experience gained after killing them have also increased. After reciting Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 silently for about a minute. Merit and merit. Under the influence of pure life force, Qin Yi's blood value increased a little. Comfortable. This perceived improvement in one's own strength is really pleasing to both body and mind. Name: Qin Yi. Position: Internship 610 1,000ths. Current number of demons suppressed, 1/5. The ghost points that can be obtained at each hour currently 1 point. Number of ghost points, 1120. Acquisition methods: 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, Ranganiu Fist, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, 63 100ths. Evaluation: the new member of Onishi who has just joined the job is still very unfamiliar with the road of suppressing darkness. Bring up the panel. After such a long period of fighting, Qin Yi's panel has also undergone earth-shaking changes. In terms of job experience, the experience bar of the intern ghost officer has reached more than half. Promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. The ghost points even exceeded 1,000, reaching 1120 points. This means that Qin Yi can redeem 11 bottles in one go if he redeems Bipin Underworld long-term signature. I have never been so rich. The upper limit of merit in Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 has also reached 63 100ths. This shows that Qin Yi has super purified 63 monsters so far. Well, go on. Try to fill up the merit limit before the hunting competition ends. Immediately, Qin Yi pressed a command on the spark bracelet. A blue screen projection appeared in midair. It's the nearby electronic map. We are almost reaching the level 2 wilderness area, and it is really slow to stop and go. After Qin Yi determined the direction, he turned off the projection and continued running towards the depths of the wilderness. After a while, a huge triangular-headed lizard covered in pitch-black scales appeared in front of Qin Yi. Iron-tongued lizard, a second-grade monster. Finally, I have an opponent who is a little more impressive. Qin Yi held the shui knife in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, his blood strength has not yet officially reached the level of a second-grade warrior, so he is still weaker than this iron-tongued lizard. However, with the blessing of the merits of Volume 1 of the Saitagarbha Sutra. Qin Yi estimates that his energy and blood will soon reach the 50 mark. Call out. The iron-tongued lizard on the opposite side opened its bloody mouth without any warning. A bright silver, steel-like long tongue whipped out in an instant. I have been guarding against this move of yours for a long time. Qin Yi's footsteps were directly dodged in an extremely weird way. At the same time, he walked forward quickly with the water river knife in hand. Boo-hoo-hoo. The iron-tongued lizard struck out continuously, its tongue fiercely attacking. The tongue hit the ground, and small pits appeared, which was enough to show the power of this monster's tongue. However, Qin Yi easily dodged them all. And what Qin Yi used was the method included in the 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, the Shadow Ghost Step. Just a few breaths of time. Qin Yi had already arrived less than 3 meters in front of the iron-tongued lizard. The speed of the human in front of him shocked the iron-tongued lizard. The most powerful method it is proud of has failed to achieve results one after another. But, at such a close distance, it should be able to hit. Call out. The steely tongue shot out again. Qin Yi did not use footwork to dodge this time. Instead, he raised the long knife and raised the iron tongue upwards. Then he rushed forward with a lunge. The first sword to kill a ghost, destroy the ghost. In Qin Yi's right hand, the power of the netherworld began to surge, and the muscles tightened. The shui knife traced a semicircular arc and slashed up from the bottom of the iron-tongued lizard where its defense was weakest. Aha! Dark scales splashed everywhere. The shui knife penetrated directly into the flesh and blood. In an instant, dark green blood surged. Woo! The iron-tongued lizard howled in pain. However, Qin Yi's offensive was not over. The shui knife that had been stirred into the flesh and blood was slashed, and the flesh and fascia were torn apart. Plop! The iron-tongued lizard fell. Completely dead. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon iron-tongued lizard and gaining 28 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon iron-tongued lizard and gaining 13 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the iron-tongued lizard. The ghost points and experience rewards of second-grade monsters have been increased. But, it's still not comparable to the monster vampire eel. There is no way, the demonic energy content is not enough. In the monster prompt, the star rating of this thing is still not rated. Finished chanting. After gaining merit, Qin Yi looked deep into the wilderness area. Keep going inside, the monsters that appear here are still too weak. Alloy base. When Qin Yi stepped into the level 2 wilderness area. According to the positioning of the spark bracelet, a prompt was issued on the screen. The instructors immediately looked over. Zhang Tianming rubbed his chin. This kid, after so long and hard work, finally reached the level 2 wilderness area. Originally, if Qin Yi started at that speed, he should have arrived at the level 2 wilderness area at about the same time as those top geniuses. But now it is much too late. Here comes the iron-tongued lizard. This is a monster with an extremely long attack range, and its health value is much higher than Qin Yi's. It should be a tough battle. Shen Hao analyzed. Before, Qin Yi's battles were relatively light, mainly because his fighting talent is too exaggerated. Every time, he calmly finds the monster's flaw and breaks it with sharp sword skills. But now the iron-tongued lizard is a level 2 monster after all. Even if you can beat it, you still have to pay some price. In the picture, the tongue of the iron-tongued demon beast launched a powerful attack and shot out. However, he was dodged by Qin Yi's ghostly footwork. This is not over yet. Iron-tongue's successive fierce attacks were all easily avoided. Zhang Tianming had a look of surprise on his face. This kid's body skills are not simple either. I don't know if you have noticed, but the way Qin Yi uses the soles of his feet is very unique. You think he is going to move forward, but he is running diagonally. It looked like he was going to take a detour, but he immediately accelerated and sprinted in a straight line. There's no way this iron-tongued lizard can hit it. You know, the iron-tongued lizard is still some distance away from Qin Yi. No matter how fast its tongue shoots, it still takes a short time to whip into the air. Therefore, it is necessary to make simple predictions based on the opponent's route. However, Qin Yi's body skills made it impossible for the iron-tongued lizard to judge. Godly head and grimace, this iron tongue would be a ghost if it could hit. Indeed, this movement technique is not simple either. It seems that Qinyi is not only talented in the art of swordsmanship, but also can practice other martial arts with ease. This is normal. Many things about understanding are the same. My brain works very fast, so I'm smart. The instructors also gave affirmation one after another. At this speed, Qinyi quickly rushed in front of the iron-tongue lizard. Facing the final fierce attack at close range, Qinyi drew out his sword and flicked it. Then there was another weird half-moon arc trajectory. Aha! Blood splattered everywhere, and the iron-tongued lizard fell to the ground. This, gone. It's a bit exaggerated. Everyone was speechless. After all, Zhang Tianming had endorsed him in advance. Everyone knows that this student uses peak bronze swordsmanship. Defeating this second-level monster shouldn't be a problem. But I didn't expect it to be so crisp and clear after getting close. The issue of sword skills is another matter. I feel that this boy's blood strength is more than 30. Zhang Tianming frowned, a little confused. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 31. Although Qinyi's sword is very beautiful, hit the lizard's weak jaws directly. But breaking through the defense so simply shows that Qinyi's strength is also exaggerated. Old Zhang, you were right. Qinyi's blood strength is definitely more than 30. And the most important thing is that when he took action just now, there seemed to be a faint black energy surrounding his palm. Shen Hao said solemnly, surrounded by a faint black air. These students are far from being able to control the energy of heaven and earth. There is only one possibility for this to happen. That's the ability to awaken. Is it a dark attribute ability? This can barely explain why the speed of increasing qi and blood has suddenly skyrocketed. Coupled with the ghost sword skills, his martial arts understanding is extremely high. This horse seems to be far darker than I imagined. Zhang Tianming murmured. ... After killing the iron-tongue lizard, Qinyi did not stop there. Keep going. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon spiked hyena and gaining 30 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon spiked hyena and gaining 14 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the spiked hyenas. I heard that the Buddha was teaching the Dharma for his mother in the Treastrime heaven. Kill and purify. Qinyi is still repeating this process. Moreover, as you go deeper and deeper, the ghost points and experience points obtained by killing monsters are also increasing. Another half hour passed. Even though Qinyi had to recite Volume 1 of the Saitagarbha Sutra, his speed was much slower. But because other students have stopped moving forward long ago. At this moment, Qinyi has arrived at an area with a risk factor similar to that of Zhang Yan. Boom! In front of Qinyi, the fire demon pig collapsed. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon fire demon pig and gaining 35 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon fire demon pig and gaining 18 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the fire demon pig. ... Call. Qinyi took a deep breath. At this point, even if his martial arts skills are superb, he is still blessed by the power of the netherworld. The fight was still much more difficult. Aha! Qinyi pointed the shuai knife towards the sky. Under the scorching sun, the small gaps were extremely conspicuous. After all, it's just a low-grade bronze weapon, so it's still a bit overwhelming. Just keep going. Although killing these monsters should not be done as lightly as before. But there is still no risk to life. You must know that until now, Qinyi has not been injured at all. Immediately afterwards, Qinyi's body disappeared into the lush forest. As the monsters are killed, the strength becomes stronger. The points Qinyi gained were getting higher and higher, and he even started to pursue a counterattack. In a jungle, Xiao Zuian shouted loudly. The long sword in his hand was thrust forward. It penetrated directly through the forehead of a monkey demon. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood flowed down. It's so flexible, but luckily I got the chance in the end. Xiao Zuian leaned on a big tree, put his long sword into its scabbard, and took a rest. Now, there were many wounds, large and small, all over his body. Didi. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Zuian opened the real-time points ranking list. I saw his ranking, currently at 48. Yeah, I haven't pulled it open yet. Sure enough, at the end when time was running out, the competition became extremely fierce. Xiao Zuian cursed. Mainly, around 10th and 50th place, the competition is fiercest at the last minute due to the gap in point rewards. Because this is a practical martial arts resource, just a few points is missing hundreds of points, which is unacceptable to any student. He glanced up again. Ha! Xiao Zuian chuckled. Qin Yi's ranking has actually risen to 13th. Didn't it drop to 20 just now? Could it be that his strategy is to conserve energy and then overtake at the last moment? It started when Qin Yi started to decline. Xiao Zuian thought that Qin Yi was not qualified to compete in the top 10. After all, there are still too many geniuses in the Spark training camp. But now, things have turned around. Forget it, let's stabilize our ranking first. Shaked his head, Xiao Zuian threw these miscellaneous thoughts behind him. He continued to search for monsters around him. Time is still passing. Unknowingly, it has come to the last 20 minutes. Boom, the water in Ao Hai's eyes was rippling, and he swung out a palm, directly hitting the head of the golden bear. Plop, this huge monster fell to the ground with a crash. Didi, Ao Hai opens real-time points ranking. He glanced at it and murmured to himself. You actually bite it so hard. It seems that at the last moment, we have to kill 2 more monsters to be safe. Due to the convenience of detecting the power of the Eye of Water waves, Ao Hai is still ranked first in points rankings. Of course, Li Feng, Zhang Yan and others behind him were also hot on their heels. For these top talent, top 10 has never been their goal. At the opening of the camp, winning the top 3 or even first place can reflect their strength. Then, he glanced down. I couldn't help but exclaimed. Why did Qin Yi's points rise so fast? Already reached the 10th position. A bit exaggerated. Just judging from the speed at which Qin Yi's points are increasing, it has already surpassed him. If the hole dug earlier was not too big, the ranking might still rise a lot. Could it be that in order to compete for the top 10, some secret method or elixir with great side effects was used? Ao Hai guessed. This can be considered a relatively reasonable explanation. After all, in such a short period of time, even if you make some progress in killing, it is impossible to say that your strength will immediately change by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there is a difference of 200 points between the 10th place and the 11th place. This is definitely a huge sum of money. As long as the pros outweigh the cons, it's not a bad idea to pay some price. It seems that during the 2-month training camp, Qin Yi is indeed a worthy opponent. The third sword of ghost killing, ghost burial. Aha! In Qin Yi's hand, the long knife moved horizontally, and wisps of black mist bloomed. With a slash of the knife, a lion monster with a rough red body like lava stood in front of him, stunned on the spot. Then, fell down. Kakaka. Behind this monster, a tree large enough for 3 people to surround it also broke and fell towards the rear. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon fire lion and gaining 38 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon fire lion and gaining 21 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the molten lion. Finally, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth. As long as this demonic beast is chanted and liberated, the merit limit of Volume 1 of the Saitagarbha Sutra will be fully filled. Lifting the shui knife, there were already many gaps on it. It's almost scrapped. There is no way, the strength increases too fast. The low-grade bronze longsword could no longer withstand Qin Yi's strength. Now Qin Yi only requires that this knife can last until the end of this hunting competition. The next second, the chanting of scriptures sounded. The spirit body of the fire-molten lion slowly rose from the corpse. Wisps of demonic energy were purified from the spirit body, succeeding in super purification and gaining merit in return. Congratulations to the host for reaching the merit limit of Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1. Do you want to receive the reward? In addition to these merits turning into pure life force, are there any additional rewards? Keep it for now. It should still be under observation now. It won't be too late to use it together with the Underworld's long-term signature after the hunting competition is over. Sudden. The spark bracelet sounded a beep. It shows that there are only 5 minutes left before the end of the hunting competition. Is it over? Qin Yi has been immersed in the joy of improvement for the past few hours and has not paid attention to the progress of the hunting competition. By the way, there is also such a thing as point ranking. Chin-Yi suddenly thought of something and finally opened the real-time point ranking for the first time. Soon, I saw myself in the 8th position. Even though Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 inch slowed down the progress, I still got 8th. Yes, in this case you can get the top 10 rewards. Although I don't particularly care. But after all, those are not a small amount of martial arts resources. It's a beautiful thing to be able to hold it easily. Open your properties panel again. Name, Chin-Yi. Position, internship 976 1,000ths. Current number of demons suppressed, 1/5. The ghost points that can be obtained at each hour currently 1 point. Number of ghost points, 2020. Acquisition methods, 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, Rang Niu Fist, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 inch 100 100ths. Evaluation. The new member of Onishi who has just joined the job is still very unfamiliar with the road of suppressing darkness. In the job experience column. Are you almost reaching the promotion limit? I guess I can get promoted if I kill 2 more monsters. In terms of ghost points, it exceeded 2,000 points. Well, in that case. Then just wait until you get promoted. Chin-Yi made up his mind. He picked up the already damaged shui knife and continued to search for the monster. Within the alloy base, all the instructors were stunned. They really didn't expect that Chin-Yi would continue to go deeper in the end and become the person with the highest risk factor in the area among all the students. Moreover, relying on the strong strength of killing monsters, the points obtained also increase. Back to the top 10 again. This kid. Did he have this plan in mind from the beginning? You don't think that the so-called act of supporting those monsters is just a pretense, right? Zhang Tianming twitched the corner of his mouth and said slowly. This guess sounds ridiculous, but you must know that these students themselves are not very young, so they like to do these limelight things. Probably not. Shen Hao shook his head. I saw Chin-Yi open the point ranking and take a look at it at the end. Even if he is confident in his own strength, he can't know the progress of everyone else, right? The hole dug in front is too big and it will easily become impossible to fill it back. 2. This analysis also makes sense. So what was the reason that led Chin-Yi to do this? These instructors shook their heads and didn't even think about it. After the hunting competition ended, students returned to the alloy base one after another. Kakaka. The large screen used for detection also slowly retracted below the ground at this time. The empty space was replaced by 3 more medical team tents. Even now, there is still a long queue, so only the seriously injured students can be treated first. No way. It was the first time for these students to enter the wilderness area and fight to the death for so long. It's strange that the whole body is intact. What? Do you have to pay medical fees for the treatment? But we don't have points yet, little sister, can we forget it this time? The points have been entered into your spark bracelets the moment the hunting competition ends. Don't worry, the nurse's gentle voice sounded. But everyone was petrified on the spot. When I opened the spark bracelet, I saw that the points amount was already on it. Yes, it's really fast. What else can you say? You can't default on your debt. Hey, the potion spray you are using seems a bit high-end. My body is not that delicate. Can I change it to something a little lower? Classmate, we only have silver-grade medical potions at the lowest level. Student, these conditions are a bit too good, and it's not enough to use something inferior. But these all cost valuable points. Some students in line are already considering whether they should go back and take care of themselves. Save wasted points. However, someone soon exclaimed, what? This set of medical treatment only costs 4.8 points. Could there be a mistake? 4.8. Brother, are you sure? Then I'll treat it. I have long heard that the points in the training camp are of extremely high value, especially in terms of medical expenses, and there are additional subsidies. I finally saw it today. Hey, then I should have worked hard to get into the top 50. Come on, it's just like you. 2 bloody holes were bitten on your butt by a monster. You even struggled to get on the bed, but you still want to take the first 50. After fighting to the death and returning to the alloy base, the atmosphere among the students became completely lively. This is also easy to understand. No matter what special cleanup is done near the base, a wilderness area is a wilderness area. Whenever you are in a wilderness area, there is a risk of death. But after returning to the alloy base, everyone's heart finally calmed down. This is a spiritual baptism for everyone. Strictly speaking, only those who have experienced such a life and death struggle can be considered a true warrior. Soon, more and more students are coming back. In a short time, even the top geniuses who had traveled deepest into the wilderness area arrived at the base. This includes Qin Yi. Finally, back, even Qin Yi felt an unprecedented peace of mind the moment he stepped into the base. Hours of fighting. Qin Yi was also mentally exhausted. This is the meaning of the existence of each survival base. Let mankind have the last safe haven. Qin Yi, congratulations. We have never had a student from number 5 middle school get a top 10 place in the training camp. You are the first. It can be regarded as rectifying the name of our 5th middle school. Xiao Zuian, who had been bandaged, stepped forward and said sincerely. Before the camp started, basically no one paid much attention to the students of Nanjong number 5 middle school. It can be seen from the fact that Wang Xiaoming didn't even bother to speak at the gate. But today Qin Yi got the top 10. No one dares to look down on it anymore. Their 5th middle school also produced a top genius from Nanjong City. Ah, thank you. Qin Yi didn't know how to answer. Can I say that from beginning to end, I never cared about point ranking? Wouldn't this be too pretentious? But now, there are indeed many students around who are looking at Qin Yi. Is that Qin Yi who ranks 8th in this hunting competition? I never expected that a student from Nanjong number 5 middle school would have such terrifying strength. It's unbelievable. Those who can enter the top 10 are all monsters. Although he may still be far behind the top 3 in terms of combat power, such as Ao Hai, Zhang Yan and others, he can at least be on par. Among the crowd, Shuzi was not surprised. Looking at Qin Yi, he held the long knife tighter in his hand. In his opinion, Qin Yi's unpredictable sword skills deserve to be ranked among the top 10. He even thought that Qin Yi could hit the top 5. But now it seems that it is still overestimated. Qin Yi, my ranking this time is 18. The gap between you and me is not that far away. Just wait, there are still 2 months to go. I, Shuzi, will definitely surpass you. This is the goal I set before coming to Spark training camp. Shuzi's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. It took about half an hour of treatment. The students' injuries have almost been dealt with. Ahem. On the main podium, Zhang Tianming's clear cough sounded. Attracted everyone's attention. Everyone. As of now, all the students who are still alive have returned to the alloy base. The first sentence he spoke made many students' expressions change. This is very clear. It means that some students were buried in the wilderness area. Many people began to search for friends they had not yet met. Why didn't Ah Shun see it? I haven't seen it either. Could it be that? Dahu, are you still there? What are you yelling at? I'm still alive, young master. I'll be killed by you later. Don't I care about you? Qin Yi frowned. Speaking of which, it seemed that Shen Yu was not seen. Although the third person from Nanjong number 5 middle school is much weaker than Xiao Zuian. But that smart short hair and free and easy personality still left some impression on Qin Yi's heart. No need to look for it, there are only so many people in total. If you don't show up at the base, you're dead. Zhang Tianming's loud voice sounded again. This time, a total of 232 of you participated in the hunting competition, and the number of killed was 7. 7 people. Many students looked surprised. They knew people might die. But I didn't expect that in just a few hours, 7 companions would be separated from them forever. This number somewhat shocked them. Qin Yi also stared blankly. Shen Yu, is she really dead? Classmate Qin Yi, you came so quickly. When they met at the foot of the city tower, the girl's words of greeting seemed to still be echoing in her mind. But now, he has been buried under the claws of the monster. Is this martial arts? 7 people, those are real people. Who is a talented person with a bright future who can come to the Spark training camp, but 7 people died in a hunting competition? Wouldn't this be too cruel? Ah Shun is really dead. He also has an old mother in her 50s at home. Before the camp started, I made an agreement with him to make a name for herself in the training camp. How can I explain this to my aunt now? Many students find it difficult to accept this. Looking ugly. Some people even held their heads and looked in a daze because of the death of their friends. Don't worry, everyone, we have sent special staff to bring back the bodies of those students. There will also be pensions at the Spark training camp that will be given to their families. Zhang Tianming paused and gave everyone some time to react before continuing. Perhaps, you will think why my reaction is so cold. But what I want to say is that the life and death I have experienced are more than 100 times more than yours. If we remain immersed in the past, then humans can give up resistance. The dead have passed away, and those who survive can only carry on their will. Grief, regret, then hate yourself for not having the ability to clear away all the darkness in this world. A warrior is born to die. Zhang Tianming almost roared out the last words. After all, warriors have to fight in practice. The environment of the Spark training camp is already unique. It is almost inevitable that there will be casualties in the first hunting competition. This is also a real transformation. Under normal circumstances, after 2 months, the student casualty rate will not exceed 10%. But after they emerge from the blood and fire, their combat effectiveness will undergo earth-shaking changes. From this angle, some of the casualties are totally worth it. To put it harshly, warriors who are afraid of fighting and timid have no meaning in their existence. Are you born to die? Qin Yi took a deep breath. The strange thing is that there seems to be no fear in my heart, but instead there is expectation. With the Underworld system, it is already far ahead of others. In this case, let me grow up in the fight. Let's wipe out the darkness in this world. Everyone is tired today. Let's go back and rest first. Mark your respective residences on your Spark bracelets. The things I stored before coming here have been delivered. If you have time, take a look at the training camp precautions on the bracelet. Then, disband. Student accommodation area. House number 17. Qin Yi looked at the independent villa in front of him and was a little surprised. Is it so luxurious? Each student has a separate villa. Immediately afterwards, place the bracelet on the sensor slot at the door and shake it. Kakaka. The door slowly opened. Qin Yi walked in and found that there were many flowers and plants planted in the yard, which was quite leisurely and elegant. Good guy, this looks like it was carefully designed. But then I thought about it. The cultivation of a warrior inherently requires a balance between work and rest. When the environment is good, your mood will naturally relax, and the efficiency of your practice will increase. As a training camp that has been allocated a lot of resources by the Great Xia Kingdom, all aspects will definitely be taken into consideration. Boom. Open the door. The spacious living room immediately comes into view. The overall decoration is light gray, with a simple and modern feel. There are also large boxes placed on the ground. These are the medicinal bath materials that Qin Yi asked someone to send before. In addition to daily practice, medicinal baths are a method that can replenish energy in a timely manner. Qin Yi walked up to the second floor and found that the entire floor was a training room. Various expensive facilities are placed inside. There are memory alloy dummies, human body stretching machines, and many other equipment that I can't name. Looking at Qin Yi, he felt a little excited. Can you finally practice comfortably at your residence? This environment where I have to live for 2 months is better than I imagined. Qin Yi took a casual glance and saw a qi and blood tester. Do you have this equipment? Just in time, let's see what value my qi and blood has reached now after experiencing the repayment of merit and the infusion of pure life force. Qin Yi strode forward, pick up the blood needle, take out a drop of blood, and then it drips. Buzz buzz. Qi and blood value, 50.2. Has it exceeded the 50 mark? Qin Yi's face showed an excited look. This also means that after experiencing the training in the wilderness area, he has finally broken through to the realm of a second-grade warrior. Unexpectedly, it took less than half a month. He has transformed from a poor student who had to work hard to get into the lowest martial arts university to a martial arts genius. It surpasses the accumulation of countless years by others. From not being able to afford the qi and blood test fee of several thousand, to now using expensive martial arts equipment casually. The practice environment and martial arts resources have undergone earth-shaking changes. The experience was truly like a dream. Qin Yi turned his head and looked at the precious exercise tools next to him. But he restrained the idea of trying it out directly. Because at this moment, I have something more to look forward to in my heart. He took off his spark bracelet and placed it in a cabinet aside to isolate the signal. Qin Yi immediately called up his own panel. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Official Ghost Officer, 63/60,000. Current number of demons suppressed, 1/10. The ghost points that can be obtained at each hour currently 1 point. Number of ghost points, 2181. Acquisition methods. 5 Ghosts Body Training Sutra, Rang Niu Fist, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 inch 100/100. Evaluation. The underworld ghost agent who has first glimpsed a way to suppress darkness. Finally got a promotion. After killing so many half-monsters, his position was finally no longer that of a trainee ghost sergeant. The word formal is pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at it. However, the experience points required for the next promotion gave Qin Yi a headache. It has increased 60 times. I have just become a full-time employee from the internship period. Is it really good to hit people like this? Forget it, just make progress. As your strength increases, it will become easier and easier to obtain ghost points and experience. Now it seems that 60,000 people have a lot of experience, but that may not be the case later. Moreover, after becoming an official ghost, it is not just a name, there is no benefit. Qin Yi received the prompt when he was promoted in the wilderness area. Now, not only can the number of demons I can suppress increase to 10, but I can also use 1,000 ghost points to exchange for a green-grade underworld long-term lottery. The white level long sign turntable can harvest so many precious objects. Qin Yi doesn't even dare to think about what the green level ones will draw. In this case, there is no need to hesitate. Directly redeem 2 green level long-term signatures, and then start using them. Following Qin Yi's thoughts, an ancient turntable manifested itself in my mind. It's just that the original white long stick in the middle has turned green, and the rewards in the small fan-shaped areas have become much richer. Kakaka. After the long sign rotated for a few seconds, it stopped very quickly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magical Spirit Ball green product. Magical Spirit Ball. Just listening to the name, Qin Yi couldn't tell the purpose of this prop for a while. Before Qin Yi could think about it carefully, colorful brilliance quickly gathered in midair. When the light fades, a round ball with dark purple scales floated. Moreover, the entire ball expands and contracts, as if it is alive and breathing. Magic Spirit Ball Green, the standard weapon of the underworld, it can be transformed into any desired form. Standard weapon. This thing is actually a weapon. Qin Yi was a little unbelievable. Unexpectedly, after Qin Yi finished these 2 sentences, the ball's breathing became faster, as if it was protesting something. Are you still angry? Sure enough, there is life. Qin Yi also understands that since it can be judged as green product by the underworld system, the quality must be guaranteed. Judging from previous experience, according to the classification of Blue Star, this thing is at least top grade in the silver grade, and even the best grade. I just subconsciously said those words. It's just because the magic spirit ball doesn't look like a weapon. Then let's take a look at changing the handle to a long knife. Qin Yigang thought so. Kakaka. The dark purple scales on top of the ball flew away from it, revealing the round ball inside. Then, the sphere was reshaped like plasticine. It turned into a long knife. These scales were attached again and arranged precisely. Qin Yi was stunned. Not to mention, the long knife looks a bit cold against the backdrop of the dark purple scales. He stretched out his right hand and held the demonic spirit sword in his hand. Strike forward with all your might. Aha! A crisp sound broke through the air. Good knife, Qin Yi said in surprise. When he exerts force, the power of the netherworld in his body seems to be mobilized immediately. The material of the magic spirit ball is already tough enough, and the weapon transformed into it has smooth lines and is extremely sharp. As a result, this weapon in his hand still has the characteristic of resonating with the power of the netherworld. Isn't this a tailor-made weapon? But think about it. The introduction of the demonic spirit ball states that it is the standard weapon of the underworld. As a public official in the underworld, I also practice the power of the underworld, so I am naturally comfortable using it. It just so happened that the Shui knife was almost scrapped after the battle in the hunting competition. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the magic spirit ball extracted was timely. Immediately, Qin Yi's eyes condensed. Kakaka. The magic sword in his hand decomposed and transformed again, turning into a spear. Kakaka. The next second, it transformed into a round stick. Seeing this, Qin Yi became more and more satisfied with the weapon. Now in the eyes of others, he is an extraordinary genius in the art of swordsmanship. But only Qin Yi understands it. If I have to say it, he is not only a prodigy in swordsmanship, but also a terrifying monster with extremely high understanding of boxing, footwork, and other martial arts. Because you only need to collect enough ghost points to draw the underworld carousel. Those dharma doors and exercises from the underworld will be integrated into one's memory like an enlightenment. Therefore, I may not always use a knife in the future. The Mowu spirit ball is just right and can be transformed into the form of all weapons, which perfectly meets Qin Yi's requirements. Green grade long-term lottery, the things drawn are indeed good. Qin Yi sighed in his heart. Well, let's move on to the second long stick. Congratulations to the host for the critical hit reward and obtaining the blue level method, 6-layer Shira body. Critical attack, blue level method. Before Qin Yi could react, a massive amount of information poured into Qin Yi's memory. It took a few breaths to recover. After briefly understanding the essence of the method and some functions of 6 layers of Shira, a flash of light flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. This is too fierce. It is truly a critical hit that makes the reward go beyond the long-signed level. In Qin Yi's opinion, 6 layers of Shira body can be regarded as an advanced method of 5 ghost body refining sutra. It is also the power of cultivating the underworld. However, whether it is the martial arts techniques for fighting or the methods of body polishing recorded in it, it is more than one level higher than the 5 ghosts body refining sutra. And the most important thing is that 6 layers of Shira body can not only polish and improve chi and blood, but also improve the strength of the physical body at the same level. When one has reached a deep level of cultivation, it is easy for the physical body to meet weapons forcefully. After reaching the 5th level or above, you can also transform into Shira form. The introduction of this method made Qin Yi ecstatic. Immediately, Qin Yi closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. According to the records in the 6 layers of Shira, as the power of the netherworld within the body begins to circulate, the arrangement gradually changes. It doesn't look any different than before. But in fact, the power of the netherworld becomes much more solid after changing its arrangement, and its power will naturally increase a lot if used in battle. Of course, Qin Yi's chi and blood have improved now, reaching the chi and blood threshold of a 2nd-grade warrior. Otherwise, it simply cannot bear the load. A few minutes later, the foundation of the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra has been completely transformed. Let Qin Yi directly reach the 2nd level of Shira body. He stood up and clenched his fists. Bang bang bang. A sound like firecrackers was made. Under the surface of the skin, the dark power of the netherworld adheres. Apart from anything else, his ability to withstand beatings is definitely among the best among warriors of the same level. However, after transforming the foundation accumulated in the 5 Ghost Conjoined Sutra, it will not be so easy to continue to improve the realm of Asura's 6-layered body. One way is to absorb the death energy in killing. Another way is to rely on medicinal baths to polish yourself. No matter which path you take, there is a limit to what your cells can absorb every day. I'll consider this practice method later. Now let's collect all the unclaimed rewards in the wilderness area first. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. I still haven't received the reward for reaching the merit limit of Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1. Now, get it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-level horse-face summoning order. Low-level horse-faced summoning order. Use the power of the netherworld to induce, can briefly communicate with the gate of the underworld, and summon a low-level horse-faced bodyguard that initially controls the power of heaven and earth 3/3. Crash. Colorful rays of light scattered from midair. A square token with an iron rope and horse-face pattern engraved on it fell into Qin Yi's palm. Summoning order. This reward was unexpected by Qin Yi. Can he actually summon a protector to protect himself? Initial control of the power of heaven and earth. Doesn't this mean that even a low-level horse face has a combat power equivalent to that of a 5th-grade warrior? Good guy, are you carrying a tool with you that can summon a 5th grade warrior? Don't be too confident at all. And as a creature from the underworld, it is very likely that leapfrog battles will be easy. In this way, there is no need to worry about unexpected crises when entering the wilderness area. There are ghosts from the underworld with the equivalent of 5th level combat power to help. Then what are you afraid of? The latter part, 3/3, is also easy to understand. That is this low-level horse-faced summoning token, which can be used 3 times. Oh my god. Full sense of security. Qinyi then carefully put this low-level horse-faced summoning order into his arms. This is a life-saving trump card. It needs to be put away. The next step is to suppress those monster spirits. A little busy, Qinyi feels that the gifts from this hunting competition are really too much so far. There was no way he could have received the reward in such a brazen manner under the supervision of all the instructors, right? Qinyi stretched out his right hand. 9 of the strongest monster spirits imprisoned in the palm were released. Since those spiritual bodies dispersed directly after using Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1 Inch for Salvation, in order to collect the spiritual bodies of the 9-headed 2nd grade monsters, Qinyi stayed in the wilderness area after the competition. Stayed for a while. Please select the location where the half-monsters were judged and suppressed. Currently, half-monsters can choose between the underworld of labor and the tongue-pulling hell. Good guy, these monsters are actually a bit lower end than the vampire eels imprisoned last time. Not only can they enter only one level of tongue-pulling hell, but they can also be judged and entered into the underworld labor world. But it's normal to think about it. After all, even if they are 2nd grade monsters, their monster level is only less than 1 star, not even 1 star as high as a vampire eel. According to the above introduction, no matter which area the trial enters, there is no difference in obtaining ghost points. In other words, this choice depends entirely on Qinyi's mood. Then feel free to do it. I, Qinyi, am officially a ghost envoy and will judge these 9 half-headed monsters for entering the underworld's labor world. The words fell. There was a void shaking around. The dark green door with the roaring patterns of ghosts and simple Sanskrit characters engraved on it appeared again. Many little devils holding steel forks walked out. After bowing to Qinyi, they grabbed the spirits of these monsters and walked towards the gate. After all are entered, the dark green door slowly disappeared into the void again and disappeared. Qinyi opened the panel and took a look. Name, Qinyi. Position, Official Ghost Officer, 63/60,000. Current number of demons suppressed, 10 out of 10. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 3 points. Number of ghost points, 181. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, 5 ghost body refining sutra, Saitagarbha Sutra Volume 1, Manganiu Fist. Evaluation. The underworld ghost agent who has first glimpsed a way to suppress darkness. Good guy, if you suppress the 9 evil demons more, the ghost points you can get every hour will increase by 2 points. It's really cheap. It seems that if we suppress them in the future, it would be more cost-effective to replace all of them with real monsters. Qinyi made secret calculations in his heart. Of course. After all, it is a passive income that can be obtained by lying down every day, so you should not worry too much about gains and losses. Now, I can say that I have 36 ghost points in a day, and I have a green grade long-term signature after a month, right? Qinyi calmed down. So far, I finally collected all the rewards I just received in the wilderness area. Not only did he gain his favorite weapons, but he also gained more advanced martial arts skills and a life-saving trump card. The number of ghost points harvested every time also increased a lot. The strength of his own chi and blood has also exceeded that of a 2nd grade warrior. He has truly reached the same level as those top geniuses in Nanjong City. Latest come first. However, Qinyi no longer regards these people from Nanjong City as competitors. Since he has set his sights on the Supreme Martial Arts Academy, his competitor is the nation's genius. As for people like Zhang Yan, Ao Hai, and Shu Zi, maybe they still want to compete with themselves or look down upon them. But what they didn't know was that even before the camp started, they relied on the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra and the power of the Netherworld. Even if the blood value is weaker, when it comes to actual combat, I am no longer afraid of them. Not to mention after transformation. To put it harshly, there is no telling whether these so-called Nanzhong's top geniuses can survive Qin Yi's move. No matter how, the right way is to continue to improve yourself. After a day of fighting, Qin Yi felt a little tired both physically and mentally. In this case, torture through medicinal baths. No, it is perfect to improve yourself. However, 6 layers of Shira body is 2 levels higher than 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra in terms of skill level alone. You must practice this method. The medicinal baths recorded in it are naturally not of the same level. Not only has the amount of medicine been increased several times based on the previous one, but also several more precious medicinal materials have been added. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. This is a bit difficult to handle. I was not rich to begin with, and after purchasing the shui knife, I almost lost all my Daxia coins. It is simply impossible to buy those expensive medicinal materials. Suddenly, Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Unless. Use points. In the Spark training camp, points are equivalent to martial arts resources. Many medicinal materials, weapons, and elixirs here are even more comprehensive than those sold in many large group stores. Because this is directly mobilized from the treasury of the Great Sha Kingdom. Immediately, Qin Yi took out the Spark bracelet again. Click to open the training camp treasure trove. Sizzling. The Azure projection screen manifests. A wide variety of treasures of different types are available. There is actually a peak bronze long sword. The price is 110 points. Maybe I would still buy it before I get the magic spirit ball. After all, the shui knife was almost scrapped, and it was impossible for a warrior not to have a handy weapon on hand. But now, it's no longer needed. In addition to various weapons, there are also redeemable items such as elixirs for warriors and cultivation methods. There are meals on there. I didn't expect that 3 meals a day are ordered from the training camp treasure house. In fact, these are all written in the training camp precautions in the Spark bracelet. It's just that Qin Yi has been busy receiving the reward and didn't go to see it. Just in time. After a day of exercise, the body's cells are in need of energy supply. Before choosing a medicinal bath, let's solve the food problem first. Qin Yi glanced at the introduction and was surprised. No wonder these meals are also placed in the training camp treasury and need to be redeemed with precious points. Even the simplest meal set only requires 0.1 points for pork chop rice. They are all made from the short ribs of a first-grade monster red wild boar, paired with fragrant rice grown in a secret space with fertile soil. It also contains a lot of energy from heaven and earth. It is very nourishing for a warrior who has practiced for a day and can increase the absorption of energy from heaven and earth by hungry cells, thereby increasing the growth rate of qi and blood. Gulu. Looking at this introduction, Qin Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After all, Qin Yi, who used to live on pensions, had never eaten even the cheapest meal packages at this level. Looking further up, the ingredients used in the set meal become more and more precious. Just looking at this introduction, Qin Yi couldn't help but move his index finger. A luxury. After scanning the meal packages, Qin Yi decided to reward himself with a good meal. After living for so many years, I have never enjoyed these delicacies. Now I have the ability. You must be kind to yourself. Anyway, when the points were distributed at the beginning of the camp, what I got was the top 11, which was the highest, 500 points. He is considered very wealthy among students. Qin Yi is different from those martial arts idiots who are obsessed with martial arts. As your strength becomes stronger and your status improves, you naturally want to enjoy the benefits these bring. In life, you should eat and drink as you should. Good food can relieve boring martial arts practice and become the driving force for continuous progress. Moreover, these food are rich in the energy of heaven and earth, which can help absorb nutrients and improve qi and blood. Why not do it? It's up to you. Volcano stewed bear set meal. Within a few seconds, Qin Yi settled on a meal package costing 4.2 points. This is very luxurious. You must know that the purchasing power of points is extremely high. Even a single treatment with silver-grade drugs is usually much cheaper than this. After ordering the meal, Qin Yi continued to search for the medicinal materials needed for 6 layers of Shira body. It's so expensive. After Qin Yi finished checking, he couldn't help but exclaimed. What a joke. This bodhisattva tree root actually costs 20 points for a small root. Canyon rice noodles cost 30 points per gram. Isn't the purchasing power of points very high? Could it be that the mark is wrong? Looking at the price, Qinyi's mouth twitched, falling into deep self-doubt. Then he picked up his mobile phone and started searching for the market prices of these medicinal materials. 1 gram of residual rice noodles on the market costs about 150,000 Daxia coins. A small root of the bodhisattva tree costs about 90,000 Daxia coins. Good guy. Qinyi finally understood. It wasn't that the marking was wrong or that the purchasing power of points was insufficient. It's just that the medicinal herbs needed to be added to the 6 layers of Shira body medicinal bath are too expensive. But, after a simple conversion, the purchasing power of points in Spark training camp is that 1 point is almost equivalent to 5,000 Daxia coins. Qinyi once again realized the wealth of the Spark training camp. Doesn't that mean that the points earned by opening a camp are worth more than 2 million Chinese coins? The intensity of this resource tilt is truly terrifying. Forget it, buy it. Qinyi did not hesitate for too long. After pondering for a few breaths, he made a decision. Nowadays, what he relies on for his rise is the Underworld system. It can be said that the improvement brought about by spending this time is 1/10 that other students cannot achieve even if they work hard. And money is all external things. Since you can spend it, you can also earn it back. In my backpack, there are also monster materials obtained by dividing them in the wilderness area. These can also be exchanged for points in the training camp. At worst, I would just keep training myself in the wilderness area and earn extra money on the way. I can't believe I can't afford this medicinal bath. Therefore, Qinyi directly purchased the 1-week dosage of medicated baths recorded in the 6 layers of Shira. The final total is 270 points. Qinyi's eyelids twitched. Still a little sore. This was even after I had brought some basic medicinal materials. Otherwise, the cost for a week will be at least 300 points. You know, those students who ranked in the top 10 to top 50 range were only allocated 300 points at the start of the camp. The more than 100 students under that only have 200 initial points, and they can't even afford Qinyi's medicinal bath for a week. Qinyi couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a gold-swallowing beast. Click to buy. After pressing the button, the points balance in the upper right corner dropped. Qinyi did not continue to pay attention and turned off the electronic screen directly. Out of sight, out of mind. After about half an hour of waiting, the doorbell rings. Qinyi walked out and soon lifted up a huge black leather box. Turn it on. Inside there are 2 large boxes separated into layers. Pull out the top one and take it apart. It is the various medicinal materials needed for soaking in medicinal bath. Well, put it aside for now. Let's finish the meal before talking. Qinyi picked up the second box and placed it on the table. Boom! At the moment of opening, the rich aroma of food immediately filled the air. The presentation inside is extremely exquisite, the sauces and ingredients are perfectly matched, and it's just a pleasure to look at. Gulu! Qinyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up the braised bear paw cooked with the red-haired meat bear of the 3rd-grade monster beast. Put it in your mouth. With a gentle sip, the bear paw meat that has been stewed until soft and waxy falls off the bones and melts on the tip of the tongue. In an instant, the aroma of sauce and meat bursts into your mouth. Qinyi's taste buds seemed to be dancing. This is not over yet, because this spiritual flesh contains the warm energy of heaven and earth. After swallowing it, a warm wave of air traveled through the body. It's really delicious. After Qinyi savored it for a few seconds, he opened his eyes and said excitedly. Then, he picked up the slender wine bottle embedded in black cotton. Boom! Open the mouth of the bottle and pour it into your mouth. The crystal light blue liquid carries a rich fruity aroma and goes down smoothly from the throat. The whole person seemed to be in a mountain forest at this moment, with the sound of clear spring flowing beside him. Good wine. At this moment, Qinyi could no longer think of any gorgeous words to describe it. This is monkey wine brewed by the 2nd-grade monster forest monkey. The taste is so silky. A few minutes later, the meal set was devoured completely under Qinyi's whirlwind. Comfortable, really comfortable. Touching his round belly, Qinyi felt so satisfied. Even because these foods contain rich energy of heaven and earth. Qin Yi felt that his energy and blood had increased a little. This is a method of improvement that is different from cultivation and medicinal baths. Although the upper limit of qi and blood that can be absorbed from this every day is not high, the advantage is that you can enjoy it and improve at the same time. It can be regarded as an unexpected gain. It was indeed a meal set that cost me 4.2 points. It's still worth it. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. 4.2 points, if the purchasing power is converted into Daxia currency, it is almost over 20,000. If it were placed before, it would be equivalent to Qin Yi's source of living for half a year. Now it is eaten in one meal. It's really sad. No wonder it is said that warriors spend money as fast as water. It is indeed true. Well, after we have had enough wine and food, we have to continue our formal practice. Qin Yi walked over, picked up the medicinal bath materials, and walked towards the bathroom. In a large bathtub with a length of 3 meters. Qin Yi has put all the medicinal materials inside. Sizzling. The pure black medicinal soup emits a faint mist upwards. In Qin Yi's perception, this medicinal property is at least 10 times stronger and faster than the medicinal bath formula recorded in the 5 Ghosts Body Refining Sutra. Qin Yi had already taken off his clothes. Stepped right in. Gulu gulu gulu. For a moment, these medicinal soups come into contact with the surface of Qin Yi's skin and are constantly churning. Countless tiny bubbles are produced around the body. Float upward. Even though Qin Yi was used to the intensity of the last medicinal bath, he frowned at this moment, gritted his teeth, and his face became ferocious. But the good thing is, this is not a punishment to torture yourself. In the process of corroding flesh and cells, the nutrients in the medicinal soup are also poured in and merged with the power of the netherworld to reshape the damaged body tissues. As a warrior who is extremely sensitive to his physical fitness, Qin Yi could feel that after the reshaping, the density and toughness of these body tissues had been improved. Sure enough, according to the description in the 6th level body of Shira, practicing this method will make one's body extremely powerful. But Qin Yi didn't expect that the results would be so quick. In fact, on Blue Star, many martial arts masters want to have a body similar to monsters, and they have also developed many methods of body training and horizontal training. But although human beings have high levels of understanding, their physical and bone foundations are far behind. The progress of spiritual practice is basically extremely slow. It takes a long time to take effect. It is a standard water grinding skill. However, once something is achieved, the increase in combat power will be extremely considerable. The strength of your physical body allows you to dare to exchange injuries for injuries with your opponents in battle. Paired with domineering and ferocious martial arts, at the same level, it is definitely a nightmare that gives enemies a headache. But now, Qin Yi doesn't have much foundation in body training. However, with the help of the medicinal bath, his physical strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even under such polishing, qi and blood are steadily improving. I don't know how many warriors who have taken this path will burst into tears if I tell them. It was this rich harvest that made Qin Yi unable to stop feeling joyful even though he was suffering tremendous pain. About an hour later, the medicinal soup is as clear as water. Qin Yi dragged his tired steps out of the bathtub and put on his pajamas. Tired, so tired. Originally, fighting for a long time in the wilderness area was enough to make people physically and mentally exhausted. Coupled with the extreme polishing of this medicinal bath, the fatigue brought to people is even more exaggerated than that of a hunting competition. Now I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart. Dee. At this time, Qin Yi's cell phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. There is information about the type and location of tomorrow's course. Qin Yi just glanced at it and threw it aside. He fell on the soft big bed and fell asleep. The next day, inside the number C Martial Arts Hall, Shen Hao held a long knife in his hand and glanced around the students with sharp eyes. At this moment, basically all the knife-wielding students in the Spark training camp have gathered. However, Shen Hao still frowned and waited for something. Why hasn't that boy Qin Yi come yet? Considering the intensity of yesterday's hunting competition, today's first day of martial arts classes has been postponed by 2 hours than normal. The warrior's energy should not be so poor. Could it be that, you think your sword skills are already sophisticated enough and you don't even bother to take your own instruction class. Thinking of this, Shen Hao's face gradually darkened. Probably, given the age of these students, it is easy for them to become arrogant. Especially a swordsman genius like Qin Yi. It's normal to be easily arrogant. Confused, Shen Hao shook his head. Yes, as a first-grade warrior, he can learn the techniques of peak bronze and practice them to the point of perfection. In terms of talent, he can be regarded as amazing. But that's relative to peers. He, Shen Hao, was a 6th-grade warrior, possessing several gold-grade sword skills. In terms of swordsmanship, Qin Yi is far from being comparable to him. It is definitely more than enough to teach students how to use the knife and develop their ideas. With Qin Yi's talent and understanding, Shen Hao would have given him some guidance and even had a chance to master the silver-level sword technique. By that time, practicing silver martial arts will resonate with the energy of heaven and earth at a deeper level, and it is very likely that qi and blood will also improve rapidly, making up for Qin Yi's current biggest flaw. It is not impossible to be alone in this spark training camp. After all, Shen Hao is also a master with swords, so he still hopes to see this scene. However, well, Shen Hao sighed to himself. That's all, young people will always suffer. When he discovered that his classmates, who were once much weaker than him, had continuously improved their swordsmanship skills after receiving guidance. At that time, he should have suddenly woken up. Young people don't look back until they hit the wall. Now there is a high probability that they won't be able to persuade them. Anyway, the training camp lasts for 2 months. There was still time for him to waste. Among the students, Su Wanning was also observing the crowd while tucking her black hair behind her ears. He didn't come. Su Wanning didn't see Qin Yi's figure, and a trace of disappointment flashed between her eyebrows. At the Muchuan martial arts school, she saw Qin Yi smashing Wu Menghai's wooden knife with an elegant figure. From that moment on, even she didn't know that that handsome young man had left an indelible mark on her heart. Sure enough, Qin Yi ranked among the top 10 in the hunting competition at the beginning of the camp and became an instant success. Su Wanning also felt unreasonable joy. I originally thought that Qin Yi would come to Shen Hao's swordsmanship class. But, Instructor Shen, what are we waiting for? Finally, some students saw that Shen Hao had not started class for a long time and his expression was still changing, and they couldn't help but express doubts. Ah, nothing. Then let's start today's class. Shen Hao also responded. Guidance classes began. The way of the sword is ever-changing. I won't generalize on what style to adopt. Everyone has their own characteristics. If you want to know your specific questions, you can use points on the Spark bracelet to redeem one-on-one coaching sessions with me. Today's first open class, let me first talk about some fatal mistakes that you must pay attention to. You have just started practicing, so it is extremely important to change these bad habits at the beginning. Shen Hao's thick voice echoed in the martial arts hall. The language is concise, but it gets to the point. Among the students, Xu Zi's eyes flashed. He truly deserves to be a master of swordsmanship among the 6th-grade warriors. Just listening to these words, some of the previous problems seemed to suddenly come to light. Since Qin Yi didn't come. Is it arrogance? No matter how talented you are, if you stop moving forward, you will only lose sight of everyone. Just wait, Qin Yi. I will definitely try my best to practice. Surpass you in the next hunting competition and let you know that pride is the biggest enemy of a warrior. Except that the number C Martial Arts Hall is in session. At this moment, in the Spark training camp, there are still many places where instructors are giving open instruction classes. Some are taking classes on gun skills, and some are instructing students with poor physical strength on how to adjust their fighting postures. In short, each student can go to different class locations to study according to his or her own needs. And these are all free. This is definitely an exaggerated resource. If you are in the outside world, do you want to be guided by a 5th grade or 6th grade warrior who has already controlled a trace of the power of heaven and earth? The amount of money spent per class is astronomical. But now, there are free open classes every once in a while. You can imagine how many martial arts resources Nanjing City has devoted to this training camp for cultivating genius seeds. Just when all students are eagerly absorbing nutrients and growing continuously, Qinyi, however, was carrying a large storage backpack and slowly walked along the grassy paths in the base. He murmured a little tune in his mouth. Common people are so happy today. After a tiring day yesterday, I slept happily. After waking up, I thought about the leap in strength. Qi, blood, means, and trump cards all increased exponentially. Plus in the morning I had the most delicious breakfast of my life. Can you feel bad? However, the points are spent a bit quickly. Of the 500 points I just gained, there are only 200 left. So as soon as I woke up, I took the materials harvested in the wilderness area yesterday to recycle. Get off the trail. Qinyi stopped. Well, this is it. In front of Qinyi at this moment, he saw a huge, dark blue square building standing here. On the plaque directly above the door, there are 5 big characters written on it, Material Recycling Department. Qinyi didn't hesitate and walked straight in. The smooth tile baseboards are spotless. The already silent hall seemed even more empty. Qinyi quickly walked to one of the processing windows and found that there was no one there. He couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "It's clearly written on the spark bracelet as Wuxi." Ah! Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a good-looking receptionist behind the counter suddenly raised his head and woke up. There are also red sleep marks on the right side of the cheek. Sorry, I fell asleep just now. Do you want to handle material recycling? The receptionist apologized quickly, panicking. Logically speaking, today is the first day of open classes, and many courses will be held together. Judging from past experience, it is impossible for students to miss it. With this mentality in mind, and the fact that he stayed very late last night sorting out the recycling list, the receptionist couldn't help but take a nap and wanted to take a nap for 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, I happened to bump into a student arriving. It's over now. If this young man seriously complained, her job would be in jeopardy. This is a job with a monthly salary of up to 9,000 Daxia coins. The family relies on this income to support his younger brother in martial arts high school. Good thing. Qinyi is not the kind of person who cares about things. He said directly, "Yes, help me count the materials here to see how many points I can redeem." Okay, please put the backpack into the conveyor belt. Put the spark bracelet on the induction slot and sense it. The receptionist breathed a sigh of relief and pressed a button at the same time. Kakaka. On the lower left side of Qinyi, the alloy baffle slowly parted, revealing a conveyor belt with a figure 8 pattern printed on it. After Qinyi checked the information, he put the backpack on. Feeling the gravity, the conveyor belt began to move and the backpack was quickly sent inside. These materials will be sent to the inspection chamber on the conveyor belt. Okay, classmate, the total value of your materials is 35 points. Do you want to recycle them? It takes less than a minute. The receptionist who received the results smiled and replied. Due to the wilderness area near Starfire training camp, the monsters have been specially cleaned up. All monsters that still exist are recorded. The value of the materials on the body has naturally been determined. Statistics are very convenient and quick. Qinyi nodded. I'm sure to recycle it. If based on the purchasing power of points, these materials are worth about 170,000 to 80,000 Daxia coins. This is more than 30% higher than what is sold to those corporate groups outside. In fact, this is the subsidy given in the training camp. In the camp, students are not allowed to sell monster materials collected outside the nearby wilderness areas. Okay, classmate, please wait a moment. I will enter the information immediately, and the points will be transferred to your spark bracelet. Qinyi was not in a hurry and waited quietly. In this free time, I can't help but sigh that my rate of making money has reached this point. These are points worth 170,000 to 80,000 Daxia coins. But I made it in one day. Even if it is because in the wilderness area, it is very easy to find monsters that match your own combat power, there is not much risk, and there is a reason to recover the premium. But even if these factors are excluded, it is not a problem for Qinyi to earn 70,000 to 80,000 Daxia coins a day if he fights cautiously in a normal wilderness area. In the past, it was only 2 years of living expenses. Exaggeration, too much exaggeration. The speed at which warriors make money is really incredible. Didi. Soon, the spark bracelet showed that the points had arrived. The storage backpack was also sent back by the conveyor belt. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. At this juncture when expenses are running low, it's pretty good to be able to make some money. Then, he picked up his backpack and walked out of the hall. The bright sunshine is shining. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the weather is really nice. It's perfect for leaving the base and hunting monsters. That's right, Qin Yi's plan today is to go deep into the wilderness area again and kill the monsters. There is no way, the financial pressure is great. We must subsidize the family more. Another main reason is that practicing the 6 layers of Shira body requires killing and consuming the death energy generated at the moment of living beings to nourish oneself. Therefore, fighting in the wilderness area is equivalent to practicing for Qin Yi. As for taking some martial arts instruction classes, or meditating on the gains and losses of battle, for Qin Yi, there is no need at all. The 6 layers of Shira body is also the same as the 5 Ghosts Conjoined Sutra, which contains many different types of auxiliary methods. However, most of the methods have certain level requirements. Some techniques can only be used if you have reached the 3rd level of physical strength, while others require the 4th or 5th level. In other words, as long as Qin Yi practices the 6 layers of Shira body to a deeper level, he will be able to unlock more martial arts methods. Even if you practice it a little bit and let the muscle memory become familiar, it will be a natural state. That's when your understanding of sword skills, boxing skills, body skills, etc. will skyrocket. So go to class. It's just a waste of time. Qin Yi naturally had no such plan. Soon, Qin Yi strode to the entrance of the base. Hello, I'm applying to go out of the wilderness area for training. Qin Yi greeted the guard. He took out his spark bracelet and brushed it on the sensor slot. Personal information is entered. This student, please wait a moment, the approval is being processed above. I guess it will be fine soon. The middle-aged doorman responded with a smile. Originally, the Spark training camp encouraged these students to go out and work hard, and the so-called approval was just a process. It doesn't take much time. Dee. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. After the doorman answered, his expression changed. Yes, I understand. It will definitely be conveyed. Beep. The phone hangs up. The guard looked at Qin Yi with doubts in his eyes. Uncle, what's wrong? Classmate, you may not be able to get out for the time being. Chief Instructor Zhang asked you to go to his office. Chief Instructor Zhang Tianming. Qin Yi is also a little strange. What does the most powerful officer in Spark training camp want to do with him? But since it was Zhang Tianming who was looking for him, it was impossible not to go. I have no choice but to put my plan to go to the wilderness area to fight and hone my skills for the time being. The Spark building is located in the center of the alloy base. In the large flat floor office at the top. Snapped. Zhang Tianming slammed the table angrily. Nonsense, just nonsense. Not only are you not going to attend any coaching classes, but you are also planning to continue out of the wilderness area. Is it possible that the beast tide broke out near the Spark training camp and is about to fall, and it has reached the point where Qin Yiqing has to save us from the fire and water? Or does he regard the Spark training camp as a mercenary army to make quick money? Then Zhang Tianming picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then slowly regained his composure and turned around to say. Wenji, your report was very timely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known this kid was so messy. Standing nearby, Yan Wenji, a staff officer with a 3/4 point haircut, put his right hand on his chest and saluted. Chief Instructor Zhang, don't be too excited. Young people are like this, especially those with this kind of talent. They are more likely to be conceited. I just reported it as a routine after detecting abnormal situations. In the training camp, there is a staff department responsible for monitoring the growth potential curve of trainees. Yan Wenji is the chief of staff of this staff department. Today is the first day of public instruction. All students attend classes under different instructors. Of course, except Qin Yi. This abnormal situation must be recorded. HMPH, under normal circumstances, I don't bother to care about these arrogant geniuses. Zhang Tianming snorted and said. But, this Qin Yi is different. He was so decisive in his killing. He was so calm that he didn't look like a young boy who had not yet taken the martial arts college entrance examination. He is a good candidate to join the military. It would be a pity for such a talent to waste precious time before the martial arts college entrance examination. If you lose the qualification to enter the 7 supreme martial arts schools due to a momentary delay, you will miss too much. Hear these words. Yan Wenji was not surprised. It was obvious that Zhang Tianming had a love for talents. In fact, it's not just Zhang Tianming. Other instructors, including Yan Wenji himself, also believed that Qin Yi was a rough jade that could be carefully crafted, otherwise they would not have reported the abnormality immediately. Kill decisively, be calm when facing monsters, and make the most efficient attack calmly. No one in the military would dislike such fighting talent and character. In the eyes of many of their instructors, Qin Yi's current frontal combat power may still be slightly inferior to Zhang Yan's, but his potential is much higher. However, this is just the self-conjecture of the instructors. Zhang Yan's combat power, after undergoing the transformation of various underworld rewards yesterday, has fallen far behind Qin Yi. Chief Instructor Zhang, I think. Yan Wenji was just halfway through his words. There was a knock on the door. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Tianming whispered, "Please come in." Boom. The office door was pushed open immediately. A handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walked in immediately. It was Qin Yi, who was temporarily stopped when he came out of the base. After walking in, Qin Yi performed a military salute and then asked directly. "Hello, Chief Instructor Zhang. Why did you call me here? This guy has a straight temper." Zhang Tianming felt a little more appreciative when he saw Qin Yi's straightforward manner, which was neither humble nor overbearing. "That's right, I'm just a young man, I just need to correct him if he takes the wrong path. As long as the persuasion is reasonable for such a fierce young man, he will definitely make a wise judgment. I was so angry just now, but I was a little anxious. If you care, you will be in trouble. If you are a student with no potential, there is no need to spend so much effort." Zhang Tianming stretched out the palm of his right hand and motioned Qin Yi to sit down, and then said, "Qin Yi, I heard that you went to the material recycling station today and then prepared to leave the wilderness area. What, are you short of points? Yesterday you got the first level reward, 500 points, which should be enough to support your martial arts practice for a period of time, right? The Spark training camp is such a rare opportunity, and it cannot be for the purpose of earning points. We still have to focus on improving our strength, and we can't put the cart before the horse. Now that you have strength, won't you be able to hunt stronger monsters and earn more points?" Zhang Tianming's words were filled with ridicule. Yan Wenji on the side was also a little surprised. "This is completely different from the angry look just now. You seem to have calmed down." But Zhang Tianming was right. A total of 500 points is definitely a huge amount of money for these students. You must know that most bronze peak weapons only have 100 points in the training camp treasure house. This is a weapon that is enough for a second-grade peak warrior with a health level of around 200. Although there will be a hunting competition every half-month in the future. But the point rewards after that were not as many as those after the camp. Therefore, students who have a points advantage must turn these martial arts resources into their own strength. Take this opportunity to settle down. Yes, Chief Instructor, you are a good judge of people. Qin Yi admitted bachelorly. I'm really short of points. Most of it has been spent in one night. If we don't make up for it, we really can't make ends meet. This. Qin Yi's answer was so unexpected that Zhang Tianming and Yan Wenji were stunned for a moment. After calming down, the two couldn't help but ask. You said you spent most of the points in just one night. What exactly was it spent on? Well, I just bought a few grams of residual river rice noodles and Bodhi tree roots. Qin Yi named several expensive medicinal materials. Anyway, it's just for soaking in medicinal baths. Zhang Tianming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this, and spoke in a deep voice. Nonsense. A material with such strong medicinal properties is something that you, a warrior who has not reached the second level of qi and blood, can try. I know that because your energy and blood are not as good as those of Zhang Yan and others, you may be a little anxious and want to undermine the situation. But do you know that with your current qi and blood strength, taking a high-end medicinal bath that is not suitable for you will actually harm you? The best result is that the body cannot absorb it. I am afraid that some medicinal baths with strong medicinal properties may leave hidden injuries on your body. At the end, Zhang Tianming's voice became higher and higher, almost shouting. Leftover rice noodles, Bodhi tree roots. You get what you pay for. Since these are so expensive in the training camp's treasure house, they are naturally of extremely high quality. Although he didn't know where Qinyi got the formula, judging from conventional experience, such a high-end medicinal bath would definitely do no harm to him now. Qinyi didn't refute. What Zhang Tianming said makes sense. If it were before the start of the camp, his nether power, including his physical fitness, had not improved to the current level. The medicinal bath that was included in the 6 layers of Shira body was also unbearable. But now because of the incomparable fit of the power of the netherworld. But it's okay. But this can't be explained. Qinyi can't say that he is a public official in the underworld and is practicing skills from hell. In fact, if it weren't for the fear that Zhang Tianming would retrieve the purchase records afterwards. Thinking that he was debugging black magic or something, he caused even greater trouble. Qinyi really didn't want to tell the truth. Nowadays, all I can do is just prevaricate it casually. Thank you, Chief Instructor Zhang, for your concern. I know my own body well. You are so stubborn. But what Qinyi said is correct. The warrior himself still doesn't know whether it is harmful to the body. Okay, let's put the medicinal bath aside for now. Maybe your superpower talent can help you withstand a stronger impact. But what do you mean you're not going to the public instruction session today? Zhang Tianming changed the topic and returned to the issue of open classes. Do you feel that your sword skills have reached an advanced level and we old guys can't guide you anymore? Wrong, absolutely wrong. Your sword skills are top-notch among students, but in the eyes of old guys like us, the level of mystery is still limited. Yes, going to a wilderness area to fight life and death can stimulate the potential of cells in the body. But if you stay in this state, your body will gradually become numb. There is no reflection or precipitation after the battle, and you just know how to keep fighting. What is the difference between this and a killing machine without thoughts? Yan Wenji on the side also nodded. Echoed. Yes, Qinyi, sometimes practice requires a balance between work and rest. Your talent in swordsmanship is so amazing. Maybe after listening to some instructors, ideas about the art of swords from another angle, you can draw parallels. At that time, you might even have the opportunity to learn silver-level sword skills. In this way, when you practice with the help of the mysterious method, you will have a deeper resonance with the energy of heaven and earth, and your energy and blood will be polished faster. The realm of a second-grade warrior may be reached soon. It turned out that he was afraid that I would become obsessed with fighting and pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. Qinyi finally understood. Indeed, for ordinary students, Zhang Tianming's proposal is very reasonable. The best time to go into the wilderness area to hone your skills is when you are working behind closed doors on weekdays. If you don't understand certain martial arts methods thoroughly enough, you can't find any problems. After entering actual combat, it is easy to understand the awkwardness of many moves and why they are used so hard. Coupled with occasional fighting, the body's cells remain excited and the potential is properly stimulated. This is normal logic, but Qinyi is different. There is no need to understand the martial arts method itself. The 6th-level body of Shira comes from the underworld and is a method that transcends all current martial arts systems in Blue Star. Relying on killing can polish the blood. Therefore, this set of conventional logic does not apply to Qinyi at all. But look at the persistence of these two people. It's really hard to fool him if he fights haha. I have no choice but to be tougher. Qinyi thought for a while, then made up his mind and spoke in a deep voice. Chief Instructor Zhang, and this chief. I appreciate your kindness. But when I woke up in the morning, I made a point of reading the instructions for the Spark training camp. 15 of them say, the road to martial arts depends on yourself, don't expect others to rush you. Article 22 access to the wilderness area at any time. So, it is my freedom to choose to enter the wilderness area. You should have no right to interfere, right? Zhang Tianming was also blocked by these words. Martial arts practice depends on oneself. Everyone's situation is different, and it is really difficult for others to help you plan anything. In fact, this is also the training policy of Spark Training Camp. Which public instruction class you want to attend, how to spend points, and even when to go out to the wilderness area to verify your new understanding of martial arts are all students' free choice. It's just that the original intention of Article 15 was to let students become self-disciplined and seize the rare opportunity of the training camp to improve themselves. Article 22 is also correct. Under normal circumstances, students are very repulsive to fighting in the wilderness area. Boot camp essentially encourages these trainees to go out and grind, grow and transform in blood and fire. But when it came to Qinyi, he advised him to take it easy. Alright, sirs, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go into the wilderness area and fight. Having said that, Qinyi didn't give Zhang Tianming a chance to continue talking. Get up and walk directly to the door. By the way, my current energy and blood have surpassed the threshold of a second-grade warrior. Boom. Until the gate closes, both of them still seemed to have their throats choked. I couldn't speak for a long time. About half a minute later. Gulu. Yan Wenji swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This guy's aura is really strong. With that non-committal tone at the end, I thought I was talking to the leader. But he just said that his blood has reached the threshold of a second-grade warrior, that is, it has exceeded 50 points. How on earth did this guy do it? Zhang Tianming turned his head and looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling window, frowning and saying nothing. It wasn't until he saw Qinyi's figure heading straight to the base gate that he slowly said, "What a Qinyi. Maybe I'm overestimating myself. Maybe he really has his own path. Go out of the base gate." Qinyi clicked the button on the spark bracelet and opened the projection map. A relatively flat in-depth route was quickly selected. During the operation of the 6-layer Shira body, it can absorb the death energy of the creatures killed by it and strengthen the tightness of the power of the netherworld. The final effect is that the physical body is much more powerful than warriors of the same realm. This is also one of the main purposes of Qinyilai's training in the wilderness area. The more powerful the creature, the stronger the death energy will be. Therefore, naturally we can't make small fuss outside the alloy base. Aha! Qinyi's figure flew past quickly. The positioning on the electronic map is also constantly deepening. A red pig that was rolling in the grass in front heard a noise and raised its head, only to see a human running towards it. Before he had time to react, there was a powerful and heavy kick. Kicked the red pig directly and flew away. The internal organs were shattered and there was no life left. Although there is no need to waste time on these low-level monsters, if you just happen to bump into them and kill them, you will gain some ghost points. As for the materials from this low-level monster, Qinyi was too lazy to stop and harvest them. Not worth the money and takes up space. Nothing to stop at. In the lush valley, in front of Qinyi, a gorilla with golden hair was glaring angrily. Whoosh! A long, low sound came from his mouth. It seems to be warning the humans in front of it to quickly exit its territory. The main reason is that Qinyi's body exudes a deathly aura due to the power of the netherworld. This made the golden gorilla feel extremely uncomfortable and decided that the human in front of him was not easy to mess with. Otherwise, this big guy's temperament is not so easy to talk to. Qinyi's eyes narrowed and he murmured, "Finally, a guy who deserves to be taken more seriously appears." After running forward without stopping at all, the area we were in now had surpassed the most dangerous level we had ever visited during the hunting competition. The golden gorilla in front of him is also a second-grade monster beast whose main focus is strength. Qinyi took out the magic spirit ball from his arms. Kakaka. Immediately, the scales on the spirit ball began to fly out. The body of the spirit ball also began to reshape, turning into a long knife form, and then sucked up the scales suspended in the air. The exquisitely arranged scales of the demon martial spirit blade shined in the sunlight. "You won't come. Then let me do it." Boom. Shira spins. In an instant, Qinyi flew out like a cannonball. The whole person was spinning in midair with the help of the demonic spirit sword. A sonic boom pierced the air. It looks terrible. Woo. When the golden gorilla saw this human being, not only did he not retreat, but he stepped forward. There was also some anger welling up. After letting out a roaring roar, a faint golden aura attached to his fist. Then he punched out. Since there can be people with awakened powers among humans, some races among monsters will naturally have the possibility to control the power of heaven and earth in advance. In fact, in terms of proportion, this possibility is many times higher than that of humans. Take the golden orangutan group for example. Each end has the ability to attach strands of metallic energy to the body. It is precisely in this way that monsters can become one of the great enemies of humans who master exquisite martial arts. Boom! The moment the golden orangutan collided with the magical sword, there was a sharp sound of metal friction, and sparks flew everywhere. However, this collision only lasted for less than a moment. Hiss! The tyrannical force of the high-speed rotation coupled with the sharp scales of the mowooling knife tore the golden ape's body apart. Qin Yi put away the knife and then took a step back. Plop! The golden gorilla then fell forward and fell down. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. It is truly worthy of the method included in the 6th-level body of Shira. The power-generating technique's bonus to strength is obviously much better than that of Demon Slayer Sambo. It can be judged from this. The grade of this sword technique has definitely broken through the bronze level and reached the level of silver or above. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon golden ape and gaining 45 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the half-demon golden ape and gaining 23 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the golden ape. ... Sizzle. At the same time, at the moment when the golden orangutan died, the death energy escaping from its body was also sucked into Qin Yi's body. Invisible to the naked eye, the power of the netherworld absorbs the energy of these dead energies and continues to grow. During this process, Qin Yi's physical body is also becoming more powerful. That's right. You can practice by killing, there aren't many bottlenecks to speak of. This should be the dream of all body-refining warriors. After all, for other body-refining warriors, just to improve the toughness of flesh and blood a little bit, they don't know how much pain and effort they have to put in. There is no way, the foundation of human beings is too weak. Subsequently, Qin Yi stretched out his right palm towards the body of the golden orangutan. Using the spirit binding technique, the spirit body was quickly absorbed into the palm of his hand. Just keep going. This place is far from reaching my limit. Qin Yi murmured a few words in a low voice. Xingwo building, in the office on the top floor. A startled roar followed. What? You said Qin Yi has now reached the level 2 wilderness area, an area with a risk factor of 2.5. Are you crazy? Zhang Tianming looked in disbelief. But reason told him that Yan Wenji would not joke about such a thing. Yan Wenji in front of him took a deep breath. I don't believe it either. The monitoring system does indeed sound the alarm this way. To know, in yesterday's hunting competition, Qin Yi had the highest risk factor of going deep into the wilderness area, reaching 2.3. Even Zhang Yan is only hovering in the 2.2 area. It is already an exaggeration to be able to reach the 2.3 coefficient danger zone right at the opening of the camp. After all, these students have not yet enjoyed the resource training of Spark Training Camp. But now, in just the second day, someone has refreshed this record. The refresher is still the record holder. Xingwo, call up student Qin Yi's monitoring screen. As Zhang Tianming finished speaking, color appeared on the originally dark large screen in front of the desk. It is the scene of Qin Yi's battle. Under normal circumstances, except during hunting competitions, the instructors would not turn on the monitoring system to pay attention to the students fighting in the wilderness area. Because looking at them one by one is too inefficient. Moreover, the hunting competition is held once every half a month, with a 15-day interval, so that students can make significant progress, which can be commented and analyzed. This is just right. After all, people like Zhang Tianming came to the Spark Training Camp to provide guidance, which was just an extra task. There are also official military affairs to deal with on weekdays. There isn't much free time. Golden Ape. This guy has actually begun to encounter monsters that can use elemental energy. Yes, wilderness areas with a risk factor of 2.5 have indeed begun to have these troublesome animals. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.